Good evening, guys. Hey, Norfolk. Good to see you again. 4 in the house. 5 in the house. Feel free to put a comment in the chat so I know who you guys are, who just popped in. And I have my coffee as usual. I obviously had not enough coffee for today, so. Well, welcome to another Saturday evening live stream. We wait a couple of more minutes as usual and see who else will pop in and join. Adventures with Sug, good to see you, brother. Hey, Guardian, good to see you. And I know Guardian wants the link. Let's see if I can put that on. Hey, PV, good to see you. Hey, CR, good to see you too. And I have to do it like this. As well. Hey, Lilibet, good to see you. Let's see. There we have Guardian. Good to see you, brother.
Hey, good evening, Shadow. Hello to everybody that joined in the chat. It's good to see everybody. Hey, CR, lovely to see you again. And yeah, if you would like
Diana too, good to see you too. Hey, Texas Raider, Chris, good to see you. Strength and honor, brother. Hey, Shannon.
Yeah. It's a good stream topic that you got.
Yeah, it's actually one of PV's top suggested topics again. So this got to be really interesting.
So I think.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think it's one of those interesting ones. Go ahead. I've got a couple of points that I can definitely speak on about this topic. But I
figured you should have. Well, guys, the topic for today is beyond the hype, the skills and gear that truly matter. And that is a suggested topic from PV as usual. So we'll see. Oh, yeah, there we have PV. Good to see you.
Hello. Hey, Guardian, how you doing? You got to excuse my voice. I've still got the new version of the
Charlie
Red Dragon.
Victor.
Yeah, exactly. I literally, I think I'm just getting over it today. But if I go to a coughing fit, I'll just go to mute. So
no worries.
Yeah.
Well, it's one of your suggested topics again. So.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's one of those things, people can get involved into, or go down all sorts of rabbit holes, and they're into preparedness, or they want to, delve into what equipment to get, what gear to get, what training to do, and all this sort of stuff. But as we said before, it can take such a long time. It can be quite hard to manage a big set of preps, or part of a group and so on. Yeah. That people might not have the money to, get what they want as well. So people have to get to a certain point, they have to reel themselves back in and think to themselves, right, let's get back to basics. Let's get the equipment that really counts. Let's get the gear that counts, the training that counts, and the members and mentality that counts. And then we'll build up from there, a long, slow sort of process. So that was the reasoning behind this sort of suggestion.
It's vital. Understanding the fundamentals with pretty much any kind of vertical or any hobby, any activity that you're into, like understanding the basics as well, and then polishing up on the basics and really understanding what it really means to have the muscle memory to kind of, you know, resolve panic kind of like hysterical situations, and just honestly, I think, so if I can speak on it just for like quickly 1 minute, when we're speaking about skills in specific, right? So skill sets that can really help an enormous amount, should be practiced relatively often. If you have the capability to even go hiking or camping, just generally walking. Walking is such an underrated skill. I mean, anybody that understands, like, well, walking and obviously racking as part of that too, but anybody that understands what it's like to be, you know, what it's like to be unfit compared to being fit, if you're able to do anything, I mean, even people that are wheelchair bound, there's capabilities to do cardio in a wheelchair using dumbbells. There's a couple of ways that people can work around their disabilities, first of all. But I think that fitness is obviously one of those key ones. And then practicing what you preach, instead of like being into preparedness where like people will also like speak about prepping, but then not actually do the things. I've seen yourself as well, preparedness veteran. You've always, you definitely live by what you speak about as well. And it's something where I think it's important for people to polish up on what they do when it comes to their gear and skill sets. But yeah, understanding how to keep a knife sharp is a really important skill. Really understanding how to make sure that you have like the skills and capabilities to keep a good accuracy and a good aim with whatever defensive capabilities you've got. And you should all know what I'm talking about when it comes to that. So understanding what really works in dire situations and keeping your calm and keeping cool about everything as well. And that really comes down to proactive thinking and having the capability to deal with scenarios immediately when you have the capacity to keep really cool and calm underneath stressful situations. And I think that that's a big thing as well. One of the best things that you can do.
I definitely agree with you about that. And I agree, fitness is definitely a crucial thing. If you don't have that, you should consider to get in shape, okay? And I practice jiu-jitsu, so that is another good skill to learn. It gives you agility, flexibility, and you get stronger. You train your whole body basically, so it's pretty tough practice.
Yeah, I mean, the basics of it. Walking is, if anyone can't do any sort of outrageous physical activity, then walking is a good thing to do, because in 1 hour you could be 3 miles away. It doesn't sound much, but if you have to move, you can move. And even if you can run, you can only run for so long, then you're down to a walk again. So it all comes down to the basic denominator. So yeah, physical fitness. It's excuse me. It enables you to keeps your immune system up. It makes you more flexible. It minimizes your injury risk as well. So as I said before, it's free. So the basis of things, you can't go wrong with starting off with fitness, if anything. Even if before you get any gear or anything like that whatsoever, worst case scenario, you can just dump anything, walk out of the house, keep walking to whoever, I don't know, friend, family, water point, whatever. But fitness is definitely a cornerstone, and I haven't met anyone who has said otherwise. I've met anyone who would argue against fitness being a good thing, especially in terms of preparedness, evacuation, and being more robust.
Yeah, also the capacity. So this is maybe a little bit of a contentious one, if you want to see it that way. But in most type of scenarios, obviously, if you have the capability to avoid any sort of combat scenario, it will always be the best. By the art of war, we learned that it's obviously the most important thing, and it's a very cheesy book in a lot of ways for most people, but if you actually spend time with that book and understand like the fundamentals behind it, avoiding combat, and the best combat is combat that you can avoid, right? Not only that though, but when it comes down to, if we're going to be very serious about, hey dear love.
Hello.
Hey, evening all.
Good to have you on the panel.
Trying out my new stand today. Hopefully it ain't going to fall over the place.
Nice.
No worries.
Just having the ability to really take hold of a scenario and realize that in very dangerous moments and dangerous scenarios that you might find yourself in, that it's your like iron will and your tenacity that'll pull you through things, and your capability to like hone in and touch into that primitive side of mankind as well that we all have within us, man and womankind, the capability to really let loose and understand that in most scenarios people won't give you the same kind of courtesy of having any sympathy or empathy towards you while they're, you know, committing assault towards you, anything like that as well, which will unfortunately, and you know, is one of those scenarios that can take place very easily. So at all times, just being willing to really make very offensive defensive maneuvers where you need to, and understanding the fundamental that doesn't only lean into immediate combat situations, but as a whole.
I'll just add on to the fitness one. Is an example is there's a reason why every military force in the world uses fitness as their cornerstone, and one of the first things they drill into people is because of its benefits, and the benefits far outweigh the cons when it comes to fitness. Yeah, I mean, rocking, people can take that to extremes. I've done that, you know, heavy weights, long distances and stuff like that. Yeah, people don't really have to go to those extremes, you know, get a comfortable weight that will, you know, a little day sack, little rucksack or anything like that. Put the basics and essentials in there, weigh it. It shouldn't come to more than 30 pound max, and then just start walking and build yourself up over time. And like you said, it's so good for the body. No matter how old you are, walking is good for you. All exercise is good for you. Just keep it in moderation. Don't go to extremes, and avoid injury. Yeah, should be you know, one of the number one things people start off with preparedness is physical fitness, the ability to pull yourself out of danger by yourself with unaided. You know, whether it be if you fall into the water, pull yourself out onto the side, pull yourself out onto, you know, using a rope, pull yourself out onto a boat, or if you fall into a canal likewise, or even the ability to just hold on to something until someone comes to rescue you. Many people, I tell you, haven't even got that physical strength to do that. You know, that combined with, you know, the tense of the situation, the adrenaline going, you might be cold and overwhelmed at the time. So, you know, the ability to self-rescue is key and paramount.
Hey, Budflies, good to see you.
But you know, a bit of gear helps every now and then. So, what you know, people should start thinking about what gear actually will matter. You know, will a power bank matter? Will your phone matter? Will a laptop matter? You know, these are arguable points. You know, you could argue the fact that yes, they will matter up in a certain level of situation, but you drill it back to the bare bones, you're talking air to breathe, heat to stop yourself, regulation of body temperature, say, to stop yourself getting too cold, too hot, hydration of food. You know, those are the things that really matter, and everything else on the add-ons, you're starting to climb the luxury ladder. And when it gets to things like phones, laptops, information, you're probably in a safe zone anyway, and you're gathering information, deciding your next sort of move. Unless, you know, unless you're using a phone as a rescue or escape tool to call someone in or bring someone to you to help you. But yeah. Survival kits, for instance. One of the most undervalued things that I always have heard and seen is a signaling mirror. Over you could argue almost everything in it. It's a toss-up. Knife, ability to make fire, signaling tool. Those sorts of three things. You're starting to get in the realms of the true basics, the base of the pyramid there. But yeah, things like a survival mirror. You could use that, and if you use it in the correct way, you need skills to do that. So skills training. Then you could quite easily attract someone's attention or attract a rescuer 3 to 6 miles away. That's quite feasible. Exactly like the reel's got there.
Yeah,
that mirror he's holding there is probably the best form as well. The one with the little.
Speaking of that, I have my own here.
There you go, the one with the little hash center on it. Well, it doesn't have to be like that. There are other methods to use them effectively. And they've even got, even both of them there. I was just about to say they've got instructions on the back, and both of those have got instructions on.
Yeah.
So, easy to use.
That's solid gear right there. Yep. That'll last forever too. Very rugged and durable. Both of those.
Yep, they same sorts of ones they issue to air crew and survival kits. Yeah, there you go. Costa's waving. So
that whistle's brilliant too. If you have any waters, obviously, if you're trying to signal to somebody across the river or anywhere that whistles come across extremely well in those scenarios. Yeah,
definitely. They're far more audible than someone.
Yeah, I have my whistle here.
Yeah, you can hear a whistle. Sorry,
PD, go ahead.
I was just about to say, you can hear a whistle far more further than someone shouting, and I'd say if anyone,
your voice.
That's if you can scream or moan or groan or whatever. When you're choosing things like whistles, there are good ones, there are bad ones, there are low quality ones, there are brilliant ones. My personal preference will be a P-less whistle, so a whistle without a little ball in it, because they can come loose and go west. But there's some very good ones out there. In fact, the best one I've seen, it's on my list to get, but the priority lie elsewhere at the moment, is the hyper whistle. It's something like 118 dB plus. Type in hyper whistle, costs about £20, $20, somewhere in the region of that.
Okay.
Especially the loudest whistle in the world, although
I'm getting the Hackney.
Hackney Thunderer.
Out.
That's a P. That's got a P in it. You don't want a P in the whistle. If you lose the P, you're knackered.
Man, I'm not going to pee in the whistle. I'll go and do that in the toilet.
Go on, give us a blast.
You ready for it, guys? One quick blast. 3, 2, 1.
There you go.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep, sorry, PV. You're right. The one without the P in it. Sorry.
Yeah, well, you get some good P whistles. The Acme Thunderers are. I always thought it was a joke when you see the Roadrunner and. Everything the Coyote has is Acme. And I came across the Acme Thunder. I thought, is this a joke? It's actually a proper company, isn't it?
Real.
Yeah, so whistle, and likewise, you can either just keep whistling, or you can do a series of 3 to 6 whistle blasts and blast out Morse code if you want to. But
there's some nice orange ones out there as well, lightweight, very basic.
Yeah, they're the ones you get in the life jackets. You get those.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you get a, for instance, At one time, I stole a. I liberated a life jacket under a seat. I borrowed a life jacket under a seat of an aircraft just to see how it worked, and that's the exact type of whistle you get in the life jacket.
Yeah, it's also good for everybody to obviously understand. I mean, we all know
Sorry, Guardian.
No, you're good. It's fine. No problem at all.
That blowed my eardrums out.
Sorry about that.
No, I don't have earphones on. I've always got you guys on a like regular Wi-Fi system, so it works pretty nicely. Yeah, so no, for real, that color. I was just going to comment to real of having items that are orange. Obviously, if you've ever lost a knife on a hike or anything like that as well, you'll understand the significance of like brightly colored items for survival gear. Yeah, that's good.
He's been under the seat as well.
I liberated.
There you go.
I commandeered it. I fell asleep with it in my rucksack while I was reading it.
It was just rested in your rucksack, Your Honour.
Yeah, it just rested in my rucksack.
Yeah, right. Yeah, there you go. What aircraft's that? Boeing 767. Yeah, right. Here you go.
Yeah, after riding an EasyJet, I thought no more EasyJet. I'd rather spend a few more quid, and if I have it, to get onto British Airways. There you go, a little plug for British Airways.
Oh, I wouldn't touch British Airways.
Well, the seats are better than the EasyJet, I'll tell you.
It's owned by Iberia Airlines in Spain, I believe.
Okay.
Portugal. Iberia, anyway. It's not. It's just a brand name.
I know Iberia.
A lot of them are.
Yeah.
And SleazyJet are quite. I don't mind SleazyJet. Ryanair I wouldn't go with. But anyway, it's different subject altogether. Yeah, if you look at any, if you look at any sort of preparedness book out there now, with the exception of quite a few, most of them always talk about the basics. I don't know, if it's just like a prepper who's decided to write a book and all he knows is, he hasn't gone beyond sort of basics or anything like that, but a lot of them just focus on the basics. A couple of exceptions like the Joe Alton and Amy Alton Survival Medicine Handbook, Dr. Bones Nurse Amy.
That's the type of one.
Depth you want in a specific subject. But a lot of them focus on the basics really, because their target audience as well. I suppose a lot of people are just starting off or just want to scope things out and things like this. But yeah, so the skills and gear that really matter. What would open question really? Everyone will give a different answer.
Definitely reckon a good fire kit and a knowledge of making fire without having a fire kit is a good thing to know. So having a kit is nice to have, but also having a knowledge to make fire without having a kit. So for example, you're making your bow drill, you're maybe finding a bit of steel somewhere and some flint. I don't know, maybe other people can add on some other.
Well, you see, that's all right. That's all well and good, but I say that everyone will give a different answer because a fire kit will be no good to someone living in the desert, for instance, or someone without the ability to, or without the need to sort of regulate body temperature or immediately have to cook. So someone else's priorities might be, completely different. Well, shelter, fire, water, food, in those sorts of categories. But
has anybody tried to make a debris shelter before?
Yeah, I've done that.
No,
I've lived in one for about 3 or 4 days.
I did that many times over many
years.
Welcome,
world survivalist.
Debris shelters
Welcome to the stream.
One of the go-to shelters around here as well. So something else that I wanted to add on there, when it comes to a fire kit, I've definitely, like, I'd say in accumulation, I've spent about 15 years trying to design different inch kits and trying to have a good understanding on like fire kits as one of those important components to an actual never coming home bag, an inch bag. Right. Now, I understand the concept of them is almost delusional, because if you really wanted a solid inch kit, and I've tried in so many different ways over all of the years, but I genuinely will tell you that having an extremely good fire kit with a good amount of compact cotton as fire starters as well as having Vaseline for makeshift candles, and obviously non-scented Vaseline preferably. Yeah, absolutely. World Survivalist, welcome to the chat, by the way, and very, very good point there. It's definitely important that a good fire kit is an important component of a long-term inch kit, and having like that fire kit as well. So obviously your compact cotton wool, and you can really compact cotton wool if you try to. You can press it so compact and tight that you've got a ton of it in a very small place, and it's still extremely light. So it goes really well in trying to keep that weight ratio down. And then not only that, but having like refillable zipper lighters that are that you can blow in the wind as well, that will last you for many years. And refillable gas canisters can be extremely handy, but you have to make sure that you update them and interchange them as part of your inch kit every every year or every second year. Try and interchange that gas canister to keep them like updated, because you don't want to be sitting with one that's several years old. But for the most part, that gas canister is important. The compact cotton wool, your ferro rods, obviously, ferro rods are extremely good to have. And then you also get your magnesium bars. Having a magnesium bar that you can make that flint extremely easily. These type of things in a fire kit will save your life, like when it comes to keeping like a fire around. And it's part of what you're talking about there as well, preparedness veteran, when it comes to making sure that everybody around you is warm and that you have a heated environment, is making sure that you've got a really good fire kit with you. But you're right, in the desert, yeah, it's a bit of a challenge.
Yeah, keep it varied and in proportion to or in line with the place you're at or likely to go into. I mean, I've got one of my fire kits incorporates magnesium block, which I love those. They're absolutely brilliant. Ferro rods, a refillable lighter, and some sort of magnifying lens as well. Because even in the coldest of countries, strong sunlight is easy to spark off a tinder or some sort of
welcome, Marines and Army Mom. Good to see you again, ma'am.
But yeah, it's like the title of this sort of episode, skills and gear. You could have a fire kit, but you've got to have the skills also to be able to use that fire kit.
Welcome, Nick Mueller. Good to see you.
I mean, ferro rods are easy to produce loads of sparks, but actually getting a valid functioning fire from those sparks is, an extra level, an extra step above. So that needs practice and honing. Making an actual fire from an ember that's produced from a lens, for instance, that requires practice. Likewise with the magnesium blocks as well, they require a bit of skill and practice as well. So all these things, they all build up together. Even just using a standard match, it takes great skill to have a one match fire or a half match fire where you split the actual match in half. That's not easily done either.
I tried that, and that is not that easy. No.
When you're speaking about matches as well, obviously waterproof matches are fantastic to have if you have a surplus of waterproof matches. However, if you're looking at longer term matches, the problem with them is you can pack an enormous amount of matches in a pretty compact space as well, if you're trying to be as compact efficient as you can. But the problem with it is that when it comes to those matches, just being sure that your fire kit and your matches, obviously, if they're not waterproof, that you have efficient waterproof and concealment for them. So obviously, when it comes to any bits of gear, you've got to be as waterproof as possible, because the last thing that you want is you to have any issues down the road because water got into your pack.
Exactly. Yeah, that's why ferro rods are so good. because they're resistant, you know, they're waterproof basically. Yeah, definitely. So yeah, you know, whatever gear, essential gear people have got, like ferro rods, and there's Costa there trying to produce the sparks there. What's your carpet there, Costa? Hope you got a fire extinguisher on hand, like every good prepper should have.
I hope so.
You know, and whatever gear people have got, they've got to have the associated skills to go with it, which fall in line with their situation, location. So,
Yeah.
like I said just now, you know, some sort of lens if you're in the desert or anything like that. Likewise, fire extinguishers, you know, you've got to be able to pick the right fire extinguisher. Because fire is quite a common thing. I think we spoke about this last week. You know, surprisingly, you know, one of the most common denominators around the world. High up on the list of tragedies that occur in residential areas is fire. You know, and that's without any disaster at all. You know, it could be an electrical problem or some sort of other failure or hazard that sparks fire. But picking the right fire extinguisher, having the knowledge to do that, actually purchasing the fire extinguisher, and then knowing how to use the fire extinguisher in the event of any as well. You know, so things like you know, if you're talking essential, I would suggest everyone should have some sort of fire alarm, firefighting gear, just as norm. You know, even if you're not a prepper or you're not into preparedness. You know, basic fire alarm, smoke alarm, at least one fire extinguisher of the right size. I know, say minimum 2 kilo, and hopefully 2 or 3 of them dotted around the house. If you live upstairs or above the first floor, some means have how to escape the apartment or building. You might have a rope ladder, just a plain piece of rope. Hopefully, you're not going to rely on the fire brigade, because if it's a fast moving
Welcome,
event,
Ding Simple Living. Good to see you.
if it's a fast
Welcome,
moving event,
Marianne. Good to see you.
and your bedroom, for instance, is at the top of the stairs, and you know the stairs can act like a funnel, chimney effect. It's going to accelerate up there quite quickly. So, you know, have some form of means of escaping the building. You could go to the extremes of having a fire escape mask, fireproof gloves, heat-resistant gloves, with door handles and such like that. And the list goes on. But you know, when it comes to
like the Nomex gloves.
Exactly, yeah, like Nomex gloves. There you go. You know, with any sort of event or scenario or area of gear, people should be thinking, okay, let's cover the basics first, which is sufficient to do the job, because many of the basics aren't. They're just pieces of crap. Yeah. And then we'll elaborate from there. Evaluate it first, decide what the threat is, look at the hazards in the event of whatever's happening, decide on the plan, scope out the gear to your budget, get the gear, have a practice, and then there you go, you're in. Proper down to the nuts and bolts gear that actually works and will actually save your life in the event of an accident or tragedy.
I've got a little quick story to tell everyone.
Okay.
An uncle of mine, many years ago, when I was very little, he was involved in a house fire. And if you're ever in a house fire and you're above the fire, don't open the window to look down. My uncle did that, and the floor below him, all the flames shot up and just burnt his face. I mean, he passed away. He didn't escape the fire. And also, one of my little nephews was a baby, got caught up in the fire. So yeah, fire.
He died in that fire then?
Yeah, my uncle died in that fire.
Right.
His baby daughter died in the fire. I'm just trying to remember if anybody, and the wife also. Sorry, yes,
What was the cause? Do you know?
They owned a cafe, and it was my stepfather's brother, actually. So it was like a kind of step uncle, and they owned a cafe. And there was some fire below in the cafe. They had 2 stories above the cafe, and you know, they couldn't escape quick enough. The little boy got out and the little girl got out, but the baby part got caught in the fire, and the wife. But what I was saying about fires, you're saying about access, and you know, you've got to be very careful. Fire moves very, very weirdly, and if you're ever involved in a fire and it's below you, don't be tempted to sort of look out of a window to have a look. I couldn't even look at my uncle's face. It was so badly burnt. I tried to look out the window to look down. I don't want to put everyone on a downer.
You're too late. You already have done, but never mind.
Quick one. Going back to what Guardian was saying. Quick one, PV. Like I'll put the camera back on. You were talking about cotton buds and having methods of lighting fires and having multiple ways and having things that are multi-purpose as well. Things simple, things like chapstick, and like Guardian was saying, you can get the lid of the chapstick, and you could quite easily tuck in some nice little bits of cotton wool into the lid of the chapstick container, and bam, you've got chapstick for your lips, and you've also got chapstick for making fires, and in the top you've got some cotton wool to mix with the lip balm to make fire. Sorry, PV.
Another great thing, if you want a fire starter, that is a tampon, because you open it up and it is divided in sections. So you can take one square and you put that in the bottom, and then you put some tinder on top of that, and then you light it up. That tampon burns really quickly. That's why you need to have the tinder on top of that.
Yeah, it's amazing when like we're saying, you got to have the skills associated with this sort of gear, because it's something that needs practice and practice. Thinking outside the box as well, with you know, items that are around us that can be used to help you start the fire. Everything from the fluff from shavings off your socks or clothes, to tampons, to chapstick, to the filler in a down jacket. Obviously, if it's feathers, it's going to be a bit different, but to various plants as well. It's quite a creeping into the bushcraft sort of side of it. You can look at the natural resources around you as well and see what can be harvested and used. Anything that will do the job with minimum effort is key.
A battery. Having using a battery to make how to use a battery to make a fire.
Yeah, battery and wire wool. A battery, 9-volt battery.
Battery and steel wool.
Yes, that's right. Battery with chewing gum wrapper as well. That works. Cell phone batteries, any sort of lithium lipo batteries these days. A whole host of things. You can even go down to the extreme end where you're talking. It's the problem with the internet and stuff like that, is because the internet is a extreme, outrageous version of the world in which we've gone beyond seeing mundane, basic things now, and all we seem to see is the ridiculousness of every aspect of life. And you get years ago when on the birth of the YouTube and stuff like this, people were putting videos out there. We're doing bow drill and lighting fires using lighters and lenses, and now it's using Kirchner rolls and making fire out of charcoal. Ruger rolls, where you roll. You create embers from rolling wood onto ash and stuff like this. So this is when, you know, a good basic version of a book will come in handy, because you can go offline and practice these things, or you can take a course. You know, we talk about skills that matter. There's nothing wrong with if you're a family of four, you know, especially, and you can afford to go onto a specific preparedness course or a bushcraft course or an orientation course or something like this, or first aid course or whatever it is. You know, take a week out, do it all together, tick in the box, done, and thereafter you can, I don't know, you can do a refresher course every year, or you can practice it amongst yourselves every now and then. But you know, the skills that really matter, improvisation as well.
Yeah.
Because as Gunny used to say, improvise, overcome, adapt, and all that sort of stuff, which has become sort of a mantra amongst various preparedness circles.
Welcome, Peace Journey. Good to see you again.
Improvisation, cannibalism, not cannibalism, but cannibalization. Cannibalization of gear, should I say?
I'm going to watch out for you, PV.
Because
you look like a chicken today. I think you haven't eaten for too long, and everybody looks like a chicken.
Cannibalization of gear, improvisation.
Right, I'll get you right.
That sort of thing, because as someone once said, you know, what you've got is what you've got, and if you can make it last, all well and good. If you can make something else of it to get the job done, it's even better. But
it's true. Salvaging lots of stuff. I do that. If I'm going to throw something away, I look at the pocket and it's got a zipper on it. I think, wow.
Hey, Brooks, good to see you.
Pouch out of that pocket. So I cut the pouch. I cut the pocket out of the trouser carefully with the zipper on it, and I think, right, oh yeah, I'll use that again. Or from a jacket, you can get some jackets have zippers on them. The pockets have zippers. Sorry.
Yeah.
And,
I don't think that you are one of the people as well. That we, my wife and I, quite enjoy watching a specific show called Hoarders. You may have seen the show before. And the person, like, as a prepper, obviously you've got to be very careful on like the way that you store those zippers as well. Instead of storing, like, you know, the jeans, even though it is spare material, and I understand the purpose of that, but like storing those just in an organized fashion. And I think just as long as you can do that.
Hey, JB.
Hello, JB.
What up?
Welcome to the panel.
Thank you.
Go, Guardian.
How's your weekend going so far? You going good?
So far, it's okay, except talk about first world problems. I bought very few groceries at the store, and they didn't ring. So I wasn't charged for it, but they didn't ring up my red onion. And so I don't have one. So I asked a roommate to get one when they go. So that's my only problem of the day, aside from all of life's usual problems. How's everyone else doing?
I'm not too bad. I'm apart from the fact that I've got the big C, as in COVID.
So why did I even? Are you going to be all right?
Well, not the big C,
as I'm smoking a cigarette. So I don't.
No. Not cancer, as in.
Oh.
the big pandemic issue a couple of years ago. I've got the latest strain, I think. I'm just getting
so you got a cold that the CDC in America decided to rename something scary. And by the way, I had COVID. I know it's no joke. You're going to be all right.
Yeah, it's going to be a pull through easy.
Yeah, this is my second time, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought you're supposed to be immune to it if you've got it, if you've had it. And then if you've had it, you're supposed to be immune to it after that.
If you get a different strain, that's completely different, you see.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
Overtime in those laboratories.
I always finish everything, any sort of factual information you get off the internet now, always end it with the word allegedly.
But that's a good word, because it keeps everyone safe when we make statements. You know what I mean?
Allegedly.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
No, but I think at the end of the day, they're using this fear mongering too much. I think people around the planet need to just like start saying, "Hang on a minute, you know, you're supposed to be serving the public, and you're just getting ridiculous now."
Well,
we allow it because so many people are divided. So many people.
Hey, Hey, Bob. Good to see
Going
you.
back to the
Hey, Bob.
the things that matter. I think what a lot of people are lacking at the moment is the ability to self-evaluate, self-rationalize, and
Self-evaluation and also critically think.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Independent thought.
Yeah.
Because like I say, at the moment, well, and this is probably going to continue on, is like at least two versions of the world going on at the moment. There's one you see online, which is the most ridiculous version, hyped up and exaggerated version, sensationalized that you'll ever see and hear, and then you've got the real world thing. It's just two complete different versions of what is actually going on. So, yeah, the ability to reel yourself in, prioritize what's actually valid and what is actually needed. Because if you listen to some of these prepper channels out there, you need a warehouse to be completely satisfied.
Everyone gets fucked up about when they hear the term that I used, critical thinking. So, and I'm not saying you guys, and by the way, I think this is either my first time or maybe only my second time on this panel. And I watch you guys all the time at work. So the term critical thinking scares people because they're not, let's just say they're very well educated in universities, but in terms of like real life, they're actually not. So the point I'm trying to make, I'm not trying to talk over anyone. I just want to make sure that my one little tiny point is clear, is that when I say critical thinking, what I mean is people, it seems, have lost the ability to like think for themselves. You, whoever you are, evaluate the situation, think about it, and make a decision. I think that has been lost in the sauce of the internet.
Yeah.
Yeah, again, because of all the fear mongering. If you speak out, if you say something, you can get arrested, you can get in trouble. It's just got stupid.
Of course, if it's beyond the scope of anyone's evaluation, you could always ask Grok.
If anyone's confused, turn to your leaders. Yeah.
No chance.
No chance there. No.
Who are the biggest liars in the world? The people or the governments?
Well, it's all about motives, isn't it? Who's going to gain what? And really self into your own little inner circle. Establish what is important and priority.
But also, it's good to be aware of what's going on out there, because even though we might say, well, it's not going to interfere with us, it potentially may do, because you getting people in Ukraine just walking down the road, being grabbed, thrown into a jeep. Right, you're going on the front line, so you could be saying, right, I'm just getting on with my own business. I'm doing my little prepping. It's got nothing to do with me, the war. It's not my war. And bam, you're on the front line. And
these people, it's a bit more complex than that, because these people should have known at the beginning, this type of reactionary recruitment sort of process. And if you think you're in the framework to get recruited for that sort of line of work, then you should do something about it. Get out or get away.
Yeah, some people did try to get away. Some people did get away. Some people died trying to swim across rivers to get away.
Are you talking about Ukrainians getting out of the way of the potential war?
Literally, there were Ukrainians who were trying to swim across freezing rivers who died trying to get away so that they wouldn't have to go and fight in the army. I mean, the accountability is this. Is the disgrace here is that millions of people can get killed, and yes, it is about survival. It is about skills and gear that truly matters, because it's about prepping, it's about survival, and you might be in a situation where you're running away and you might have to cross a freezing river to get away. because you've got these people who want to enlist you forcibly. Okay, like you.
Hey,
What
Howie,
happened
good to see you.
in Ukraine? I would guess, PB, that most of these guys were sent draft letters, didn't reply or didn't register, and maybe the people who come and get them now saying, right, well, you haven't come to the office, we're going to come and get you.
So if I can just quickly add to what you're saying, there was a lady that was kidnapped from our area, and it happened today. It was about
What's your area?
in South Africa.
Wow.
So yeah, as a South African, we experience a lot of crime. In the last, I'd say 2 to 3 months, we've had more than 10 people kidnapped in our local city. It's something that occurs much more frequently than you can possibly imagine. And quite often, because of our lack of police force and the lack of funding within our police force and the corruption that's involved with it as well, people don't get returned, unfortunately, sometimes. So it is an extraordinarily unique situation in that way too. And I don't mean to undermine the situation that's occurring, obviously, in Ukraine, with the Ukraine and Russia and what's happening over there. I just want to say one thing on it too, which is that I think that humanity as a whole is extraordinarily idiotic for being involved in any way in wars in the year of 2025. The fact that we're pursuing things out of different, whatever the means are, I don't like to sit on the left or the right when it comes to any sort of political opinion. But what I will say true through and through is that I feel that there are much better ways that we could be getting along, that we could be collaborating on things, that the world could be unifying instead of us being at each other's throats and
farming equipment. Sorry,
one second, Dorilla. This is an important one. So it's just that, like, no matter what's happening across the world, I cannot back war in any way. I think that the fact that we're doing that, and if you had to look at us from an external force coming in, you'd be absolutely astounded at the fact that we can be at each other's throats in that way and misuse so much resources that could be spent on the benefit of humanity. But instead, what we're doing with them is we're squandering them on aggression, and it means, like, it has absolutely no grounding in logic whatsoever, the fact that we're carrying on the way that we are with one another, right? So sorry about that, Dorilla. Go ahead.
No. Well, it's business, isn't it? There's people that are cottoned on to this continual division, continual war. You need prisoners to go into jail, so you need them to commit crime. So how do they encourage crime on TV? You can be a cowboy, or you can be an Indian, you can be a cop, or you can be a robber. So children grow up watching this sort of stuff. They're getting programmed, and some youngsters decide to be gangsters because one of the world's most famous top watch movies of all time was Godfather. And so the example they're setting, then you've got Fast and Furious 58, I think, at the moment. There's so many of them. I was only joking there. And so it's a continual putting wood on the fire. Bankers are like, wow, we can keep making money. But like PV, I know what PV is sitting there thinking right now. We can't do nothing about it, which is true. We just got to be preppers and do what's in our area. What is the the danger in our area? Is there floods? Is there fires? Is it a desert? Is it a forest? Is it watery? Is there can there be floods around?
Preparing for a giant earthquake, which could happen almost anywhere.
Even I mean, when people say these things are dead, no, they're not. Why? What do you mean they're dead? It's a dead river. No, it's not. You can, it's a lane. It's a lane which potentially could get a train coming down it one day, and you just don't want to be sort of sleeping in that lane. One on the okay, CJ, good boy. They run away now. Good boy.
So I think in order to go down the road to where you've got, a start point where you've got the, gear that actually matters, you've got to actually look at your situation to begin with. Look at your location, what threats are around you, stay informed, create some sort of plan. Whether that plan is to hold up and defend, hold up and last out, hold up and start growing things, evacuation, whatever it is. that
There's
must
even a term in the United States for that. It's TPA, threat potential analysis.
right. There you go. TPA, threat potential and analysis. Yep, there you go. And you know, in most of these, you look at any sort of preparedness website or book, and they'll all come back to this sort of thing. You know, it's basic, but a lot of people just have a knee-jerk reaction, go out, buy loads of gear. They don't really look at what is affecting them. And like Bob said years ago, you know, you're more likely to be a victim of crime these days, you know, Bob, than any other sort of natural disaster. Yeah, okay, you live in a, you know, an earthquake zone, a tsunami zone, etc., etc. What are the actual chances of that happening? If it's going to happen, it's going to be drastic. But you know, every 500 years there's an earthquake. We haven't had one in 750 years. You know, weigh the odds of that happening up against burglary or getting attacked,
Yeah.
etc.
In saying that quickly though, PV, you sent me a video the other day of tourists on a volcano that were running away.
Well, yeah. Okay, so that's different.
From one extreme to the other, but I know what you're saying.
They're actively putting themselves into a position of in a heightened threat scenario. So they're going up to the edge of a crater, Mount Etna, and looking over the edge. What could go wrong? You know,
Everything can go wrong.
Yeah,
lo and behold, Mount Etna erupts.
yeah.
It's massive
Hey,
explosion.
I'm Fire Horse. Good to see you, man.
PV, may I add, looking over the crater of a volcano, looking at the tsunami coming in,
Never a good
looking at the flash flood just standing there. That's called bleaching the gene pool.
Watching the city.
That wasn't me talking, by the way. That was I'm still new here, but that was someone else with a deeper voice. But yeah, no, we're saying the same thing. All of us.
Yeah.
Also,
Darwin.
being in a city where tension is growing to a point where it could boil over one day, and you know, tensions are boiling over in some places already. So being in that, watching that happen, like you said, like Bob said, watching the tsunami come in, looking at certain things happening. Well, you know, I would advise people in cities to get out if it's while you can before everybody goes crazy.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, obviously, you can see all over the internet as well. People are speaking about it, and it's something where it's definitely a topic on the tip of everybody's tongue when it comes to our current, the current for potential WW3 scenarios. Like, I know that it's always something where if you look across the world, there's a lot of scenarios that could kind of play out that would lead other countries and pull them into a mass scale war scenario. And it's like, realistically, is it just another blue balloon while they're doing the red balloon shit? Is it just another distraction that they're using in the media to kind of like hype people? Or is it legitimately something that will, you know, change the I don't know if you guys saw today, and I'll speak on it for a moment. And one of the skills that this specific live stream is titled over, one of the skills is knowledge and information. So that's kind of like a segue into what I'm talking about as well. But if you saw that the Prince of Iran, because Iran, and I can speak about it just for a moment, but they want to get Iran back into a scenario where they have a lot more liberation and they have a lot more freedom for the people that live there. Because if you look on the ground and understand what's happening in Iran, and I can speak from a personal experience as well when it comes to what this scenario is right now, where they have got a dictatorship at the moment, and they have got, I don't want to speak too much on an internet platform as well, because, you know, it's the internet, and what is said this year sticks for good. But what I will say is that I do hope for the best of the people of Iran, and that's what I'll say about it.
Yeah, I agree. I pray for all people in war-torn situations. Very bad.
There's a person in I don't know if anyone, and this is awesome because I'm from Boston, Massachusetts, but it sounds like there's a lot of people here from around the world, and so you all have your unique perspectives outside of what we've been fed here, and I've been broken out of the United States media vacuum. I'm 41. I've been out of it. Progressively out of it, not that I'm a progressive or a liberal. What I mean is I've been growing, and learning more out of it since I was 20. And I'm totally out of the New World Order lie system. And if you guys have ever heard the name Zbigniew Brzezinski, I'm sure you guys know that name. Some of you, or at least one of you. Zbigniew Brzezinski.
No.
Not familiar with that.
Well, his daughter, he passed away, I think, 5 years ago, but his daughter is an anchor on one of the major wicked liberal media establishments in the United States called MSNBC. And but Zbigniew Brzezinski said he said this back in the fucking late 70s before I was born. He said what they're going to do is they're going to topple 7 countries in the Middle East.
Yeah, I know him. I know him. Yeah, ending with Iran. And he was speaking to a general.
All right, so now I can just skip everything I was going to say because at least one person here knows what I'm talking about. What was the last country they were going to topple? What was that country called?
Iran.
Thank you.
Yeah.
In the 70s, before I was born.
Bankers, man. Albert Pike, 33rd degree Freemason. He designed the 3 world wars. It's all right there in front of us. If you tell people, they're like, you're mad. You know, where did you get that information from? And it's like, it's not something that you got easily. It's something that you've sweated for and you've spilt blood for.
There were no accidents, is what you're saying.
Through life. I'm just saying, you know, because you're going through stuff in your life and you think, well, what's going on in even your own household as a child? People get divorced. People have got problems. So you're asking, what's all this warring about? You know, I was asking these questions from a very small age, very young toddler age. Is a war going on in my house? And then you get up and you sort of like think, well, I'm glad I'm out of that war. And then the whole world's in war. Okay, see, look, even CJ wants to look. Okay, it's no war, CJ. Calm down.
Well, nice to meet you there today, JB. I'm from Seattle.
Nice to meet you, JB. Yeah.
I'm Bob, but here's a difficulty with all the lying mass media, which I have walked almost completely away from it. I don't watch it. I don't feed into it. But here is a difficulty. If there is a public announcement of an impending disaster of some kind, man-made, whatever, I can't believe those sons of bitches anymore. Yeah. Do you understand? I mean, if they come up with a warning, oh man, missiles are inbound or whatever it is, I can't believe any of them anymore. The politicians, the news media, any of them. Everybody, you know, all of them. Yeah.
Well, the skills and gear that truly matters. Collecting information. I mean, PV's great at that. You know, is that going to have a place in SHTF collecting information? I mean, are we on the right track looking at our governments, and are we on the right track thinking, should we depend on them? Are they going to come and help me in a certain situation? Should I be a prepper? If there's somebody listening now thinking, well, are they nuts? Are they just prepping for no reason? You know, is there a possibility of things that they're talking about can happen?
My direct answer to that is not to suck anyone's dick on this panel.
Right, but
my statement right there is going to make sense.
Sorry, David, can I just stop you there, brother? I just want to say, just very quickly, that if we could try to refrain from profanity on the panel, that would be very much appreciated. You know, I'm sure that would be nice. You know, not to.
I only know how to talk on my channel. I'll say it in a kinder way.
Yeah, sorry to cut in there.
No, thank you. I need to know how to operate here because I'm sick of getting banned from panels. What needs to happen is I will be convinced that humanity is winning when there are 6, 10 to 50 to 100 million panels, just like is happening right here, right now with you guys.
I agree.
All over the world, talking and destroying the government narratives and destroying the mainstream media. Just get their ankles and moving upward. That's all I was trying to say.
Yeah.
Conundrum is the information we're receiving is how valid, credible is it, and it's just I don't think as many people. If people don't realise what's going on by now, they've lost. That's them out the window straight away. You've got to treat any information flow as don't act on any single item of information. You've got to validate it in some way, shape, or form. The key challenge is accepting a valid form of information. That is the sort of key challenge. If you receive a thread that's coming through saying something's happening, approaching your area, then how do you check it? That's the key thing. You've got to have some sort of plan as to how to confirm it.
My plan answers that. We have 6 to 10 to 50 million panels just like us. There's 6 people here right now. If we had millions and millions of panels just like this right now, we fact check them, and therefore they can't lie anymore because their lies won't land.
This is one of the reasons why I've gone across to X. It's because you got real world people instantly talking about things that are happening immediately. If it's a swift moving event, then people will be posting things, talking about it straight away without some sort of big filtration system going on, like you get on Facebook and so on like this. Because these new platforms like X, they've got community notes, although they're not immediate at the moment. But you do get validation and counter argument against all sorts of events that go on. So that's quite a good. That's one of my strands that I use to confirm things. But I check newspapers and news websites on a daily basis because they are sort of like the general indicators of things, because they don't like missing out. And I think they know themselves they're in the dying game of if they don't get their act sorted out, then they're going to go down the path of failure. But always, I'll never confirm it with an MFM, legacy media type information stream. Always go somewhere else. Always go somewhere else.
Do you remember a classic guy called Michael Fish? And he was like, he's on the television saying to everybody, the weather's going to be fine tonight, a little bit cloudy, whatever. And everything's going to be very good. And it was one of the worst storms that ever hit us. The weatherman.
In 1987, there was a hurricane that came across and hit Britain. And this is national TV, the sort of prime spot, the weather report. And the weather reporter, Michael Fish, said, I can assure you there's no hurricane on the way.
That was it, hurricane.
And so everyone sort of sat back and said, okay, whatever. And next thing you know, like within 6 hours, this hurricane hit Britain and destroyed half the forests and all sorts of
trees were knocked down. There was loads of trees. I was driving for ages and the trees knocked down.
Well, classic information validation. But back then, I suppose there wasn't we didn't have the capability to interrogate other systems that we have now. We just had literally, I think back then it was 3 TV channels in Britain. That was it. So
blame Canada. Blame Canada.
Yeah, well, it's the CI.
Why keeping old gadgets? I was talking to Peavy earlier about keeping some old gadgets. I've got this old phone here. It's like a Galaxy Ace 3 or something like that, and it's 3G. Thank you, Shadow. It's only 3G, but you can store stuff on there, like maybe weather models. I mean, PV knows more about that. Like, I don't know, maps and other information, and even a more sort of up to date. Again, PV knows more about things like solar. He watches stuff like that, so you could have, what the TV tells you. Maybe you could have a backup system on your phones of maybe weather models. Did you see that film where in America all of a sudden it was like everything got frozen over? I'm sure those are Americans know that movie.
Are you talking about the movie
Day After Tomorrow?
Day After Tomorrow, that was it.
Day After Tomorrow, yep. Where the helicopters fall off the sky, but their propellers get iced over instantly.
Well, I mean, the gear you've got is what you've got potentially. We've got the luxury now to scope things out, seek out new training opportunities, free training opportunities, seek out gear that works, test and evaluate it. But likewise, if you've got a piece of gear that someone's either given to you or you've come across it or you no longer need it because you're upgraded it, then use it for other sort of things. You can use it for a storage device. You can put it up as a backup storage device with a company with a solar panel and so on, in a Faraday box or something. My laptop has just broke. I've just got a new one this week, and I salvaged all sorts of stuff out of it. The hard drive, the memory modules, 2 speakers, and the rest of it's just pieces of plastic and.
Yeah, I noticed that, PB. I saw the picture. You basically
you're not an engineer, PV. You learned doing. Sorry, Shadow. Sorry.
You took that computer in every part that computer had in pieces.
Maybe you had a computer. I mean, that was a bit of an SHTF moment for me because I've got loads of. I use it quite a lot for all sorts of things. But 1 minute it was working fine, and the next minute, flick of a switch. All I could see on the computer screen was a 1-inch strip across the top. That was it. The rest of the screen was black. And I couldn't even.
It said, "This is phone."
I couldn't even plug it into an external monitor or TV. That wouldn't work. So it was just basically that was it.
Did you try smacking it?
I tried all sorts of 2-foot drop tests and stuff.
Fonzie.
Yeah, once you've shaken it about, rebooted it 15 times, and tried to do all sorts of it, then you start unscrewing it and see how it works. And can I fix it, sort of thing? Nope. Yeah, I couldn't even. The plan was to order another screen, but the computer I had, the screen wasn't replaceable type. So that was it really. So
you've got a new one now.
Yeah. But basics of stuff. Stay informed. And stuff, create a plan.
Salvaging photos. I know I'm changing the subject slightly, but we can never sort of bring back photographs and memories and stuff like that. We're talking about
quite a common one actually when people's houses have been destroyed and they've escaped their lives. A lot of people say the one thing that was missed was the memories that were the built up photographs and stuff that can't be replaced really. So have a contingency for that if need be.
Yeah. Get them on USB, other information from books as well. Get them on USB as well as having sort of like paper copies.
Yeah, but start with the things that matter. Secure your place of residence to begin with. On a plan and so on.
Yeah, I agree. And food and water, baby. Yeah.
Yeah. Get some.
I agree.
Even if
I agree.
People have got to look at things in the terms of no matter what the event that happens is, from lightning strike to forest fire to earthquake to burglary, etc., etc.
Yeah.
Well,
nuclear war.
Yeah, most of these events, not all of them, will have some sort of common features. So that could be loss of power, loss of water, loss of gas, etc. And the knock-on effects from that. So increased risk of burglaries, for instance, loot and stuff.
Yeah.
So cover those bases as well. So reinforce your doors and windows. Get some security lights, some cameras. Door braces, change all the bolts in your hinges and locks and stuff like this. Reinforce the glass, as Bob's done.
Yep, I have done all that. Doors, windows, everything. Yeah, but
I would say they are the root things that really do matter to begin with. Arguable, but and then you can focus then on building up some sort of essential supply store, like you say, water. Definitely, it's a given. Some sort of water supply, water purification system, or ability to carry water from a known water source, and so on.
Water is crucial, and you need it because if you don't manage for a long time without water. So
Mhm.
The CR's put there pace. What's pace stand for?
You can survive 49 days without food. You can survive 3.5 days without water.
Yeah, I believe I sent out that video from that fella from South Carolina or from Helene, and he gave out a very good, comprehensive video about the aftermath of a hurricane, and great video. And he stressed,
oh
he
yeah,
says,
that dude.
He said that video went viral, and great video. He broke it right down. This is after it's all over with, and now we're having to live through power failure on and on and on. Yeah, but if you could, I'll see if I can find that video or not. But
Go find it. Please find it.
Yeah, I saw it.
Oh, you saw it? Okay, yeah.
I said find it. If you can, post it for us.
Okay.
You know what? Go ahead, Bob.
I just want to see the video. That's all.
What I prepare for is I have to narrow my thoughts and my emotions down to what I can control. Period.
Yeah,
Whatever's going on in other countries.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I still get up in the morning,
Hey,
have my
Mark.
coffee, smoke
Good
my
to see
cigarettes,
ya.
whatever. Oh, like that freaking raccoon just showed up. But
Yep, I'm here.
That's what
to
I
ruin your
focus in
life,
on.
Bob.
Since we got a new guy on the panel here, and
got
that's
wild
what I
animal,
focus in
wild
on.
animal loose.
I'm listening to you, dude.
What?
You finish.
Yeah. What?
I
Yeah.
want to hear this.
Yeah, what I can control, what's in my little square, that's what I can control. The rest of it, I just have to put it on disregard. And when I get overwhelmed with all the international blah, 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 I put on some music because I can only control my own actions. That's it. You know.
It's
Hey, Mark.
Good to see you, Chef Tech. Welcome to the panel.
Hey, sorry, I was unpacking from my Food Independence Summit trip, and now I come home to,
Right on.
honey, the washer won't spin. I'm like, great, good thing I bought 2 kits for hub kits the last time, so I was finished fixing that. I said, you might as well order 2 more kits, because if you don't stop taking change out of your pockets, this is going to be a monthly event.
Good save.
Changing those alcohol wipes, right?
No,
Mark?
just nickels, dimes, and the quarters don't go in the little holes.
Laundry.
They stand it up. It's such a pain in the ass.
It's I was watching a similar video last night. It's on Amazon Prime. It's about it's called When a City Falls, and it's about the earthquakes in New Zealand and the after effects.
Oh,
the people's stories. It's quite a good watch.
Okay.
Actually. So When a City Falls on Amazon, and it's quite good. Quite interesting to watch because it's obviously based in New Zealand, and interestingly enough, there was no outrageous crime, there was no outrageous looting, there was no looting, no crime reported after that. It was all community bonding spirit, and everyone came together. Everyone was donating food, water, goods to these central points. Volunteers were directing traffic, helping clear the rubble, and all this sort of stuff. It's
Hey, Mike. Good to see you.
interesting to watch and interesting to see sort of a different perspective of, a just sort of general perception. People will see that everyone's going to be running around looting things and robbing things, which is not the case in every scenario, really. That's what I'm trying to say.
That's the same thing that fellow who lived through Helene said. He said, it's all about the people directly near your home and community. Everyone just naturally comes together to help each other.
Yeah. In that sort of a scenario, if people know it's a sort of a localized event and there's very good chance that things will recover and the prospects are good, it can be a different story. If people know that it's going to be a longer situation and what is here and that's it, completely different. It's that could escalate into a different story.
And then the escalation in terms of like a very, very sensitive conversation comes to this. And I don't mind if people say I'm weird. but there is a lot, and I add to that, given my research, that certain events are fomented by the bad people, and even they control certain, or at least are able to steer certain weather events to their advantage. Does anyone here subscribe to those insane notions that I
What harp?
Yeah, I do to a point, but I don't think this is the platform to start discussing it because Jaron is in Sweden. So
Yeah,
I try to keep everybody steering clear from certain topics. To real love can attest to that. So,
notice how I tiptoed. That's why I tiptoed.
we sort of like skip on it a little bit.
Mm.
What I would say is, knowing what I know,
Like stop does, yeah.
knowing what I know about harp, my answer would be no. I don't believe.
The easiest way to say it is you guys all know it, but we don't want to say it. That's all. We're done.
Well, there is one thing I would like to add that I feel is very important. Was coming directly from that guy who lived through Helene. He said 3 days after the disaster hit he would sit on his front porch, and that's when he began seeing people who did not live in his neighborhood riding bicycles around. 3 days after,
Saw the same thing.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And he said that's why he had to sit on his front porch and keep an eye out on the place. And he also added in that every male he saw afterwards was armed. He said I guess he only saw one incident where there was a shooting at a gas station, but overall everybody came together pretty well, and helped each other. So.
Situational awareness is very good as well. Knowing your, the thing, your area as well, and being very careful. If you do have to venture out when there is certain civil unrest, just be aware. You might put yourself in danger.
Yeah.
Always try to sort of evaluate situations that you're in.
Situational awareness takes some
Yes, sir.
practice to get get good at it. So that takes a lot of practice because you need to remember how a certain person looked like and remember that, what color he had on his hat and what color on his jacket and what color on his pants and what kind of type of shoes he wears and if he carry a backpack or just a shoulder bag or
Is a guy, World Survivalist wants to know, can anyone join the panel, Shadow?
The color of his toenails, the color of his
yeah.
But you can't say if it was a black person, you can't say
I think the terminology of situational awareness has sort of evolved, especially in preparedness circles and security circles, because it originally was a term to use back in the sort of late 80s, 90s, when things like Blue Force Tracker was in use in the military and things like this. And it was basically down to where am I? Where is the enemy? Where are my friends?
Yeah.
That was sort of the basics of it. And it's like I say, it's evolved now into these sorts of security circles, and you could generally adopt it to general awareness of things around you and looking out for danger and stuff like this.
Is that what they taught you guys in other countries?
In what?
I said exactly, because in the United States of America, the term conspiracy theorist was actually created
by
the Central Intelligence Agency to label anyone who questioned the official story of the assassination of John F. Kennedy, the President of the United States. So what the CIA did, because they obviously killed him, is they created this mass terrible term, which back then they didn't even have internet. They only had newspapers, and libraries and teachers, public schools. So it stuck. So the term conspiracy theorist was actually fomented, created, and put out there by the Central Intelligence Agency to label people who dared to question what happened with the magic bullet of the assassination of the president of the United States, John F. Kennedy. That's a fact. That's not a YouTube me talking to you guys.
Yeah.
Me thing. That's just a fact.
Fellas, I just now pasted that guy who lived through Hurricane Helene.
Yeah.
Valuable information in that video. I think I sent it out to Shadow and a couple other people.
Yeah, I watched that
Brilliant.
video.
Yeah,
That was a
Brilliant
good one.
information. Yeah. I don't think I sent it to Chef Tech though. I don't like that damn raccoon. He's a
No,
pain
you
in my ass.
posted it on a feed that I snuck in on in the middle of the night and stole the link. Just kidding. It's like a strawberry.
JB, yeah, Chef Tech. He is a raccoon in disguise, and he raids my
whatever.
backyard. His son.
I'm not talking about anyone here. I'm just saying.
Well, you want
Oh,
to
no,
always
no.
put an airstrike on him.
Yeah, I did. I'm calling in.
Bob and I we go back and forth on the
We batter back and forth.
On me for that?
Yeah.
For stating facts?
Welcome.
Wait, what?
No, I just heard someone say someone put a strike on me.
No. Stop. Okay, number one, JB, you're on a telephone using a cell phone, and you're on speaker, so there is a big delay.
Yeah,
a lot of the verbiage gets cut out. So no, Bob put out a U.S. military airstrike from warthogs on me, the raccoon, for raiding the strawberries. It's a joke. So relax.
It's a joke. Take it easy, man. We're just playing. We're just playing.
Get a set of headphones. It will help greatly.
Because I don't smoke. Once I go back inside, I'll put some headphones on.
All right, just a second. Welcome to the panel, Alan. Good to have you here.
Hello.
Evening, guys.
Hello.
Or as what I am anyway.
He's listening to us go on about shooting raccoons and stuff.
I don't even know what a raccoon looks like. I'm assuming that's that little picture.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's him. Yeah.
Divers, yeah.
I love raccoons. I think they're cute, but I'd shoot one and eat one tonight if I could, but I can't because I'm in Massachusetts. I can't get guns. Anyway.
Oh, that's good for me. I'll be right there. Just kidding.
Are you someone here from Scotland?
I am, yes. I'm from Central Scotland. That's where I'm currently.
What's your name?
It sounds like it.
What's your name?
Do grab that video I posted in the side chat, guys. It's very informative.
Alan, can I just
it is.
Like the Scottish accent has always been so awesome. Like I really have so much respect for just the way that the accent sounds. It's like really one of the best accents out there, man.
I'm not aware of any accent. It's all you guys that have got the accent, not me.
I like this guy. I like him.
Talk like I'm from Boston. Park the car and have it yard. I don't talk.
Yeah, where'd you park? Where'd you park?
I love Scotland. I think Scotland's amazing. I love the UK, and I love the. Well, I don't love them like worship it, but I'm just saying, got a beautiful place, Scotland. You've got Ben Nevis. You've got some great scenery up there. You've got some great people, great history.
I am Scotland. I've got
they've got all those castles. Like you, Alan, on your guys' side as well. You guys have immense amounts of historical castles and landscape.
Rob Roy.
And see landmarks.
Yeah, certainly. It definitely has its moments. I actually was in the US last year, and it was funny. I was in a bar speaking to a guy about historical things, and he was telling me about this really historical building in the area where he lives, and then he eventually told me it was 300 years old, and I was like, my grandmother has furniture older than that. But
true.
Everywhere
has their charm,
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. And like JB was saying, if I was thinking that once, if everybody became a prepper in the world, would we have a need for the kind of government? If everybody kind of looked after their own sort of plot of land, their own environment, their own community. I mean, this is what these globalists have managed to take over our local councils. This is what really annoys me sometimes, that our local councillors are in on it, thinking that they might get a place in the bunker. All right, Chef, I'll stop there, Chef. All right.
And specifically, where are you located, just so I know what we're talking about actually?
What we're talking about skills and gear that truly matters.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's
Yeah.
highly dependent on the location as well. I mean, you guys have hit the nail on the head a few times about talking about your own situational awareness. And there's a few different countries here, I'm assuming. The UK is a very unique place in terms of what we have to do to prep and survive. We only have about, I mean, only from a food production point of view, we can only sustain only about, I think we get something around 70% of all our consumption comes from homegrown produce. And, you know, we're okay with meat and dairy, but fruit and veg is a no-go. If that gets cut off, you know, we're essentially 70 million people on an island slowly starving to death. And I just don't think people really realize how precarious the situation that is.
And that's where the most dirty word in my mental vocabulary is globalism, or any permutation thereof.
Send them off. Hang on, I'm the referee. Going to send off the globalist. You're fired. Red card.
So just hear me out, though, because I don't think you fully understand what I'm saying, or maybe you do, but I'm just saying it wrong. So let me just be very, very, very clear, is that I am not in favor of the New World Order. I am not because I know exactly what it is, and I know where it's going to be in 100 years, and I don't think that that's going to work. But however, if there was no centralized, horrible control over humanity, and you and me and everyone in this chat and our families and millions of people who think at least 51% plus like us just want to get along and just live, I think humanity would be just fine without the globalist Jew bankers. Oh, I said it.
Okay.
So if I can add something here quickly, unfortunately, the world works the same way that a game of Monopoly works. No matter how you reset the system, and we can see historically and geographically that the system itself, and when I say the system, the way that, you know, the world over, different societies and cultures that are living at present time in history, like this is not the first time that society has, you know, gained traction, and there's been some momentum. And whether or not you want to say how many times it's happened, there's absolute evidence within layers of rock where you can see that there's been different errors and that the world has been reset several times. So this is not made up. This is absolutely the truth, right? But now the statement that I'm making about it is that irrespective of what a person desires for things to be, no matter what happens, eventually what happens is power is centralized, and the economy and the wealth, no matter where you're sitting, eventually it's just natural that happens. Unfortunately, it's just more of a scientific fact than a social status or something that happens because of those reasons.
People are already in control. Like I said earlier, they're not accountable. All of us, you know, millions of people have just been killed in Ukraine and Russia. And, you know, who's accountable? You know, where is the world sort of like the world sort of joined saying, hang on, stop. You know, millions of people just died. You know, it happens over and over.
Yeah, we I think most of us here know this, that this is what's going on. We've discussed it many times. It always seems to edge in that direction of the topic. But, you know, our topic today is literally the skills and gear that truly matter. I don't think, I mean, understanding what's going on in the background, what caused us to be here. Sure, it's there. It's fun to know. It's good to know, but it's not really helpful to
but surely
through an event.
Information is sure, also
it's information, but knowing that bit of information is not going to help me get food, water, shelter, and so you know, I'm just playing the referee again. I'm like, I just want to keep us on topic here. Venture off into Never Land again and again. It's not never. I never want to talk about this stuff on somebody else's live stream because it's not my live stream.
Yeah, and JB, can I just say something to you, JB? It's not one particular people that is doing something. It's a lot of different. There's good and evil in all peoples. I'll just end it like that. It's good and evil in all peoples. Those that are corruptible and those that are not corruptible.
You sound like me.
At the moment, we you know, if we've got good kings, even the land will be happy. If we've got bad kings, the land is not happy.
Right.
And
Well, let me jump in here, guys. Okay, check my channel. I've been doing for real preparedness stuff for a very long time. I can show you multiple different ways of cooking off grid. I also have a water distillery to get clean water, no filters required, just heat it up. Different products are on my channel because I do take this seriously and to protect my family. But there's a lot of, please subscribe and donate to my Cash App. But there's a lot of information on my channel that will help you out.
I think if you had a family of 4, wife, husband, 2.4 keys on the dog, etc., all of a sudden power went out, toilets won't work, tap doesn't work. What do you do? Have you got water stored? How long will that water last for? Have you got the ability? You might have the luxury of a generator. Fine. Have you got the fuel to put in that generator? Have you got the oil to service it after 50 hours or 150 hours or whatever? But reeling back to the basics, have you got an independent off-grid cooker? You can just grab out the garage, put it into the garden or wherever, and start cooking with bits of wood. Simple
just
as
quickly,
that.
Go ahead, Prepared.
That was it. That was the main sort of point of that, right?
Yeah, Chris, I just wanted to comment on that specifically, right? So when it comes down to the factors that where people live currently and what they're faced with on a daily basis and what the regular scenarios that come up are, definitely kind of can, we lost somebody there, definitely can kind of point towards the way that a person preps and how they kind of live. I'll give you just a quick example as a little bit of an illustration, which is that we use a gas stove very often to cook. It's what we use as a fundamental thing. And as South Africans, because of our electricity and our electricity shortages that we experience very regularly, we are almost living in survival mode in a lot of ways. And our economy as well, being what it is absolutely horrendous. So being from a third world country, when it comes to speaking on survival, and when it comes to speaking on preparedness and, the skills and gears that truly matter, it's a way of life for some of us on a day-to-day basis. So when we're speaking from a frame of reference, when it comes to speaking about the cause of said survival states, that is why getting to the cause of it, when there are other conversations that never allude to the problems, therefore, we should be trying to focus on what is causing it and how can we potentially, on our own, be more self-reliant and efficient in these ways. So that's why I think it's brilliant that we've got the inputs that we do on this panel. And I think that having the idea of sticking to the skills and gear that truly matter as a topic is such a good way to just kind of, polish up on the things that we can share with one another and share that knowledge out to each other as well. So while I'm saying that from like a perspective of a survival type lifestyle, I definitely give a lot of credit to people that, will go out into the woods quite often. And over there with Chef Tech, he, showed a little bit of the footage of where he was last time there within the wilderness, a bit of a setup that he built where it's a survival cabin almost, and you're out in the woods. That is right there, the crux and the fundamental idea of survival should be that. How much time are you willing to be in the wilderness, and how much fun can you really and when I say fun, I really mean it. Like, do you enjoy being outside? Do you enjoy the wilderness? Are you capable of doing bushcraft? Are you capable of honing in on those self-reliant skills? Also, Alan, world survivalist, amazingly cute little dog you got there, brother. Well, brother.
Got a question for you, GP. Is so you get regular power cuts, which are they're coming. I'm assuming. What do you do when you get a power cut that you don't know, you're not expecting, and you don't know the duration? What's your sort of first things you do?
Well, the convenience is that because we're so used to it, I've been experiencing extreme power cuts because of being South African for the last 2 decades. We have had load shedding ongoing, and it's an immense impact on the infrastructure. What it also does is it ruins our economy. So any kind of small businesses that are trying to, and I'll answer your direct question here in a moment, any small businesses that are trying to get off the ground absolutely get cut at the heels, because basically what's happening is that amount of time throughout the day sometimes businesses will experience 3 different sets of load shedding, which is a complete power outage for 2.5 hours, several times a day. Now, if you're trying to run a small fish and chip shop, or if you're trying to do something like small carpentry work or something, and or handyman type labor work, and you consistently interrupted with these intervals of a reduced capacity to produce any electricity, there are measures, and that's why what you're saying is going to lead me to my point, which is that you always have to do everything. Like, even the way that you live in general, you rely extremely heavily on solar. My watch, for example, the G-Shock G6900, the solar watch that's got a solar behind the panel, having the capability for the solar, that also solar flashlights, just in case load shedding lasts for a complete day. I cannot explain to you what it's been like. I'll tell you a quick story that I've never mentioned online, and I'll end off my soapbox here in a moment. But my grandmother, who raised me, we called her Ma too, lovingly, Ma too, also a mother. She unfortunately had a really bad injury and a fall, because at night time she was in the kitchen and the load shedding occurred and she wasn't able to see, and she had a really bad fall. And because she was at the age that she was at, she went into a care home and her life ended shortly afterwards. The impacts that load shedding has, I can tell you story upon story of living in a survival state when it comes to how bad the load shedding's impacted us. And I'm not even touching on crime. I'm telling you that, like, in a survival way, the gear and skills that you have absolutely will keep you alive if you're willing to just hone in on them and keep them polished.
So what's your, sorry, GP, another question there is, what is your preferred method of cooking when the grid goes down?
So when it comes to any sort of meats, we really enjoy smoking meat over here and drying it with salt. So making biltong, which is the thing that we've mentioned here before, which is like dried beef jerky in a way. And then also cooking meat over the fire is something that we do all the time. Some families, even 3 times a week, they'll cook meat regularly over a fire. It's called a braai, same as a barbecue. And so if the grid goes down, whether it's up or down, we, as South Africans, are extraordinarily resilient against the nonsense of SHTF type scenarios, and we live in a survival state.
Is there any thing you do differently in the summer or winter?
We have all year temperate conditions, so no, we pretty much do the same thing irrespective of what time of year it is. In the winter, it does get a bit more cold, but not cold like you guys get. Anybody on this panel, you guys get way more cold than we do here.
What do you burn then? Do you burn wood?
Yeah, we do. For the moment.
So you obviously have a stash
wood and charcoal, yeah.
The wood's backed up there, ready to go.
So I want to find out about World Survivalist a little bit more. You are new on the panel here. Can you tell me a little bit more? I don't need to put you on the spot anyway, but give us a little bit more info about yourself. Tell us what you think your thinking is on some of the opinions and thoughts that we've been sharing. It'd be good to hear more from you.
Yeah, no problem. I was actually about to ask you a question there regarding Prepper, purely from hearing that you're from a South African perspective. It'd be interesting for me to know what you think of other countries' preparedness relative to the likes of South Africa, which you say is a very prepared mentality around that sort of culture in that country. Because I don't believe the UK is as prepared as somewhere like South Africa or Israel or large parts of possibly the United States or anywhere like that. But very quickly, just about me, World Survivalist, I've got a small YouTube channel. I don't consider myself to be a prepper, which is probably a bit odd considering recently I've been on these kind of chats and I'm involved a little bit in some prepper network forums and the like. But that's because I believe that survivalism and prepping are 2 different things, but they have a lot in common. And one of the main dangers I see from these type of communities is they tend to focus on their own little area of expertise. So survivalists tend to focus most of their attention entirely on skills in the outdoors. Preppers, from my perspective, appear to rely heavily on kit and gear and staying in one place and this kind of thing. And I really believe that you have to have a large overlap of the 2, to really see through most situations.
And I think that's why Jaron has a lot of us on here. My focus and skills is food. I mean, I was a chef and all that. Yeah, I was a tech working on cars, but my focus is on food. Do I have all the other skills and stuff? And I think I have enough to get by on in a situation. I venture into lots of areas. I just don't focus on one, which I guess ADHD has its advantages. I just need to finish a project every now and then. But no, mine is on food, and Bob's is on urban survival type scenarios, and PV is out in South Africa. He's got a whole different outlook on everything because of his physical location and what's going on around him. Same with me, same with Shadow, same with GP. Daryl loves in downtown London, somewhere England, and he's got his own share of things going on. And we all share our different stories about us and what we think works for us. Now, most of Darylov's stuff probably won't work for me because I don't live in that kind of environment. Some PV stuff applies to me because of that. Yeah, I make my own freeze-dried food because I have a freeze dryer. And
I learned.
Yeah, Mike from UK Urban Prepper keeps laughing every time I hop on his show. He's like, "You got to talk to," and I forget the guy's name because he wants one over in Europe, in the Great Britain somewhere, but they're just costly, prohibitive, or whatever, prohibitively costly. They're expensive. So, but I talk about it, and I like what I do, and I ate a lot of my own freeze-dried food at during the week because I just didn't feel like cooking in the brutal sun. I just heated up water, and we ate whatever meals I brought for dinner and breakfast. So, I mean, but that's what I like to do.
Yeah.
And that's where my skill set helps me, and I like to help others with my skill set, maybe give them some hints and tips. But I'm not shoving my skill set down anybody's throat. Because it's my skill set. It's what I need. It's what truly matters to me, which is, I think, why Shadow had this live stream. He's about to go, yep.
I mean, I think if we're just
last week, Alan, we touched on that a little bit where we spoke about, people that are survivalists and preppers, and
Yeah.
My train of thought there. Sorry, Bob.
I just learned from recently interacting with that naughty raccoon there about freeze-dried food, because all my food has always been canned food and dried food. But talking with him, how the benefits of freeze-dried food, I just bought my first bucket of Mountain House freeze-dried food. It's an assorted thing. It's expensive, but look, just talking with you guys on these panels, and my skill set in preparedness is this is a machine shop. I got a lathe and a milling machine and a welder and all that. I can make my own stuff. Just check out my channel. I don't. My channel's only monetized. I don't care if I make a nickel off my channel. I don't care. But I can teach you so much on how to do it yourself. Self-reliance is my big thing. Self-reliance. I even make my own potting soil right here in my shop for growing food or whatever.
Yeah, if we're talking about just the raw survivalism here, if we're talking about what gear can we use or what skills can we have just for pure survivalism, it doesn't matter what the scenario is. World War III, the zombie apocalypse, heaps, whatever. Ultimately, the only one thing that all of us have in common is, we're human beings, so we have the exact same needs from the point of view as we need cover of some sort. We need some sort of protection from the elements, no matter what that is. That's a whole category in itself. You can talk about the skill of building a log cabin all day, or the skill of constructing something in the woods, or fortifying your house. But basically, it's just cover. But that also relates to clothing and things like that as well. I think if you can break it down to the raw fundamentals of what survival is, you can build from there anything. So you absolutely need cover. You absolutely need, water and food are obvious. But human beings, like all animals, if they need one of those things, will seek it out, and they will find it no matter what. The other things. The other things.
Sorry.
I was just going to say, I mean, the other few categories just to pay attention to is, if you were to find yourself in the middle of a space in the world that you didn't know where you were, and it was a moderate climate, and you were fully clothed. Okay, you're going to need some sort of cover to protect yourself from those elements. You're going to need some sort of cutting tool. You're going to need some sort of container if you come across water. Otherwise, you're just going to be standing there next to a stream. You can't carry it anywhere. You need some sort of combustion device. And it would be handy to have some sort of cordage as well. That's the 5 fundamental C's of survivability. And those things are universal. Now, you can make them as big or as wide as you like, and there's another 5 you can add onto that, and then there's another 5 after that, which you can keep on going up and up. But by understanding those 5 categories, I think all preppers and all survivalists and all people should really take a little bit of note as to, if I was to have nothing right now, if my house burnt down and I was standing in the middle of the street and nobody was here to help me for whatever reason, could I survive? And then you move that on to, could I also make my wife survive, and my child or my dog, and those kind of things. And you build it up from there in layers. It's great to know all about freeze-dried food and things like that, because those are building on the skills further and further and further to give yourself longevity. That's the preparedness part of it. But the survivalist part of it is the fundamental, the raw stuff, and that's what I think. There's a lack of knowledge there, I think.
I think a lot of us up on here, not to learn a specific thing from a specific person and just focus on that. I do the same thing. Like before I started, I'm going to pick on freeze drying. I wanted one. I knew I wanted one. I just wanted to know more about it. So I started watching this YouTube channel and that one, and I'm learning things, and I'm listening to some of these guys going, well, that doesn't even make any sense. You're not doing this. You're not doing that. And I'm not going to get into details. And I probably watched 50 or 60 different channels with different outlooks so I could form my own scientific opinion and decide how I think it should be done that benefits me. So I mean, that's pretty much why everybody just sort of shows up here randomly in either in the chat or on the panel, not to shove my techniques and stuff down your throat, but just to say, well, this is what I do and it worked for me, but do your own research type of thing. And everybody has different needs and wants. Like I said, Durlov's in the city environment. I'm in a semi-suburban environment. PV's in South Africa. GP, I'm not sure where he is. Shadow Scouts somewhere.
I'm in England. GP.
So we're all in different environments. So cordage. I don't think. I mean, Durlov, maybe some cordage. I don't know, but I'm not gonna really focus on it. I have some. I know what to do with it, but. I mean, individual things, we keep picking on 5 specific items. Well, no, it's really, food, water, shelter. That pretty much covers it right there. Now, how you get your food, what you do to get your food, what you do with your food, what kind of shelter you make, whether you're climbing under a tree stump to stay out of the rain, or you're finding an abandoned basement or a railway tunnel to stay in just to stay out of the weather. I mean, everything's different depending on where in the world you are, literally, and even where in my town. I mean, it's all slightly different. So everybody's here to just absorb and try to formulate their own idea of what do I need.
Take little pieces from each one of you guys. I put it on a shopping list or a need-to-do list. But I want to do a shout out for a longtime guy here, Creative Redundancy. He's a Canadian gentleman. He's a for real guy. He will buy something, and like last summer, he did a bug out location. He bought his backpack, and this guy will teach you how to sew. He will teach you how to go packing stuff so you can go on a march. Check out his channel. I saw this guy, Creative Redundancy, pick up trash off next to a dumpster and pick threads out of it and sew up a pair of gloves. You get it? That's the kind of channels that I like. Someone who can start with garbage and make something that you can use.
Useful.
He's a good. I gave him a lot of hard time, but I got a mad respect for Creative Redundancy. Go take a look at his channel.
What I was going to say earlier on, Alan, and I just had a mind sort of like blur, was last week we spoke about how the UK. You was mentioning the UK preppers are a bit different. You mentioned America. You mentioned other places, I think, but we touched on it last week where we were saying how people here are kind of like in denial. If you tell people that you're a prepper, they think that you're crazy.
Yeah. In the UK, that's definitely still a fact. I mean, I think everybody in sort of prepper and survivalist type communities, if you want to call it that, have faced that allegation before. You know, I use the term survivalist kind of loosely because to some people that kind of makes you sound like the Unabomber or something, you know. Mm-hmm. And then when you mention prepper, people immediately imagine somebody in a bunker underground with, you know, surrounded by food. And we know that, you know, most of that's nonsense. It's really just a case of being a little bit more in tune with what's going on around you and taking it more seriously, because we live in a very precarious time. And the truth is, we always have, I believe. You know, we're under the illusion of somebody will come to our aid if you phone 999 or 911 or whatever number. You know, that's not always the case. It's just about taking your own responsibility for your own well-being and your family's own well-being, and taking it a little bit further, because you can't have all the skills. You know, there's no prepper in the world that knows every prep. There's no survivalist in the world that knows how to survive in every environment or location. Even me, I spend all my time in wilderness areas in Europe and the UK and places like this. Every time I watch YouTube, I learn something new, or I learn that something I've been doing has been the wrong way of doing it the whole time, and there's a much better way of doing it. You know, just quickly with something Chef Tech said there, when I was running through the sort of what I called the 5 C's, which isn't my concept. That's actually a survivalist called Dave Canterbury. Some of you might know how he's got a big YouTube channel. He came up with that methodology. There's actually he didn't invent it. Actually, there was another thing called the Core 4. Those are not 5 items. That's 5 categories. So cordage, for example, doesn't literally just mean a piece of string. That means snaring, repairing. It means nails. It means all that kind of stuff. You know, it's a broad category of all those things. It just gets you into that way of thinking. It's just an easy acronym to remember how to embody those, you know, methodologies.
Yeah, but certainly we're in the UK. We generally, most people don't sort of prep. They don't. I mean, back in the day, they used to kind of from seasonal, from summer to winter. You know, they might sort of like collect wood in the summertime for fires in the wintertime, and they might collect food over the period of months, whatever the summer, and then have store it for the winter. But yeah, generally, people in the UK. I mean, in America, you could have guns for defense. In the UK, we can have a 3-inch non-locking blade, but that's not for self-defense. Sorry, which I've got to catch myself there.
You're gonna just say it. You can only have a spoon.
Yeah, a sausage.
As long as that spoon is not for self-defense, because self-defense is actually almost illegal in the UK.
Yeah, even if it was a sausage, that would be seen as illegal in the UK. You know, yeah, sorry. I had to throw that one in there. Yeah.
One of the main ways I've noticed in the UK, the decline of people's preparedness, just in my lifetime. I mean, I'm 41 years old, but my grandmother, even my mother, when they did cooking, they cooked everything. They didn't waste things. You know, they would buy a joint of ham. You would have ham for dinner, but they would use the bone to make broth, and that would be, you know, the next day's soup, and there was very, very little waste. Now
then
everything's wasted.
The dog got the bone when it was all done, because there was nothing left for us. But the dog might have.
Yeah,
True.
absolutely.
Yeah.
But now we live very much in a society of, you know, individual packeted things, a lot of waste, a lot of process.
Everything fast food mentality, instant society, microwave, bing, remote control. People are too lazy to get up and turn the telly over. Yep, sorry, Alan.
Yeah, I mean, all those things. If you add on top of that nearly 70 years of relative security and complacency, and then you add on top of that overpopulation of the UK, or increased population of the UK, to the point where we are not an island that can self-sustain ourselves from a food point of view, or a medical point of view, pharmaceutical point of view, or an industrial point of view. The deindustrialization of places like the UK is astonishing, because we've offshored everything to places like India and China and places like that. The US has the same problem.
And they got all the cheap labor constantly coming. I was on the buses 20 years ago plus, and the wages is the same now. But yet rent's gone up, milk bread's gone up, everything's gone up, food's gone up.
It is a big, big mistake to think or feel or depend on government to come and save you. UK Prepper says 100,000 times, no one is coming.
They suck pennies where they can. If they see, well, there's 100 million people, there's 100 million pennies, they'll see that's money, they'll want it, they'll want it.
Put that into your mind. No one is coming to save you. Focus on what's inside of your home, what's under your control, and go to work. Don't sit around drinking beer, jerking off. Do something. Do something to protect your family, to provide for your family. And it's up to you. You can't wait for someone to go do it for you. Get your thumb. I've said it. I'm kind of a stubborn old man, but get your thumb out of your mouth, quit crying, and get busy.
That's right. Hey, Alan, I've got a question for you. Is there any sort of particular skill
Hey, Troy, good to see you, brother.
Good at? Like, is it like fire starting with a bow drill or anything like that?
I don't need a bow drill.
No, I was asking Alan. I was asking Alan.
Oh, sorry,
Bob.
Sorry.
Oh,
I was
sorry.
asking Alan if he had a particular skill that that he had or that he's been. Sorry, Bob. I was just asking Alan that question there. If he had any sort of particular skill or any particular piece of gear that makes it matter for him.
I think if you're just talking about fire, it's handy to know how to do things like have, friction fires with bow drills, or how to use Faradarian rods, and how to use magnesium or potassium panagonate and glycol to make chemical fires, and all these kind of skills. There's all these things you can learn, but in reality, learn how to use a lighter. Learn how to construct a fire in the wood correctly, so that with a single flame from a single match, you can get the fire going. Because there's no point in learning how to, start a fire with a chemical reaction if you then have nothing to introduce it to in order to get your fire going in the first place. So when I go into wilderness situations, if I'm not there purposely to practice a skill, sometimes I do go into the woods and just practice bow drilling, for example, but I'm there for that reason. I would never put myself in an environment in, say, Europe. I sometimes go hiking in Europe where all I have is a flint and steel and a bow drill in my pocket, because that would be irresponsible, in my opinion. I take a lighter with me. I take a Ferrocerian rod with me. I never take matches because, well, what's the point? I'll just, for the space matches fill up, I can take another lighter with me. And I take a means to get tinder going easily. I was listening to you guys earlier talking about some of the techniques that you use with Vaseline and tampons and all these kind of things. That's all great. I do something similar with, wax cotton discs and things like that as well. But I think there's no one item in survival in any wilderness situation that will allow you to survive there. There's items that you can have that will make your life easier, like a knife, depending on where you are. But it really depends on what it is you're there to do, why you're there, how far away from civilization you are, etc. So I don't have one item that I rely on, but I like to experiment and practice all the methodologies of survival. That's part of the fun of it as a hobby, because there's just so much of it. I can never learn it all. It's impossible.
What about gear? Something like, I mean, if I said to you one item that you would carry with you if you had to get rid of everything else, for me, something like a Leatherman Wave, for example. What would that one item be for yourself? What item would sort of truly matter for you? Well, you said it earlier. You actually answered it. You said a knife, a good knife.
Yeah, but I mean, it honestly depends on where am I. A knife isn't really going to serve me much use in some high mountainous environments. I'll serve a little bit, but I would rather have a shelter in that environment.
Yeah. Or the knowledge, because actually you just hit something really good there, because the Scottish was able to move around in those highland places better than anybody else because they knew the place. So the knowledge of the terrain is good to have.
Yeah, I mean, again, this comes back to a little bit of my concern with the mindsets of certain preppers community, or certain preppers in communities, or certain survivalists. You shouldn't get too hung up on individual pieces of gear. You need to really pay attention to the skill behind what it is you're trying to achieve. So there's a dozen different ways I can cut something in the wilderness without a knife, but a knife is a hell of a lot easier to use.
Yeah, the world today, everybody wants that instant gratification. What are my 5 items? What do I need? I want to be a survivalist. I want to be a prepper. Yeah. What 5 things do I need? And they list from everybody. And that 99% of that stuff is worthless to them because, number one, they don't know how to use it, but they have it. And number two, what kind of environment are you in? So this is the problem we always run into is, what one thing do I need? And what one thing would you take? It's like, I don't know. It depends on where I'm going and what I have with me. And you want me to keep one thing out of whatever I brought with me. I mean, if I'm in my car and you said, name one thing you take with you. And I'm looking around going, I'm in this type of environment. I'd be like, well, hell, I'm taking a serpentine belt off the engine. I can use that for about anything. That dumb stuff. But it's all on the skill level and where you're at and all that. So there is no one item. Yes, we have the 5. And I apologize for bringing up just cordage as rope and string. But yeah, I get it. You need stuff, but you can't carry all your stuff. And everybody thinks they're going to bug out to the woods and all that and disappear. And no. I mean, I look at this. There was some massive tsunami, say something cataclysmic or man-made, whatever happened in the Mid-Atlantic Ridge, and a 100-foot tsunami rolled up on the whole east coast of the United States and Canada, and also on the west side, on Europe and Africa. The first, mile or 2 kilometers of people are done. The second few miles or bunch of miles or kilometers, they're going to be hurting, but they're going to be needing help or needing to try to help somebody else. And everybody further away from that is going to be like, well, crap, I'm glad I wasn't there. So it's not, okay, a tsunami's coming. Well, I'm at 1,200 feet of elevation, about 60 miles from the shore. I'm really not that worried about it. And if I am worried about it, I'm not going to worry about it, because that wave will be so big, we're all dead. It doesn't matter at that point. But there's just, everybody's into the instant gratification of what do I need? What do I want? What can I have? What should I do? Just randomly learn new skills. Learn how to find something and utilize it to your advantage for whatever situation you wound up in.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely.
It makes it
thinking
sounds like
outside the box.
But yeah, it's not rocket science. It's just, I hate to say be a Boy Scout or whatever, but learn how to be creative, CR. But just learn how to work with what's around you. I mean, if you got nothing and crap happens, you need to learn. You need to just sort of look around, figure stuff out. And Jaron does these videos every week. And a couple of weeks ago, we did one on, what's your mental inventory? I drive around and see stuff all the time. Well, am I going to run, 20 kilometers to go grab something I saw? No, but if I'm nearby when something happens, I know it's there. I don't keep track. Like I don't write everything down. I just see what's around me all the time, understand what things are in certain places in general. So in case something happens, I'm there. I know I might be able to find this one particular item in this type of, a construction environment where probably won't be anybody around. So, but I don't focus on, okay, I got my rope, I got my hatchet, I got my ferrocerium rod, I got these 5 things. I can go out and live in the wilderness. It's like, well, there's really no wilderness around the living anywhere, except for like the woods, and you're generally not more than about 20 miles away from civilization of one way, shape, or form. So unless you're like out in the middle of Canada somewhere and way up there in Saskatchewan or that, then you're hundreds of miles away.
That's not always the case. That's not always the case globally. Like some places are absolutely far more isolated. I know that like in North America and Canada, most places are industrialized and built up, but there are places like specifically in my scenario in the UK is quite a large, actually in the UK with the amount of overpopulated areas, they're also experiencing the same type of scenario, but there's just a dense and immense amount of land around Shadow and myself specifically when it comes to like, the closest terrain where we'd be able to like go to civilization, where it's different for you guys, where there is like at least some sort of industrialized area at almost any point, no matter where you go across the countries.
Yeah, and some of those places may be 100 miles apart or whatever. And yes, like there are places that are that are barely populated. And if you find yourself in the middle of that location when something happens everywhere else, you're kind of on your own. So yeah, but what 5 things are you going to carry? It's I don't know. I usually just keep stuff in my car. So in general, I can at least either A, get home, 2 or 3 day hike, walk at whatever speed I walk at, which ain't that fast. And then, or if I know everything's pretty much gone, well, I got what I need to at least figure out what else I can do to survive longer at that intersection in life. But there's just so many things. We run down all the rabbit holes all the time, which we do, which is good. I like that. That's why a lot of people come here, is to hear about a rabbit hole I never heard about. And now am I going to prepare just for that one rabbit hole? No, but it's in the back of my mind, just like Alan said. I mean, you see things, what could happen, and then you got to adapt. Yeah. And adaptability comes with life experience. You can't just go to the store and buy it real quick with our innate desire for instant gratification, and that's what everybody wants. I'm going to buy the book. I'm going to buy the backpack. I'm going to buy the first aid
Take a
kit.
breath. Take a breath.
Sorry. Yeah, whatever.
Before I go into another coughing fit, I'm about to leave anyway. So, yeah, I mean, you know, it can be a bit precarious with people out there who are just completely unaware of what to learn, what to do, what to gather, what to buy, etc., etc. If in doubt, quite a few people have just all they've got is the internet, and that's it. And the luxury of buying things off of Amazon and stuff. Seek out some way of getting some sort of formal training, and that will start you on a path to realizing what gear to sort of scope out for your situation then. Yeah. Whether it be a bushcraft survival course or a dedicated preparedness course, although they're few and far between. Whatever it is, don't rule out some sort of formal training, online training even, that you can scope out. And otherwise, some people could be listening to some channel that's advising them to buy things that's in their interest and not the customer's interest, and before you know it, you just got a pile of crap surrounding you, and you've learnt the wrong skills, etc., etc. So anyway, I've got to split, and
okay,
I'll catch up with you all later on. Good to speak to you, Alan, and I'll catch up with you later, folks.
God bless you.
Take care, PV.
GP.
Well, bye for now. Bye.
Later, PV. Thanks.
I think if we're on the topic of individual pieces of equipment or items that could make life easier, I mean, there are just a few items you could get by with. And I would say, if you're going to buy a few items to practice wilderness skills or bugging out or whatever it is, choose wisely and buy one good piece of equipment for each of those categories. It doesn't have to be expensive. That's right. I mean, somebody mentioned the Leatherman Wave earlier on. I've got a Leatherman Wave. I think I've had that for years, and it's a good tool. It's nice and it's expensive, but to be honest, it's not. It's got a dozen different tools in it. I've used 2 of them, and those 2 aren't the best. Is it the best pair of pliers? No. Is it the best knife? No. Is it the best saw? No.
For years, and you know what? It's never failed on me. I've took it to Cyprus. I've took it to many countries, and it's been a fantastic little tour. I know what you're saying. There's nothing perfect out there.
Yeah, I mean, it's great. It's a great
thing. It's better than having nothing. And I mean, at least if you've got a choice to be able to have some things like you just said. Sorry, and you was about to say what you would have.
No. Really, I was just sort of making the point that something like the Leatherman, I tend to stay away from things that are multi-purpose. The Leatherman Wave is a fantastic tool. Leatherman's great. It's a great multi-tool. Right. But anything that's multi-purpose like that tend to has lots of points of failure. If you want a really good pair of pliers, you don't buy a Leatherman, to do that. If you want a really great knife, you don't buy a Leatherman for that. You buy a great pair of pliers, a great knife. That's where I was going with that. But what I would say is, I mean, you really only need 5 or 6 items if you're practicing wilderness skills in, say, a woodland setting. Buy a backpack first. That's what I would say. Because if you buy a huge backpack, you're just going to fill a huge backpack. So buy the backpack at the size that you need for your environment. I would say like 35 liters for most environments outside of the winter in most of North America and Europe and places like that. And pay a bit of attention to it. I mean, it doesn't have to be an expensive backpack. It can be an army surplus backpack for £30 and it'll be great. It'll last forever and it's really robust. Don't buy some flimsy £400 backpack from an outdoor store because some salesman's told you it's the best. It won't last as long and you're out of pocket. Spend that money elsewhere. So learn the skill slowly in safe places near to where you are, because there is this idea I think a lot of preppers have that they can build a great go bag and then go into these wilderness locations and somehow then just survive because they have survival items. It's not really how it works. And I implore anybody to simply go out into the woods for 3 days without any food or water, just with those items, and really see how it feels to try and do that. And I don't mean at the height of summer. Go out in October, go out in December, wherever it is you're from, and see what it's actually like. And after a couple of days, your feet are wet and you're cold and you're miserable and you can't get that fire going with your flint and steel, and you're probably on your way back to your car. But that's a learning curve right there to then tell you, okay, next time I do this, I need this piece of equipment, I need this skill, and then practice it slowly but surely. It's not a quick thing, Sorry, I ranted on a little bit. about different topics there, but that's my way of thinking with it.
I think I was trying to say earlier after I rambled on, sorry about that, is something that came up earlier. I'm not going to repeat it. You can't blame the history of the world for what's going on right now and get by on that. Yeah, you can blame it all you want, but it's not going to fix anything. So I just look at where I am, what I'm doing, what I need, and here I am. So
that's right. See our knowledge. Yeah. Being able to be adaptable. Yeah.
Yeah. Improvise.
If you can't adapt, you will have some serious issues.
Uh-huh. But yeah, I'm going to bounce out of here, guys.
Okay, Bob, no problem.
hey,
Yeah.
Bob, I'll harass you tomorrow night.
You son of a... You... You remember I got that A10 on standby for you, Mr. Raccoon. You better watch it, mister.
I'll try to pick a different picture to come on your stream just to mess your head up.
Yeah, I'll be going live tomorrow evening, 7 p.m. Pacific, if you guys want to stop in. Yeah. But take care, fellas. Time to I'm gonna go buy my wife a nice gift because two things. She had a horrible patient at work that was dying from rotting from the inside out, and she has to put her hands in it. And two, I got my first Social Security check, and yay! Now I've got a pension and Social Security, and I bought that new camp stove and some Mountain House. Yeah, so that's my world for today. I don't think about the past or what other people are doing. I think about what I can do to protect and provide for my family. So, peace out.
Have a good one, Bob.
Yeah. Later.
Take care, Bob.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think it's just getting a balance, trying to get a balance. It's also spiritual as well, trying to get your mind prepared as well, because, if there is no electricity, there is no gas, and all of a sudden you've got to do things like GP was talking about in South Africa, where he's already kind of using camp stoves and the basics. I've spent time as well, practicing using my camp stove. Can I cook a meal with it? Is it usable? Is the one I've got, functioning right? Practice with these things as well. So I think it's a bit of a balance out, Alan. Having some skills is good rather than no skills. I mean, if you're in a situation where you found a vehicle and you've got some knowledge and skills as a mechanic, for example, that will be like gold dust, because wow, you can fix the car, and you've happened to, different go bags are going to be different to different people. Someone might be a mechanic, so he might throw in a couple of spanners in his go bag just in case. Someone who might be a chippy, he might throw a couple of things, to do with chippy work, carpentry work. Someone else might be an electrician, he might have stuff in his bag that is, and then we bring these skills together. So that's what we're doing that's kind of what Shadow's kind of doing, bringing everyone together, sharing our knowledge, sharing our skills, ideas. Yeah. No one here is saying that they know anything better than anybody else, or they have a particular item that's better than anybody else's item. It's just, we're just sort of chatting about many different things and sharing our experiences, and it's good. That's why I asked you, is there a particular skill that you might like? I'm just asking sort of a little question. I haven't got anything I would say I specialize in, like, just being able to go into a forest and getting a bowl of salad from that forest, just from knowledge. I don't know. Maybe you get a few things, dandelion, stinging nettles.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it really is a case of improvise, adapt, overcome, and have a situational awareness to what it is that's going on around you. That's why prepping and survival, I don't think it can't be narrowed down to one specific thing or one specific piece of gear or one specific knowledge or skill or anything like that. It has to be broad. It has to be wide. That's why these kind of forums are important. I mean, I'm on the UK Prepper Network as well, and there's lots of people there on the Discord chat talking about all the different skills that they have. And all sorts of wild things I know nothing about. I know nothing about, you know, solar panels and battery storage and all this kind of thing, because that's never been my bag. I'm a wilderness guy, you know. I spend all my time outdoors. But I know I need to know these things because I don't live outdoors. I don't live in the wilderness. And 99% of all the things that are likely to happen to me in life from an SHTF point of view are going to happen in this the urban environment where I live. You know, I live in central Scotland. It's the busiest part of Scotland. You know, there's wildernesses where I am. When I say wildernesses, you know, the largest wilderness in the UK is not too far from where I live, but I could walk from one end of it to the other in a day. You know, so whether that's a wilderness or not, I'm not sure. But it's nice to know how to do these things. You know, I always question when I hear people say I would bug out to the woods. Why? You know, what's in the woods? Why are you going to the woods to survive in the first place? It doesn't make a lot of sense to that to me, unless you're on the run from the law or your country's occupied. There's very little reason to do that.
The city was on fire. Everybody's going crazy. You literally got to leg it out of the city, and now you're stuck in the wilderness.
Yeah, I mean, you could have that kind of way of thinking, but a lot of other people would find themselves in the wilderness as well. So you would find yourself in a crowded wilderness is what would happen then, you know?
If they manage to get out of the city, you know, because some people might be thinking, well, we're going to stay put in the city and just loot and do everything else what everybody else is. And then, well, you know, Sainsbury's is going to run out overnight. Tesco's is going to run out overnight. You know, there's going to be no more food overnight. Everything's going to get sort of ransacked.
One thing that I think is important for preppers to possibly look into doing, and some survivalists as well, is to look at not only just what's happened in history. You know, the Blitz during the Second World War in London, for example, when the city was on fire. What did Londoners do? How did they survive? How did they adapt to that? What's happening in Ukraine just now, but don't get into too deep into the geopolitics stuff about what Russian and Ukrainians military are doing, because that's out of our control. What are the people doing? What are the housewives doing to survive right now when their husbands are out fighting? How are they surviving with the power outages, the food shortages, and things like that?
A lot of people left. A lot of people left into neighboring countries. They got out. Many people, millions, got out.
It's always the case that if you're talking about an SHTF situation in an area that you're in, if the goal is to get out of that area and move away from it, that's a separate thing, because then it's about, well, how do you travel out of that area and where is it you're going? Those are two subjects in themselves. But if you're talking about survival within that area, not everybody can leave Ukraine. There's millions of people in Ukraine.
Right.
So my focus of preparedness would be, well, how do I survive if I'm stuck here? You know, if what happened in Ukraine happened to the UK right now, where could I go? I'm on an island. You know, we can't get off this island. You know, the boats are only coming one direction, and that's it. So I have to. I don't even think about bugging out of my country, even if my country was invaded. That might be different if I knew a meteorite was hurtling towards me and I had a week to get out. Yeah, I would do everything possible to get off this island in that case. But let's be realistic. You know, we're talking about occupation or more likely in the UK, which I don't think is likely, but like some sort of civil war, some sort of civil unrest that means that I have to relocate from my area. And there's been some cases of this in the UK, Northern Ireland, for example, where entire communities have had to be uprooted based on sectarian violence. So these things are possible to have happened in the past. But the way to learn whether you would be able to adapt to that is to focus on, well, what did those people do at that time, and learn from it. And there's countless examples throughout history and what's going on right now of people surviving and adapting and overcoming these situations. And as preppers and survivalists, this is the kind of knowledge we should be absorbing. Now, you can go and learn how to build a fire with a bow drill all you want in the woods. It's a great skill to have. I love doing it. It's a great fun. But in the real world, I'm never going to do that. You know, that's not going to help me if I'm under occupation of some description.
Yeah, we often talk about things, different things from dry freezing food that chef does to jarring food. We often talk about things like that, we don't off, we don't sort of always say you're going to bug out. Usually we say, first off, stay where you are. That's what sort of generally we kind of say, to sort of stay put in your, prep inside.
Yeah, I think homesteading, I think is a different category from prepping and survivalist. But again, that's one of those subjects that kind of overlaps. If I won the lottery tomorrow, I would become a homesteader. I probably wouldn't build a bunker. I would build a homestead, a completely self-sufficient off-grid homestead.
But somewhere.
Yeah, absolutely. But learning how to freeze dry food or tin food or canned food, those are the kind of skills that everyday people should be learning.
Well, yeah, I mean, our sort of grandparents were probably doing that, or great grandparents were definitely doing it. And I'm being from sort of Greek family. I remember times when I used to go to Greece and they'd be preparing in the summer when there's work. There wasn't work, and in the winter. In the summer there'd be tourism and stuff like that. So they'd be working while there's work available, and then they'd be sort of gathering food. Jarring stuff, all sorts of stuff, growing tomatoes as well in the meantime, as well as working and even collecting wood. I used to go in the garden, there'd be like stacks of wood everywhere. Like, wow. I was like, what's all this wood for? That's like for our fire for the winter. So that was their way of life, preparing. That was, everybody did it. Americans.
Yeah. Before supermarkets, there was, let me prepare everything I've grown and gotten from my neighbors all year long to make it through the wintertime because there's no fresh food. So, and I mean, our grandparents were like, they were the ultimate preppers. They just didn't know it, but they did know it. Because if they weren't prepared for the off season and maybe a bad beginning of the new season, they weren't going to make it because there was no Red Cross, there was no whatever agency to come help you because you ran out of food and you're hungry. You might be able to get something off your neighbors or somebody up the road, but that was about it. You're on your own. Now,
because it was common sense back then.
Exactly. That's what it was. Now it's like all of a sudden we're a fringe group because we're talking about, having food for 6 months. It's like, yeah, that's nothing new, but okay, if whatever you think. That means
we've lost a lot of that common sense. Open. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, in 1937 and 1938, Britain knew the Second World War was about to happen, and they actually came up with the idea of allotments all over the country. Every little nook and cranny of the UK at one point in 1937 and 1938 had allotments on it. Public parks, allotments everywhere. Every garden had allotments. So they would take entire streets and say, okay, you grow carrots, you grow potatoes, you grow Swedes, and then they would rotate it, and they would, as a community, from a street level point of view, they would have enough produce to get around, and they would share it in these little common markets and things like that. I don't see any of that in the UK now at all. And I very much doubt it happens in a lot of places in Europe. I very much doubt it happens in North America. I don't know why that is. So that's something to watch, I think, because those kind of drives, those kind of skills, they're a dying breed. I personally wouldn't even know how to do a lot of allotment type growing and things like that. I do a very small amount, but do I know the best seasonal times to grow every kind of piece of vegetables in my area? Absolutely not. That's a skill I need to learn.
It's almost like we've been uprooted, from where we naturally should be as well. A lot of people have sort of been uprooted from where they live just to go somewhere else to get a job in McDonald's, where they used to come from when they were from a village, and they used to grow their herbs and their tomatoes and have a farm. And this industrial revolution has got everybody out of the house, everybody working in the factory, no longer on the farm at home, and then over time, you've got a shop that makes bread, so mum ain't going to make bread at home anymore. We just get it from the shop. It's easier. So gradually, we've lost that skill. People become disconnected from the earth, from their villages, and they're all working in cities, and everyone's all in the wrong places, and families are separated, and it's just messed up everything. This kind of like, having this cheap labor economy in their minds is like, oh, well, we can make more money. The corporation, the globalists, we can make more money. We can become more, richer. And so, yeah, so people have been disconnected from the natural things they used to watch their grandmas doing. You know, those old school methods of, oh, you've got a cold or you've got a flu, just get a bit of garlic and rub it on your feet, and that'll absorb it and that'll chase out the flu from you. You know, people today want to go to a shop and buy some synthetic medicine, and it's all, yeah, we've been disconnected from nature. You know, whether it's purposely being done, because I've got to be careful of Chef here. If I say it's been planned, you know, have we been all taken away from our villages and we completely lost the art of, you know, like we said, we should all be preppers. Everyone naturally did it.
Yeah, I think it's something that's happened slowly over a period of time. I mean, there was certainly a point in history in the UK where, you know, feudalism, for example, where everybody was a sort of self-sufficient farmer in their own right, and their tax was a little piece of the produce they would, you know, make for their little community that would go, you know, to the lords and the landowners and such and things like that. And that's certainly changed. Industrialization changed that. And slowly but surely, as industrialization has become more industrialized and more technological, we're at a point now where people just simply don't have the skills to be able to do certain things. Because, I mean, I have a smartphone like everybody else. I have no idea how to make a smartphone. You know, I don't know anything about a smartphone. So this, it might be, this is the most sophisticated thing that a human being has ever had in their pocket when you think about it. I haven't got a clue how it really works. And an SHTF situation, that's a piece of junk. And, you know, if the cell towers are down.
Okay.
So I think it's about getting back to nature, and that's where survivalism, I think, could come into play. Get back to get connected with it.
Getting back to our villages, you know. I think, you know, bring back village life. Let's go.
I don't think we're likely to bring back sort of feudalism and bring back the small village, because there's just too many people now. It's about adapting to this new reality, though.
I think from the bad, it's going to come out, you know, the good. And in some ways, I'm not saying bring it on any bad. I hope, you know, it doesn't happen. But I'm just saying, you know, they may well go back to being small little villages again, little communities, having to help each other, like you said. You know, they're coming together. People like Bob said earlier, how there was a video. This guy made a video on how the local people around were helping each other. Don't wait for the government to come.
There was during there's a famous story during the Second World War in Poland, when the Nazis were occupying Poland. There was a group of people, I forget their name, maybe one of you guys knows who it is, but it was a group of Jewish people who went into the forests in, you know, Belarus and Poland and places like this, and they lived inside the forest in little communities. And they would actually do raids on railways and attack German areas and things like that. But they actually got to a point where there was thousands of them living in the forest, off the land, using old skills, and they had little communities going there, and it was proper medieval. But that happened out of course, absolute necessity of having to do that. These people were displaced and they had to go and do that. So it is possible, but granted, the forest they were in Poland is vast. And, you know, they had the means to sort of hide, and there was no such thing as thermal drones and things in those days. We live in a different time now, but you know, people do adapt and they do improvise to their surroundings.
Yeah, you're talking. Yeah, that's you know, today's technology is gone. You know, it's just amazing some of the stuff they got now. I mean, you know, you can't hide anywhere anymore, because I'm not saying you know, if you've got something to worry about, you know, if you've got something that you haven't got to worry about, you wouldn't need to hide. But I'm just saying, you can't get away from the system, the technology. You know, it's just crazy today what they can do.
Yeah, technology always advances. There are always, there will at some point be something to get around the technology. You know, I'm aware of some methodology for avoiding thermal imaging, for example. There are ways of doing it.
But say that, Alan, I was actually going to come on to that, and then you've just said it yourself. You know, like we said, the gear that truly matters. Someone might say, "Oh, you need this sort of advanced sort of jacket, invisible jacket," and then you as you might just say now, well, actually, you could do it with a foil blanket or an umbrella. Or a tarp.
Yeah, I mean, there are methods for avoiding it, and it depends on whether you're stationary or moving. You know, I know the British military used to use a system called Hasties, which, believe it or not, was a system of chicken wire above their head with, and they would put a tarp over that, and then they would put they would have sandbag material, like Hessian material, underneath that, and that would provide enough of an air gap where the thermal, you know, the heat wouldn't be detectable from aircraft. But that, you know, that in those days, you know, there was no small drones with thermal imaging and things like that on it. Moving from place to place, I've seen those videos of people with thermal, you know, proof ghillie suits and the likes, and they don't really work that well. They do a little bit, you know, but not great, I suspect. But if you're being hunted by thermal drones, then I think that's a situation that you would have to adapt to separately. And it will eventually all come out after the war in Ukraine and Russia. Some of the methodologies that the troops are using will come to light.
Oh, I missed the baking guy already. Dang. I should have showed up earlier.
Yeah, you should.
Hi, The Real. Hi, Alan.
How are you, Shell?
I almost forgot I was already following you. I was just like, the name sounded so familiar. I'm just like, wait, I am following you. I just haven't seen the recent videos. So, and I watched one right after the stream. I am probably the car kit one. I've already added it on my watch later. I'll be watching it after.
Yeah, I should really get some better videos up there. I haven't made many recently. It's the channels took a bit of a back seat, but I plan on doing some more serious videos, I think, in the near future.
Yeah, because I was just like, who's this guy? It sounds so familiar. I'm like, oh, wait a second. Now I was starting to remember it. I was starting to remember your channel now. It's been a while since I dropped by, so I'll make sure I drop by today.
Oh.
Give you some love over there.
Thanks for dropping by. You'll be one of the 4 or 5.
Oh, well, I mean, The Real and Shadow will be there like after, right? Right?
Yep.
Right?
Yeah. It's good to share ideas, and as you can see, we've got people from different parts of the world, which is fantastic, and it's good little, you know, stage set up where we can get together. Shadows, thanks a lot for putting it together again. So we're just sort of people from different places and just sharing different ideas. So it's interesting because people are in different locations. You know, some might be in a kind of a desert type situation, or some might be in a forest, some might be in the cities like myself and like yourself. You're in a built-up area, Alan. And, you know, some people methods are different. We might go shopping every week, you know, where other people in another place might go fishing for their food. You know, they might go
or foraging.
Yeah.
Or gardening, right?
Gardening, other methods. You know, we've got all kinds of people on this platform, and it's nice to share ideas and like we said, and
yeah,
it's good to have some skills. Like, you know, like CR's got good methods. You know, taking thread from something else and then reusing it is fantastic. I mean, some people don't know how to sew a button on a shirt anymore, or that maybe they never knew for a long time. But can you button a shirt? Can you put a button on a shirt? Can you alter trousers? So it's interesting. CR does all kinds of things on the channel.
I appreciate that, real. And just to add to that, when you can't buy or find something, you don't have to make it or repair it, right? Because unfortunately, in today's society about like single-use, disposable, and all this stuff, you know, sometimes, you know, oh, it's cheaper to buy a new one. That's if you can actually buy it or find it or something like that. When you can't, you gotta go back, well, old school and repair it and try to fix it, right? Because in the past, right, like during the Great Depression, medieval times, right, people learned to do with what they had or use what they have to make it work, right? Like I've been watching videos about this kind of stuff because like That's literally what survivalism is, right? They literally went through it, right? It wasn't called bushcrafting. It wasn't called prepping. It wasn't, right? It's just survival, right? Because they had to. Because they didn't have a choice. It was either that or, well, not make it.
Yeah, definitely.
So that's why I've been watching that kind of stuff more and more and trying to learn from these ideas, right? Learn from the past, right? Because these things help people in the past, right? Like the food preserving techniques of the past, right? That some of us forget or haven't done or never learned when we were young, and now we're just rediscovering it. You know, like drying stuff and smoking something. Dehydrating, fermentation, pickling, and all the salting and all this other stuff that, you know, that's like a foreign language, right? Because the convenience of a refrigerator nowadays, right? But when you don't have that in a power outage, right, or something like that, you got to resort back to something else again, right?
Yeah, one of the great ways of learning a little bit of self-reliance or self-preparedness is to really, I've said this a couple of times in a couple of different ways, but study the history of the people who came before you, where you're from. You know, it was where I'm from in this part of the UK, people lived wilderness type lifestyles right up until, you know, fairly, not even past medieval points, but till relatively recently in history, people were living without electricity and without power off the grid.
Yeah.
They were living off the resources they had around about them. And there's not a wild amount of resources in the UK, but there are seasonal resources, especially from coastal points of view and things like that. Yeah. So if you study the methodologies that ancient people or people even just a couple of hundred years ago, how they got by, that puts you in a good stead for survival in your area. It's important to do it in your area. There's no point in, you know, me learning how, you know, the Aborigines in Australia live day to day, as fun as that may be. You know, the UK is not Australia. You can pick some areas that are very similar. One of my favorite resources for learning survival skills are looking at what the North American pioneers did, you know, when they were, you know, the frontiersmen, the mountain men, and things like that. Yeah. Because they were true survivalists. They would literally, with what they had on their back, advance a certain amount of miles, hunting, trapping, and building shelters along the way. And then they would build a little settlement, and then they would use that as a hub for the beaver pelts and the things that they hunted, you know, going back. You know, they would trade that stuff back in order to get some resources going forward. And they would always advance a little bit more and a little bit more and a little bit more. That's a fantastic survival resource to learn if you understand exactly how these pioneers did that in Canada and some parts of the States and things like that. And probably every country has, you know, native, if you want to call it, a native old way of life. That native old way of life, which is, I would say, anything pre-industrial revolution. Because that's really what we're talking about. How do you survive pre-industrial revolution? Because if, you know, the big bombs come or the zombies attack, that's the kind of, we won't be in the Stone Age, we'll be pre-industrial. So forget about, you know, 1,000 years ago and look more at 200 years ago type thing, 300 years ago.
Post-medieval time, right? With just a bunch of plastic around too. That's pretty much it, right? That's pretty much it. Medieval time with a bunch of plastic around. So.
But, I mean, people are adaptable. A homeless person on the street is a survivalist.
You got to be willing to adapt. You got to be willing to accept the information. You got to be willing to, like, do these things.
Yeah, well, it's the old adage, the old saying of most people in the wilderness, you know, who are lost, don't die of hunger or thirst. They die of, you know, they die of shame, because they just sit down and die because they just think, oh, well, that's it, I'm screwed. I'll just sit here at this tree and hope help comes.
You have to have the willingness. I mean,
you have to have the get up and go. And there's countless stories.
There's plenty of stories. You can look here on YouTube, like over on the Wonder Channel. I always mention it every so often. The show I Shouldn't Be Alive. It's a reenactment for what it is, but the story itself to remember a lot. Like, I used to binge watch it all the time just to learn from how other people dealt with a situation like from, you know, you're lost in the middle of the woods in the wintertime with like a snow machine with your daughter to like you just broke your leg and you're like 100 miles, 100 kilometers away from civilization, right? What do people do, right? Like, yeah, these people have some gear with them at times, right? But that doesn't necessarily mean survival, that you'll make it, right? Gear doesn't equal survival.
Yeah,
right?
we were
The
talking a little
skills-
bit earlier about that. Yeah,
Yeah,
definitely.
the skill, knowledge, and experience. Knowing the land, knowing what you can use from the land. Like, for example, there is this one episode on that this man and his daughter, they middle of the winter time, I think it was like December or whatever, they went on a snow machine, right? Something happened or whatever, it fell in the water, right? So they're wet, cold, right? The guy had a lighter, right? And they're burning their map and stuff like that. One of the first things I thought of was just in terms of just looking at it, like just the knowledge of learning, understanding, hey, I can use the sap from this pine tree and add it to the map, said map or paper, and maybe it'll burn better. For example, right? You know, just the knowledge of like understanding. It's like, oh yeah, there's this thing called fat wood, right? Later now, whatever you want to call it, that could be useful right now. If I can find it, it'll help.
Yeah.
So instead of just burning the piece of paper like a flash tinder, it'll burn longer and hopefully dry you out or whatever, right? That's the first thing I thought about. Like, yeah, that would be pretty important to understand. Even if you don't use that kind of bushcrafting kind of thing all the time, just knowing it or being able to do it or rely on it or in time of need might be beneficial, right? Instead of freezing and shivering and all that stuff, right?
Yeah, it's about a particular kind of mindset. I mean, that's kind of why I put out that short video about the kind of preps that I have in my car, because you'd be amazed how many people every year die in their car from exposure because they've went out in a snow blizzard in their car, but they're wearing flip-flops and a t-shirt, and their car breaks down in the middle of nowhere and they have no phone reception, and they think, well,
or some sort of
what do I do?
accident, or let's say the snow, right? There's cases, examples of, let's see, in the U.S. that'd be I-95, if I remember right, 24 hours on the highway, right? I mean,
yeah, I was in the middle of that one.
Yeah. Well, just to even say something else here. Remember, Mark, that story you told me about that campfire? Those people that wanted to start a campfire, right? Like, I've seen people,
the one at the campground, literally
yeah.
holding a match to a log, and they're staring at it like it was going to magically burst into a campfire, and it just killed me.
Yeah, like I've seen people. When I go camping, other people I've never met before, but they're even with a lighter, modern day tool cycle lighter, right? Sticks, and they're having a hard time, right? And what I did was, with a simple tool, like a cutting tool, I made some shavings. I increased the surface area, the knowledge of fire likes surface area, right? The secret to fire is usually surface area. Give it a lot of air and all that stuff, right? Even if you have the combustion of like a lighter, right? Doesn't necessarily mean you'll get fire. Yeah, you have sure flame, but that doesn't mean you have sure fire. If that makes any sense, right?
Yeah, that goes back to what I said earlier about having the knowledge of how to sustain a fire, how to build a fire correctly before making that. If you got one match, there's no point in striking it and then looking for wood.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, learn how to build the fire first.
Yeah,
and that goes down to everything about. It doesn't even have to be wilderness stuff. You know,
preparing
I mean, your car for a trip, you know, or whatever.
Yeah, because like I was saying to Mark before, like imagine if they're looking that they're just camping. Because if that was real serious emergency situation, sorry, I think you'd be screwed. Or, you know what I mean?
That one literally put me in a position of, do I want to feel sorry for these two young kids who looks like went camping for the very first time to go out and do something in their tent? Or do I want to sit here and videotape this and just post out there, this is what our society has come to? And believe me, it was a struggle mentally to not just sit there and record them. I never recorded it. And my daughter was like, just go. I'm like, yeah, okay. So I just
You're going to help them right there?
Log and help them out. And they're like, oh, thank you. And then two logs, they just sit there. And I blew on it a little bit, got some flames for them. And they had their happy little campfire. Then they went in their tent and I had to listen to that noise for about 12 minutes. And they went,
Yeah.
So I'm like, okay, that's all you wanted to do is have a campfire. Say you went camping, went in a tent, did your thing, woke up in the morning, threw your crap in the back of the car and left. That's fine. I was there for 2 weeks, so I can deal with one person, people coming in and just leaving. It's like, here, just go away. You do your thing, go away. I don't want to sit here and laugh all night long or cry because this is what society has come to. People just have no idea.
Yeah, it's about the knowledge. It's about passing on. I mean, we've all been there to some extent. I mean, I first started going camping in my sort of local woodland when I was maybe 11 or 12 years old, and I remember taking piles of my mum's magazines with me, and I would scrunch them up into little balls, and I'd have a huge stack of them, and then I would use an entire.
Oh, well, that's perfect. That's prepping. That's prepping, right? You're preparing it in advance, right?
Yeah, but it was thinking back, it was terrible, but you learned better ways of doing it.
I mean, like when I go camping or whatever, there's always this kind of, do you got any cardboard? Like something like that, right? But again, if you don't have that resource, what else is available, right? Like, is there something local, or is there sticks on the ground, or is there random paper flying randomly in a bin somewhere, or something like that, right? And understanding that, the spider and this block of wood are not just magically gonna combust and do all this stuff. I'm probably gonna have to do something.
Or do you even need the fire in the first place? I mean,
exactly. Exactly.
There's plenty of people who go to these places, build huge bonfires, and what's that for? It doesn't serve any survival, practical survival purpose. So you can't cook on it. It's the middle of summer. You don't need it for heat. What's the point of it? So it's about having the right kind of skill for the right kind of situation, the right kind of, and then you can fine tune it all the way down to the pure necessities. I like to have a fire when I go into wilderness situations because I like the coziness of a little fire. Do I need a fire? Usually not these days, because I have little stoves and fuel burners and other methods for heating up food and water and the like. So I don't really need a campfire. But if it was winter time and I was in a woodland for an extended period of time and I didn't have a shelter, I would have to have a fire, because that would then become my only means of warmth. And then it's important to know what kind of fire you have, because that's a very different kind of fire from a fire that you cook with.
Yeah, exactly.
Or a fire that's just there for the sake of, looking pretty. It's a very different kind of thing. There's lots of different kinds of fires.
I totally agree. Yeah, do you need a small one or something to survive with? Like, actually survive, right? Like, legit survive with. Because it's like well below freezing, and you're shivering, and you're wet, right? Even Shadow, remember that story you told us before about, like, how you needed a campfire started? You were with other people or whatever. I remember that story now. It reminds me of this story for you. This is where you say yes.
Wait, were you asking me or Shadow? I didn't hear
I
you.
was asking him. Remember, he said this story before. I remember. I thought you were here with us, Mark, where he was talking about how he got wet or whatever. He couldn't start the fire on his own. He needed people that were with him to help him start it because he was shivering. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that canoe accident.
Yeah, right. That's the time, right? That's the time you need that fire now, and it's got to be big enough because you're shivering, you're cold, you're wet, all this stuff.
Yeah,
right.
that was not a fun experience, and I don't want to be there again.
Yeah, that's the time, that's the time you want to be using that lighter ferrocerium rod and not relying on a bow drill or friction fire, right? I wouldn't even rely on solar, I'd be like, oh, I got a lighter.
Hey, Mother's Garden Club, good to see you, ma'am.
Hello, my nerve. That's the time to pull out all the stops, right? That's the time to bring out your con balls with acetylene petroleum jelly or something like that, and stuff like that. That's the time to really try, right? Pull out the stops.
Yeah.
Because you're not quote unquote bushcrafting or training or camping, so to speak, right? You're actually in a situation that, if no one else is here, or let's just say some canoe accident or whatever, right? You need it now, right? Like even on that show, I Shouldn't Be Alive, I've seen this episode where this canoe episode, right, or or whatever, virtually they lost their canoe, their survival kit, their backpacks, right? All they had on them were the clothes on their back and what's in their pockets, right? They were lucky. I think they had either matches or a lighter and some sort of cutting tool, right? I mean, yeah, it was tough, but they still made it through. But it's because, not just because of the gear, but they knew what to do with said gear, right? They knew, okay, you got to dry out their clothes, right? They're lost. They don't have transportation back to civilization, right? And, and they're injured and all this stuff, right? So
yeah, this is the forward thinking. This is the, if you're on a canoe trip and you haven't, if you're on a canoe trip in a cold environment and you haven't prepared yourself for the possibility of falling in cold water, then you have to have a word with yourself, because that's almost inevitable going to happen at some point. And you should have things in place to allow you to be able to very quickly get out of that water and put on some dry clothes that you've pre-prepared in such a way that it can fall in the drink and nothing will happen to it. You should have a surefire, something on you, surefire that
Yeah, not just in your backpack. Yeah, something. But if you lose that backpack because the water or whatever washes away, you still got something, like say, in your vest, in your pockets. Maybe you planned ahead for an alternative or contingency plan where it's like, oh, your laces have that ferrocene rod on them too, like, just in case. So if you lose your backpack, you still got something on you, right? Not keeping all your eggs in one basket, as they say, right? Because, if I was in that situation, I'd be like, okay, maybe you wear that ferrocene rod around your necklace or whatever. You got the shoelaces. You got tinder in your pocket that's zippered up, sealed in a bag, you vacuum sealed with a lighter. So you have a sure flame, tinder that will be reliable enough and stuff like that, right?
I've actually travelled in some places. There's some places in the far north of Scotland that in the winter they have these bothies, which are like, cabins, I suppose, that anybody can use, and you could travel from one to the other. But the more prepared ones in the more remote areas in winter, if you go into them, what you'll find there is pre-prepared wood, pre-prepared fireplace, and you'll actually sometimes find a box of matches with the matches stuck out of it, so that if you have cold hands, you don't have to fiddle around. All you have to do
pots
is
and pans, containers, metal
everything's
containers.
Sort of there.
Yeah,
and
maybe except for food.
Well, sometimes there's food. Sometimes people.
Yeah. Well, sometimes they're using them for hunting purposes, so they just got scraps left over, right?
Yeah. Usually it's people who are on hikes, winter hikes. They go to these bothies, and what they tend to do is they leave behind the things in their pack that they haven't got around to eating. They've took 5 days worth of food. They've realised they don't need that much, so they leave behind for the next person. It's also kind of good etiquette to leave a little something behind, especially if you're going to use something like firewood. It's a good idea to then go out and see if you can prepare some firewood. Most of these bothies are stocked. Nobody's cutting trees down, or they shouldn't be. somebody's coming and stocking them periodically. But that's about it's the forward mindset, though.
It's wood already.
I'm going for a bathroom break. I'll be back.
All right.
But yeah, I mean, definitely what you were saying about sort of cold water canoeing and things like that. You should have a little bit of an idea about what could happen. What could happen if this happens to me? And you can, spread this out across pretty much any survival situation, gameplay in your head about what the worst case scenario is.
Yeah.
People getting wet and cold and survival situations seems to be one of the main things that people succumb to when it comes to dying in the wilderness. They die from exposure, basically. And it's usually because the weather's got to them. They've got wet, and then they realize they're a bit cold, and then it gets dark and they're hyperthermic. And it really doesn't take much to die of hypothermia. Even in places like the UK, it happens. People in the UK die of hypothermia.
Even in the summer, it's possible.
Absolutely.
Less likely. Less likely because it's slower compared to like the winter time. But if the conditions are the perfect storm, as they say, wind, you're wet, it's cold in terms of like cold wind, cold water, right? You'll start to sap the energy out of you. You'll start to lower your core body temperature, right? Where you're reaching that 95, 35 Celsius range, and then you're not thinking straight. You can't do these simple tasks that you usually would be able to do easily, like strike a light or use a match, even put on dry clothes.
Yeah.
If you had it, right? Because
I mean, well, try and do this when you've got ice cold hands. You just move your thumb, your finger.
I've tried that once. I've tried this once before. I have it as a video where I tried. I did the hand submerging thing in ice cold water.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why I did it in minus 24 Celsius, minus 1 Fahrenheit. Yeah, I tried that. Even for a couple minutes, and I was just like, I had to will myself to do the pinky foam test, right? And, I didn't use a lighter. I just used sparks, right? And now it was in a control setting, by the way. I did it relatively safety of home, right? Because I'm not just going to go into the woods and just randomly do that, right? That'd be irresponsible, right?
Yep.
I just wanted to see how it felt like, right? And you don't realize that shock value. I'm like, oh, then it's just like, then the numbness kicks in, right? But I'm like, oh, now I understand, right? But one of the things I learned from that is that what not a lot of people say is that the longer you've been cold, the longer it takes to warm back up. Like what they say about you're cold to the bone, you're literally cold to the bone. Like even in the video I showed, I had a little fire. I warmed up my hands to a certain degree, but it took me another hour coming back inside to get my hands back to quote unquote a normal state again, where I felt like, what, right? And that's something you don't learn until you experience it, because not a lot of people mention it. It's just like, people forget that it takes a little bit of time to warm back up or cool down, depending.
This is the thing about having an external heat source. So a lot of people don't really realize when they think, oh, well, I've got a great sleeping bag. It's, it costs me a lot of money, and I've got this thermal blanket and all this kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
If you were by yourself and you had the world's greatest sleeping bag and the world's greatest thermal blanket, and you submerge yourself in cold water to the point where your core temperature is at a point where it struggles to recover, even inside your sleeping bag, wrapped in all that stuff, because there's no external heat coming in to build your core temperature back up, you're relying on your own body core temperature building itself back up, and it's doing that by trying to take resources from food and water and things like that. And sometimes you're not able to do that. You can literally freeze to death inside a really warm sleeping bag because you physically can't get yourself heated back up again.
Because you lost your internal heat source, and so now you need an external heat source like fire, or let's just say if someone else helps you.
I mean, somebody else is heating up a tent or something like that. I know soldiers and things, when they go on these Arctic expeditions, they train beforehand by submerging themselves in cold water, and then they go into a heated environment where they bring their core temperature back up. They learn how to remove the water from their clothing by rolling in snow, and how to pack their equipment correctly so that they can get into dry clothing, etc., and bring themselves back to a standard where they can self-sustain themselves with their own heat. Those are important things to know. A lot of people,
sleeping bag cold is like your furnace in your house died because you have no fuel left, and just wrapping the furnace in a blanket. It's not going to spontaneously get hot.
Exactly. Yeah.
If your internal furnace shut off, you're pretty well in deep crap.
Another thing that a lot of people make mistakes with as well is not realizing just how important losing body heat through the floor is. Everybody seems to imagine having a big blanket or a cover over the top of you is what you do. I would put that underneath me. That's far more important. That's far more important than having something over the top of you, because you're going to lose a huge amount of heat through there. I mean, some people will say it almost sucks the heat out of you. That was
sleep on the sleep system or whatever, right? Sleep something on, under, and over, if I remember. Isn't that how it goes? I don't remember. On, over, and all this stuff, right?
Don't skip out on the mat. Don't skip out on the floor mat. That was a lesson I learned the hard way when I was a kid.
Even in the summertime, I mean, it's still possible that for your body, the ground, the earth itself, the ground, the soil, or whatever, to hold the heat away from you, where you become cold. And let's remember, anything underneath a sleeping bag is compressed, which means that it loses all its heat retention properties because you've compressed the insulation. Yeah, your top might be warm, but your back's cold.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, just going back to the sort of skills and gear, actually, talking about this just now, I would say that if you were going to practice bugging out into wilderness scenarios and things like this, focus on winter environments. Focus on building getting equipment that can sustain you in winter environments in the location that you're in. And go into winter, do a bit of camping for 2 or 3 days in a wilderness area in the winter, because you'll realize that you can't do a lot of foraging in the winter. You know, there isn't much to forage most places. And if you can deal with the cold and climate conditions of winter, then the summer will probably be a lot easier. You know?
In terms, yeah.
I mean, it's far easier to survive in a summer wilderness than it is a winter wilderness.
Yeah, understanding like if you had to do that kind of stuff, it might not be sunshine and 70 Fahrenheit out. It might be windy out. It might be kind of not so pleasant out at times, right? Because you can't pick the time, right? You don't know how the weather is going to be at that time. Hopefully, ideally, you would plan ahead and be like, okay, you know, I'm not done bug out in the middle of like -40, you know, but hopefully it wouldn't happen like that. But let's just say if it's just below freezing, right? You got something to help you out. You know, the skills and knowledge to keep going, right? You know, the things like you're supposed to do or not supposed to do, as they say. Right? Bless you. She always sneezes.
Yeah, that's the missus who's sneezing.
Yeah, I already know that. She's always sneezing. But you know. But when you're cold, that's nothing to sneeze about.
I suppose these same principles could go over to urban type prepping as well. Whereas, you know, prep for the winter. Prep your household for the winter conditions. Because that's the point where if something really goes wrong and it's deep winter, there's not a lot of light outside, nothing's growing in your garden, you know, your heating isn't working, your power isn't good. If you've prepared for that, then if something happens in the summertime, you know, you're a little bit more prepared, I would say.
Yeah. I mean, understand, like, learn from, well, the people without home, the homeless people, right? I actually do follow someone that's actually in that situation, right? And one of the first things I asked them is like, hey, did you drink something today? Did you eat something today? All right. Are you cold? Are you wet? All right. Because where they live, I've heard this and I've seen, well, I haven't seen it, but, you know, they share their story about like, they're like, oh, last night was so cold, you know, and they're like FML, right? You know what that means, right? So it's just like, you know, and stuff like that, right? And, you know, they're on the ground, right? And I'm like, and, you know, I've mentioned things like, you know, trying to stay off the ground, right? Stuff like that. This is why I show certain little things. Like last winter, I showed this DIY seating pad, and I mentioned to this person before, and I've shown it in the video, right? This DIY seating pad, I can sit on snow with it. That's how good it is, right? Like, and I'm still warm. Obviously, because my body's radiating out heat, right? Obviously, if it was cold and wet, might be a different story still, but, you know, that helps. I mean, that's just something I picked up and start to add in, right? Because I learned that a long time ago. It's like, yeah, don't sit on the snow. Don't sit on the snow. Or actually, on a cold bench or like something like that, right? Because the conduction will just suck the heat right out of you and you'll feel cold. Right.
It actually reminds me, I had a conversation with a homeless person once, and it's amazing. Cardboard, everybody makes the sort of, you know, the observation or sometimes the joke that, you know, you homeless people living in a cardboard box or sitting on a cardboard box. Cardboard is actually a fantastic insulator. It's an incredible insulator and very, very good for especially concrete surfaces. And it does actually provide quite a good, if it's dry.
you have to keep it dry. That's the only downside.
Actually, they're actually also very good as ready-made shelters as well, because, you know, if you've got a large dry cardboard box, you just put a polyfeed bag over the top of it. I mean, that's going to you'll get a couple of nights out of that probably.
Yeah,
so there is a little wisdom in that.
Yeah, because the cardboard has flukes in it, and it has air channels in it. That's where the heat basically because it's dead airspace, right? So obviously it can block wind, a little bit of insulation compared to just a tarp, for example, right? You know, tarp, you're not getting a lot of insulation out of that, right?
Yeah.
Now,
I could see people in the comments talking about wool and things like that. Wool's a fantastic thing to have, especially in wilderness. I think if I was preparing bug out kits from scratch and I had limited money, I would look at things like wool blankets that have got at least 70 to 80% wool content, because even when it's damp, even when it's damp, wool still provides a bit of insulation to the cold. Not a lot. It does remove some of it, but you know, it's pretty good. Especially in high humidity sort of environments, like the UK at certain times of year. Yeah, they're pretty good.
Yeah.
Mylar blankets, I'm not a fan of Mylar blankets, actually. I find them very limited.
It depends. It just depends. They're not a silver bullet, even though they're silver at times, but they're not a silver bullet. And understanding that the limitations of the gear too, right? That's another thing, right? Gear is not a silver bullet. There's going to be some form of limitation to it of some sort, whatever it is, right? A lighter can get wet, matches can break, or, you know, you break the head off the match head, right? Or something like that. Even space blankets, right? You know, like someone else here in Canada has said before, they will reflect heat, they will block wind, block water, right? But you're trying to get as close to it without directly touching it, because you can still conduct the heat away from you if you're directly touching the Mylar space blanket. It works better if you get as close as possible without touching it.
Yeah, they're one of those things that, I mean, because they're so small
I've tried that
light,
in the winter. I've tried that in the winter, and just like, yeah, I was warm, but my hand that was directly touching it was cold still, because the conduction overrides and overcomes any of the heat reflective properties of it.
Well, you can see it on, if you ever watch YouTube videos of people using it to try and cover themselves from thermal imaging, which was something we were talking about earlier. People who put Mylar blankets in front of themselves, the second they put their hand on it, you know, you can actually see the outline of their hand instantly almost on the Mylar blanket. Because it goes straight through. It's
because it's usually it's not. Yeah, usually it doesn't have insulation backing it up. And remember, a Mylar space blanket is basically aluminized plastic. Well, or aluminized coated material, right? And aluminum is metal, and metal will conduct heat. That's why it works like that, right? But because that's why they say to get as close as possible without directly touching it, like in terms of your skin, right? So you have barriers like gloves on or something still, right? It'll work better that way, generally speaking, right? If you just like not directly touch it, but it's as close to you as possible without directly touching it, because the conduction will override that heat reflectiveness properties of it. Right?
They have their use, and like I say, they're small and they're light. I think I do include one in my. I put a survival kit video together once, and I think I do have a Mylar blanket in there. I think I'd have to go back and look at it, because it's not something I've ever used, to be honest. In fact, the only time in my life I've ever had a Mylar blanket on me was when the fire alarm at my local swimming pool went off and they hand them out. You know, and you're standing there in your swimming trunks, and they give you a Mylar blanket, and you feel a little bit kind of warm for a little while. Because your core is warm, that's why.
Exactly.
You just came out of hot water, really.
Yeah, I mean, but I tried it when it was below freezing, right? Just slightly below. Well, I think it was like 0 Fahrenheit, 17 Celsius. But
I think if you incorporate it into a larger system, like a sleep system or a shelter system, they have their use there as well.
Match it with a real blanket or a wool blanket or something dry like that, extra clothes or whatever, then it's not be working that much better, because now you have the heat reflective properties, the windproof or waterproof qualities of the Mylar space, but you have insulation backing it up, so you don't directly touch it. If that makes sense. All right, and you combine it together, right?
I do actually have a Mylar bivy bag now, thinking about it, which I would incorporate into extremely cold sleep systems. But the primary reason I use that isn't for heat necessarily. It's actually as a vapor barrier, because it's important to have a vapor barrier in a sleep system in very, very cold conditions. And those Mylar SOS type bivvies are excellent for that. You know, they really
I think
they really hold
the
in.
Mylars work if you're fully clothed, and it helps reflect,
Dry.
and you're not absolutely frozen with hypothermia. It'll help maintain the body heat because of, and they say it's reflective properties. I'm like, no, it's like laying your tarp over a grassy area in the morning. It's just going to fill up with moisture because it just traps everything because it's basically plastic. Or
yeah,
Mylar.
like I said, aluminized plastic. That's what it is. That's how it's made.
That's why it's great as a vapor barrier if you're wanting to use it for that sort of.
Yeah. You know, if it's raining or something, you're gonna do much better with it. Really, probably because you're not gonna get wet. Yeah, I've tried a space blanket even in the summer, like where I'm reflecting the sunlight away, right? And it actually does help. I was actually surprised how well that worked.
Using it as a means to prevent the sun going on you, you mean?
Well, because remember, it's reflective like a mirror, right? So I'm reflecting a lot. I'm creating shade and reflecting that solar energy, solar thermal energy away from, let's say, the spot I'm under, right? Now, obviously, and I tried this out. I was just like, I stick my hand on the outside. It's like really, really warm. My hand's on the inside. I'm like, oh, that's so much cooler, right? And I'm just laying there. It's like 30 Celsius, 86 Fahrenheit outside. I'm just like, I think I had a thermometer inside, and it said like 24, 75 Fahrenheit. I'm like, oh, well, it's definitely cooler. I mean, obviously, if there's a breeze going in, then it'll help too, but it's just kind of, it's just like, like I said, just reflecting the heat away, right? Because so I'm using it for the opposite reason, you know, not to contain the heat, but to deflect it away, reflect it away, right? So. You know, and I'm on the ground, touching the ground to conduct the heat away from me too, right? So, you know, stuff like that.
Yeah, the shiny properties of things like mats, you get you know, these closed cell foam mats. They've got the shiny surface on one end and it's slightly dull on the other, and they always make a point to say make sure the shiny end is up, so it sort of bounces the heat back at you. I've always been very skeptical of any actual scientific knowledge behind the reasoning of that, because surely if it's facing down the way, it's still, you know, your heat is very unlikely to go through the closed cell foam. And even
Hey,
if it did,
Susan, good to see you, man.
it's going to hit the reflecting surface down there anyway. So, you know, I don't really see the logic behind that, but you know, I've got one of those mats, and I do always put it shiny side up just in case. So,
I mean, even my little DIY seating pad. See, I have the way I showed it in the video and me using it, right? This was like, because and I appreciate what Bob said earlier about me, but all the resources that went into it, I just found them off the landscape. Pretty much trash, quote unquote, right? Byproducts of everything else, right? In an urban area, for example, right? This is just, what was it? A Ziploc type of bag, resealable bag, gallon size, foam insulation, the flexible kind, right? Chip bags for like Mylar, right? Combined them all together. That's all I did. So I get it's dry insulation, and I have some quote unquote heat reflective qualities, characteristics with it. You know, and obviously the thicker it is, it works better. But the lower the temperature can be.
Yeah.
Because you get that R value, right? I was, like I said, I've sat on top of snow ice with it, right? My butt's nice and warm. But obviously, you know, I'm relatively warm, right? I'm not wet and cold and freezing. You know, but still, I'm still off the ground.
Oh, do you know a fun fact is snow is actually also a very good insulator. Believe it or not.
Providing you're not directly touching it.
Yeah, because I mean, when you think about it, it's mostly air. You know, so if you
igloos, for example,
and things like that.
Igloos. Yeah, right. Igloos are a prime example of that, right? Yes. Because air is a good insulator, right? But water will pull heat away from you.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. That's why, you know, I appreciate what Bob said earlier, right? And just say that.
I suppose the air will pull heat away from you pretty quick as well. I mean, that's
Well,
where
to
wind chill
certain,
comes from.
well, I mean, it's slower compared to like
Hey,
something like
it's
water.
good to see you, man.
Welcome. But water will, or metals or something like that, will conduct heat away from you much faster than air can. Even something like metal, for example, conducts heat away from you much faster than water, and water will conduct heat away from you much faster than air can, right? And then if you combine it with stuff like windshield, wind, that's a bad recipe. When you're wet and cold, and it's windy, and you're touching the ground.
People actually get hypothermia down in Florida, where the water temperature is like 78 degrees, because they're just in the water for like 6-8 hours. They don't get out, and they don't know they have hypothermia. They're not really shivering. They sort of are, but they don't know why, because
the water is
78. It just lowered your core temperature down to like 80, and they don't understand it. Yeah,
like anyone that
sucks the heat out of you.
Like anyone that's been like lost overboard or whatever, there's stories about that. Like, the first couple hours it's not so bad. You keep treading water, but when you've been in it longer, it starts to pull the heat away from you where it neutralizes, balances out the temperature, so you become like the temperature of the water. And then the temperature of the water is 75, 24 Celsius. It's going to start to, drop towards that temperature, because it'll even out, right? It'll even out the temperature, right? It'll balance it out, right? It'll pull the heat out from you, That's why when these people are found, usually they're shivering a little because they've been in the water for that long, where it's 6-8 hours, right? Day or whatever, right? And you're tired and exhausted from treading water, right?
Well, as you're getting tired, the heat is slowly being extracted. Your body's doing everything it can to continue to make the heat, but your body eventually runs out of the fuel it needs, or just can't use it fast enough to offset the temperature. So, you can get hypothermia in 85-degree water.
Yeah,
period.
where the heat loss is greater than the heat generated or produced. So, if you get a +1 and keep getting a -2, well, eventually you're gonna lose, right? Because the math doesn't work out that way.
That would be awesome, Susan.
Where the heck is High Country Homestead that they're going to get snow next week? We're hitting the high 90s here, finally, over here on the East Coast of the United States.
90 Fahrenheit is 32 Celsius, by the way.
Funnily enough, as you guys were talking about temperature and Fahrenheit, I was Googling on my phone. I have no idea about Fahrenheit. I'm Celsius for everything, I'm afraid. So,
Oh, don't worry, Alan. I got your back on this.
Sorry.
Whatever this guy says,
hot here.
When you say it's like 90 degrees, I'm thinking, God, these guys are in like near boiling water. What are they talking about?
Yeah, in fact, 100 is water boiling. That's 212. Yeah.
Yep.
Welcome, Tim Riley.
It's certainly, I would say it's certainly more difficult to survive in colder climates than it is hotter climates, even if you were comparing sort of, cold deserts to hot deserts, for example. I would always rather be in a hot desert than a cold desert.
Antarctica or the Sahara Desert. I mean, both would be serious enough. I mean,
because those are two extremes, it would really come down to the exposure. So if you're standing in the middle of the Sahara Desert in the middle of the day for 3 hours with no shade, you're probably going to die. The same as if you were in the high Arctic for 3 hours in the middle of blizzard.
Pass out.
But I mean,
come to it.
Generally, I would probably still pick the Sahara over the Arctic desert if we were talking about a desert scenario, because the heat.
If you can find shade.
If you can find cover to see out the daytime in the Sahara, then it becomes about water.
And
it's all about water in dry
evening.
deserts.
Yeah.
But there's no water in the high Arctic either, really, in a lot of places, because that's why it's a desert. Everything's also frozen. It's quite difficult to actually melt, ice and snow when you don't really have an external means to do that. If you try and use your own body heat to do that, all you're doing is robbing your own core. So it's always prepare for the coldest climate, I would say. in any one area that you're in. I mean, I'm not sure where it is you're from, but Canada, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
It can get pretty cold there. You know, a lot colder than it can in the UK.
Oh
so
yeah,
that's-
I've seen -40 / Fahrenheit here.
yeah,
I
the coldest.
I know. Yeah. So
The coldest
I mean,
the UK has ever been is, I believe, -27, and that was on a mountaintop in Scotland.
yeah.
That's the coldest ever. You know.
Yeah, so I mean, like, and then you start adding in like windshield, the wind, you know, and all this other stuff. It can get pretty brutal for what it is, right? Especially if you're not prepared for it, not dressed well for it, don't have an external heat source or whatever, right?
Yeah, I've been to places where it's been -40 Celsius, and it's a real shock to the system to feel that kind of cold if you're not used to that kind of cold.
Yeah, I mean, like things around here, let's just say during New Year's time, New Year's Eve, right? Events that go on in the winter time, right? Well, sometimes it's not always warm or less cold. Sometimes it's actually like -30 Celsius, right? So, yeah, they have these warming centers or whatever for people, but everyone knows to dress for the weather. Dress because you're going to be outside for a while, right? Let's just say you go, some of these events that happen during the winter time or whatever, right? Even in let's say a football stadium during the winter, right? It's snowing outside. You got to dress for that, right? You got to dress for that, you know? Like even my little seating pad would help. If you're sitting in the stands in a football stadium, at least your butt would be warm, right? Because, you know, the seats are pulling heat away from you, right? You know, you're in the middle of the stands, in the middle of the air, right? Up higher, too. So the wind can go through the stadium and all this stuff. Or go through the neighborhood that you're in, watching the fireworks during New Year's Eve or something like that. Right?
Yeah. And people dressing inappropriately, incorrectly to the climate they're in. That's another symptom of our sort of society. Is even here in the UK, it can be the absolute depths of winter. It can get to sort of -10 here, relatively easy in central Scotland, and you'll still see women in miniskirts on nights out. You know, just freezing cold, waiting for a bus at 3 o'clock in the morning, because they would rather look good than be warm.
Well, I mean, you can still look good and feel warm, right? I've seen our videos where they show like, you know, leggings or thermal leggings or whatever, right? And you know, there's like really fancy scarves or nice looking jackets that are so warm, right? I mean, like you can still look warm and be looking nice, right? But there's a point where, you know that it gets cold here in Canada, right? You might, you know, oh, this is your first winter? You might want to get some, you know, hats, toques, beanie, whatever you, watcher's cap. I forget what is there, you know, gloves, mitts, and stuff like that. You might need them, you know, just so, you know, like I've said to people, frostbite bites. Oh, it stings. Just thinking about it makes it feel bad. But yeah, it sucks.
Yeah, there's definitely a climatic change, I think, going on as well in a lot of places that might.
Yeah.
Some people might find that slightly difficult to adapt to as well, but that's another thing that we should prep for. And
yeah, because this stream is about what's important, right? Right. Well, to me, that is the important thing, right? Because it's an eventuality. I can't dodge it unless I move somewhere else or whatever, right? But it's just like anywhere in the world, right? There's these natural things or man-made, whatever, that are almost seasonal, right? It's June time, right? Between June and November mark is hurricane season, right? For you guys in the U.S. Down south. Yeah, right? It's an eventuality. Maybe it doesn't hit you this time. Maybe not even next year, but chances are within a lifetime, you'll see something along the lines of that. It's just like if you live here in Canada, yeah, even if you live down in Ontario in southwest Windsor, right? Yeah, the temperature is warmer compared to like west in the Arctic in the territories, but it can still get below freezing, right?
Yeah,
it's just
you might get a tornado. Unlikely, but you might get one.
Oh, actually, you know what? Ontario has received a tornado in September before. Even this area that I live in it's possible, right? Is it possible? It's rare, yes. It's not 0%, right? It's rare. It doesn't mean it's not certain, but it's not uncertain. It's just really, really rare, right?
When it comes
but that's why I'll plan for, like, let's say a storm, power outage, something like that. Or for me in the wintertime to be like, oh, cold conditions, because it's an eventuality for me at times where a storm knocks out power, or let's say rolling heat wave, right? We had a heat wave back in 2021, like this big heat dome that kind of covered most of North America, right? 5 provinces wide, 4 time zones, right? And during this heat wave, one of the things I was thinking, I was like, there might be a rolling blackout or a rolling brownout, right? And sure enough, it actually did happen. Now, it was just a couple hours, minor inconvenience, right? I mean, like, really, it did barely inconvenience me. Like, basically, I had to take a shower just to cool off, but I was using a solar light. But that was just a minor inconvenience. I was ready for that, because I was just like, with so many people using AC or whatever, fans or whatever, I'm like, surely this could happen. And sure enough, it did. Luckily, it was just for a few hours, right? Where I saw everyone else outside, right? I was just like, just minor inconvenience, right?
Interesting.
I was kind of more ready for it.
Interesting thing about heat. There's actually a heat. There's a little bit of a heat wave going on in the UK just now. It's only meant for a couple of days, and there's actual heat warnings out for most of the UK at the moment. But we're only talking about, I think the highest temperature today was, I believe, 32 degrees Celsius in the south of the UK. It was about 24 degrees Celsius here in central Scotland, which for this time of year is above average.
That's
but
75 Fahrenheit.
Yeah, they actually said on the news, though, that 500 people a year die from heat in the UK.
Exposure.
I find, or heat-related illnesses is what they say. That I'm not entirely sure where they get these numbers from, because I can't imagine anybody dropping dead of the heat. I think possibly they were talking about older people, have other medical conditions, and just the shock of the heat or whatever exacerbates their already existing illness. But heat is a very dangerous thing as well. The UK is famously not a particularly hot country, although it is technically a mild country given its latitude. But yeah, 500 people a year. I was shocked to hear that figure. That's from the UK government statistics. I was just going to ask, actually, as well, Chef Tech, do you come from an area where there's tornadoes?
Well, we've gotten them. I'm not in I'm on the East Coast. I'm about, I'd say 50 or so miles northwest of the center of all of America's problems on the coast. They have a big white building and monuments and that. Yeah, we've gotten a few tornadoes here. Most of the time, we get what they'll call a downburst or a gust-nado, which is like a horizontal tornado. We had a couple of those, and it just wipes stuff out. I mean, you hear it coming like a freight train, and I've heard it twice now, and it's like, are you kidding me? They're right. It sounds like a freight train coming at you. And all of a sudden, everything is it's like a wave of debris just blowing at you on the horizontal ones. And you're just like, oh my God, you stand there in disbelief for about 1/10 of a second before you dive for cover. Tornadoes, yeah, they're mostly Midwest, central of the country, but they do venture everywhere else. And they're just more prevalent. You only hear about Tornado Alley, which is from Texas up to Minnesota and Ohio and all that. And that's most of where the tornadoes happen, just because of the way the air masses meet. But no, we get them here too. And we'll get tornadoes during hurricanes, because the hurricanes, when they come up the coast, I mean, they're pumping out some serious winds, and it'll catch a low or some weird thing. But all of a sudden, you got these little mini tornadoes spinning up everywhere because of the reverse rotation of the air and stuff like that. But, oh yeah, we've had tornadoes come whipping through after a hurricane or during a hurricane. They're not like these giant F5 you hear about that wipes out like 3 complete towns. I mean, literally wipes them out. They're gone. We don't get them. I've never seen one that bad on the East Coast, but I've seen the path of destruction of them. And,
I mean, always found that the thing that fascinated me about tornadoes in the States is last year I actually did I did Route 66 on a motorcycle last year in the United States in May.
Really?
So right across the whole of the country through the south, and it was kind of tornado type season. But the thing that struck me the most about the areas I was in, Texas and Kansas and places like that, was these places get these tornadoes, but their houses to me looked very flimsy, made of wood, and they had roofs that could blow over. And I always wonder, why are they not made of bricks? I mean,
we often ask that because it's cheaper to build out of wood and sticks than it is to build out of bricks and blocks. So it just is. I mean, and even the block buildings and that, they'll take their share of damage. Roof lines and that'll tear off because you can't make the whole roof out of stone. You could put a metal roof on there, but it's still secured with wood or beams or whatever. But those tornadoes, they will tear things apart, and they'll take a standard 2x4 and literally go right through a cinder block wall like a spear, because those things are traveling in the hundreds of miles an hour, and just the flat out inertial force, it'll go through the cinder block before the wood starts to splinter. It's just, it is what it is. So it's like, okay, am I going to spend this much money? Most people, they have tornado shelters. I mean, it's basically a little tiny underground bunker. And you're not going to bug out there for very long, but you're going to bug out there when a tornado's coming, because you might come out of that little hatchway and look, and there's no house left. There's no neighborhood left. There's no town left. It's just debris everywhere with, things hanging in whatever trees are left. I mean, it is actually frightening and brutal. Yeah. And everybody's like, why would you live there? It's like, well, that's where the jobs are. That's where the farms are. That's where whatever is. And that's where they live. So,
yeah.
I mean,
plus it's quite a large, the Tornado Alley is quite a large expanse
it's huge.
of a country.
So, I mean, your chances of getting hit
small
by a tornado
area
directly are not high, but they're not zero.
The funny thing is, when I was on that motorcycle trip, I videoed this. I should actually post it at some point. But we got the tornado alert on our phone for a tornado in the area, and we were on these motorcycles. We had nowhere to go, and we found this, like, I suppose you would call it a gas station or a petrol station, but it was disused. There was no use. It was just the cover, and we went under there purely because there was lots of hailstones and rain.
Yeah, those are actually more dangerous because
they were
not
huge.
Supported by very much, and the old abandoned ones, they're abandoned for a reason. And you're underneath there. Yeah, it might keep you dry in the rain, but the wind does not blow down. The wind blows sideways, and it just rips those things out of the ground like a sail.
We ended up not actually seeing anything. It wasn't even that windy, but it was kind of ironic that I remember, being under that shelter with my friends saying, for years I've called myself a survivalist and prepared and planned for things, and I could end up dying of a tornado here in the middle of the United States because I've got no way of avoiding it on a motorcycle. A Scotsman killed by a tornado on a motorcycle because he was unprepared.
In Tornado Alley, but was a survivalist. He did great in the woods, but not necessarily on the flat plains where you could see forever, and you can see the tornadoes coming there. I mean, literally, unless it's nighttime. If it's nighttime, you don't see it.
Well, I tell you what, and we stayed under that shelter for about 40 minutes, and we did actually see 3 cars go past us, and every one of them stopped and asked us if we wanted to hop in the car and go further down that town. And we actually said no every time. We just said, we'll be fine, because we don't want to leave the bikes. We're good. We'll see it out. If we see it coming, we'll ride off or something.
We'll ride the opposite direction, hopefully. Oh.
I think you actually get tornadoes in other parts of the world as well, but they're incredibly rare. So I'm not aware of there ever been one in my part of the country. I think you do get them in the UK, small ones. You get water spouts and things, and I think there's been some very, very minorly destructive ones in the past, maybe 30 years ago or something. But quite a rare phenomenon, I think.
87, we had one, a hurricane.
Oh, is that the one that the weatherman famously got wrong?
Michael Fish.
Yeah, that's him. Yeah, I remember hearing that story. He told everybody to not worry about it. There was no such thing as hurricanes coming. It was all good.
I'm dying. Yeah.
Well, lucky for us here where I am, we don't have tornadoes, but we get hurricanes. Those are not fun either.
You get hurricanes, brutal storms. I mean, it all depends on the climate and also the terrain. Like you don't get. We rarely got tornadoes in like the Appalachian mountain chain where you're between like 7 different mountains, all different heights, all different angles. The storm system may pass over, but because of the terrain, the way it breaks up and messes with the upper atmosphere and all that, it's rare you ever get a tornado there because it can't really happen. That's where we get the horizontal ones where it'll hit the top of a mountain and cause all kinds of turbulence. And it'll come rolling. It's like a backwards rolling pin coming towards you. Should be going the other way, but nope, it is coming towards you, and it's flat and level and usually a mile or so wide. And it messes stuff up, but it's very quick lived. You hear it coming and it's gone. But it'll do some damage pretty quick. I've lost a couple trees and stuff to them, and the typical couple shingles and a whole bunch of table umbrellas on my deck.
Yeah, we get storms in the UK, but they're not particularly severe. We had one this year. It knocked a few tiles off my roof. I actually knocked one of my chimney pots off, and I do remember saying to the missus, if that chimney, they're pretty heavy. If that had hit you on the head, it would probably have killed you. So you do get people every year die in the UK from high winds, but it's usually trees falling on cars because they've decided to go to the shops. Even though there's a high wind warning and they don't think anything of it, and then a tree lands on their car.
The widow makers.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
And remember, even gale force winds can cause debris to fly or branches to fall, right? It doesn't necessarily have to be in that hurricane tornado strength type of wind speed of, over 100 kilometers an hour. Yeah, well, I've been asked before. Because I do a lot of outdoor wild camping in Europe as much as I can, and some areas that do have some better wildlife than the UK, bears and things. I've been asked before, what scares you the most out in the woods, and it's always the same answer I give: is I'm afraid of trees falling on me. That's the one thing that concerns me. That'd be unexpected,
more than anything
right?
else. I'm not bothered. I'm not concerned about bears because I've put precautions in place to, avoid that as a danger. But a tree falling on me, that's a harder thing to avoid.
If you're camping in a tent, it's where you set your tent up or wherever you're sleeping. Make sure there's nothing over top of you or nearby that's going to blow sideways or come straight down and just spear your body to the ground.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or knock you out. Right?
Yeah, rock falls as well. It's amazing how many people in Scotland I see building tents, pitching their tent next to these hilly sides with rock scree all over the place because they think it looks pretty. They're up in the Glencoe Mountains and they're like, I'll put my tent here. Those rocks fall all the time, because they have there's huge landslides in Scotland, and they can cover entire towns. They're so big. I mean, that doesn't really happen because they don't build towns there nowadays. But I've seen some rocks the size of houses rolling down the side of hills before because it's been raining. And those are the kind of dangers I think people neglect when they go into wilderness areas. They're so focused on things like bears and wild cats and wolves and aliens. They forget to realize that the real dangers are the trees and the rocks and the rivers suddenly bursting their banks and things like that.
Yeah. I could, Alan, I could just see you saying something like, "Oh yeah, it looks pretty unsafe."
You'd be amazed how many people die because they pitch their tent in places they think just looks scenic. It's just like the phenomenon of people dying from selfies, because they're leaning over a waterfall. Or I heard a story recently about a similar survival type YouTube video where this guy, I think he might have been in Sweden actually, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think I heard that story.
He went out to do a survival video about cold weather camping or something and froze to death. Which was absolutely tragic because he had all of the equipment he needed not to freeze, and yet he somehow did. And by the looks of it, when I only briefly looked into the story, but it appeared like he fell, banged his head, and he was maybe a little disorientated and
didn't think straight.
He couldn't think straight. He wasn't paying attention, and like I said earlier, he probably just sat down and thought, "You know what? I'm just going to wait this out." when he should have built his shelter, got into his sleeping bag and waited it out that way, rather than just sitting down and waiting. He was texting his grandmother, I believe, saying, I think I might be in trouble here, and he definitely was. But, it can happen. And I bet he wasn't even very far from his car. He could have hiked it out, but, he didn't plan for a head injury. I mean, who could plan for that? But it's one of the dangers of the wilderness.
Rest in peace.
Yeah, just reading in the comments there of people talking about a cousin dying in London during the storm because a wall fell on her. I mean, these things absolutely happen every year in the UK. I think people are surprised to hear that, especially in the UK. People are surprised to hear that here, that can be a possibility. But that again, that's people being disconnected from their surroundings. That they're sanitized to this, everything's wrapped in bubble wrap, we're all okay, things like that don't happen, that kind of mentality, overly civilized, when we should be a little bit more closer to our natural instincts. Maybe we shouldn't go out in the car or to the shop in a windstorm that can blow a tree down or a wall down or something like that.
Hey, Emily, good to see you.
I'm glad you came up, Alan. I think
me
think
too.
You've been on Mike's channel a bunch, right?
Yeah, I've been on his. I've been on one of his fireside chats, and I've been on one of like an impromptu chat. This isn't actually something I ever really did. I've only been doing this, chatting over the past 3 or 4 weeks. This isn't something I ever did on my channel. I've never had a podcast or anything like that. But because I see times changing especially over the past few years, I've came to the conclusion that survivalists and preppers really need to be a little bit more overlapped than they have historically been.
Right.
They need, we really need to start coming together and finding out what's going on in the world. And one of the beauty of these kind of platforms is, for the first time in history, you can get 5 or 6 guys from across the world sharing their knowledge in real time and on video. It's incredible, really, when you think about it.
I think this is always awesome, because even when like Bob goes live on Sunday night, I'm always there. Oh crap, I'm talking about him. He goes on live on Sunday night. I'm always like one of the first to hop on, because for me it's like 10 o'clock at night. I'm done with everything for the day. But then he's got people from the Philippines popping on, and people from all over the place popping on. Everybody does. I mean, Jaren's got on. Mike does it to a point. I mean, most of his people are in the UK, but now I hop on sometimes. And everybody loves to hear the perspective of somebody else somewhere else in the world. Yep. Because it's not all one little bubble,
There's definitely a lot of networking going on. Mike, I think he was the one that created the UK Prepper Network on Discord, which I'm a part of now. It's a great resource, and these kind of resources are something that have only really started taking off in the past couple of years. And I've noticed, because of pandemics and wars and things like that, people are starting to take more of an interest in prepping and survival and things like that. And it's probably quite important for people like us who have spent a lot of time researching this and thinking about this and just living this as part of our life, to pass on the knowledge that we have and learn from each other. Because most people who come to this, a lot of people, even in the comment section of the chat who are watching this, they're just passively dipping their feet in this. They don't know anything about it. Maybe this could be the first time they've ever even heard the word prepper or survivalist, and
or they've heard the word prepper and they're like, oh yeah, it's one of those
guys,
dressed in camo and coming out of the woods with a backpack, living in some little tiny underground hut with a little tiny smokestack coming out.
Absolutely.
No. Sure.
Yeah. So I mean, it's really great to sort of get a wide perspective on things. I learn something every single time as well. Like, I'm not an expert of anything. I've spent a lot of time in the wilderness because to me it's kind of like a hobby as well as a lifestyle. But it's not my profession.
If your hobby can teach somebody else something, that's awesome. Yeah,
absolutely. That was kind of the point of things like YouTube videos and stuff.
My best.
I forget. Go ahead, Bob.
Honestly, my best advice to you guys, if you really want to learn talk to some of the Filipinos, because the ones who live out in the province, dude, their morning starts off with getting a bucket and going and getting some water from a spring or a stream, going back home, taking a bolo, splitting up firewood, building a fire, clean the water, and then cook breakfast over an open fire. Those guys will teach you and show you what you need to know. But they've got to trust you. You know, they won't talk very much about Civil War and stuff like that until they've known you for a long time. They will teach you how to start with nothing and make breakfast. You get it? Hey, CR, there you go. There he is. Yep. Watch out for that CR though. He's shifty. He's shifty.
Yeah, he's trying to portray that that's actually water. I know it's not.
It's not. It's a CGI thing he's got going on. Watch them Canadians, man. Watch them Canadians.
That's how CR takes a bath.
A bucket of vodka.
Yeah, get to know some of the Filipinos. Talk to them. Ask them. Search their channels, because a lot of them will sit there and, you know, they got real primitive kitchens and all that. And I've had some of the best meals I've ever had from those little wood-fired kitchens in the middle of nowhere. You know, they can teach you what kind of plants to eat, what kind of stuff grows well, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. They're the experts, guys, because they do it every day. To them,
they don't call it prepping; they call it living.
Bingo! Yeah, they don't call it prepping or survivalism. Oh, it's time to cook breakfast. Yeah, split up some wood and, you know, go light it up. You know,
that's why the TV and corporations and globalists take the mick out of preppers. Don't cook at home. Don't know how to cook. Get an instant meal.
Yeah. Well, that's some advice I can give for you guys.
I think, like you were saying, Bob, with the, I mean, I've been to Thailand a couple of times. I've never been to Indonesia, but I've been to Thailand a couple of times. And if you look at the rural communities in these places, exactly the same sort of mentality. And they're not. We would perhaps unfairly regard them as, oh, they must be quite poor. They're living fantastic lives. They're not unhappy. They're living great because they're living entirely self-sustaining lives. In some cases, you know, in Thailand, you go into the rural areas and you'll see people with fantastic gardens, and they've got the great food, much healthier than the stuff we're eating, by the way.
For sure,
that processed garbage that all of us are consuming now, they eat far less of that, and you know, they understand water management, they understand power management because they have limited amounts of it, limited resources. Whereas if you take a look at people in Europe or the UK or North America, Canada, in these kind of places, we've had it too good for too long, I believe. And it's made us a little bit soft to the realities of what we really need. Definitely,
complacency.
Complacency set in. Sure, I mean, a lot of people who are on these kind of channels, us talking here, and the people who are tuned in, we're probably all thinking, I could probably, you know, survive most of it. Well, yeah, because we're in this community, we're involved in this. We're the few, you know. This is why it has, but we're not an island, and if SHTF were to ever really happen, I don't want to just live in a world where there's nothing but preppers and survivalists left. I want my entire family to be here. And by teaching a little bit of preparation, a little bit of forward thinking, we could probably bring a lot to the table that way, I think. And something's definitely coming down the line, I think, in terms of that 80 years of bliss that I think all of us in the UK, Europe, or most of Europe and North America have been relying on.
Of abundance.
Yeah. All civilizations fall, all empires crumble. You know, you don't have to be a historian to realize this.
We all have an opportunity right here to teach, become a teacher. That's big time for me. Big time.
I think it was on Bob's show the other night, or maybe one of them, maybe here. No, where I was at Sam's Club. Just I go in to get specific things. I don't need to go stock up on anything anymore because I've already done it. So I'll go in there to replenish things, and I always walk down the bulk food aisles, you know, the dry goods and that. And I see a young couple, just two of them, and I didn't think they had kids. They probably didn't. And he had loaded like 2 bags of beans in his cart and a bag of rice. And I just happened to overhear him. I was looking at some stuff on the other side of the aisle, and she was like, "Honey, do you think that's enough beans to get us through if something like that?" And he's like, "Well, I don't know." I literally walked over to her. I said, "Look," I said, "I overheard that." I said, "I don't really care." I said, "But I do care." I said, "But think of it this way. How long do you think you're going to survive on rice and beans and not A, get sick of it, and B, run out of water to cook it with?" And they just looked, and I was just like, I'm just saying. You know, everybody says rice and beans, that's all you need. Well, sure, it's all you maybe need, but I was like, look at some of the canned goods. I said, they got like 4, 5, 6 year shelf lives on them.
Yeah.
I said, get some variety in there. And I said, I don't know you don't know me. I said, but I just wanted to give you a little hint of, if this is maybe, I didn't say anything about prepping
diversify.
Or anything like that. Yeah. And I walked away with my cart, and now I'm walking down aisles because I had a few things that they might have considered, oh, he's stocking up. Now I got him literally following me through Sam's Club.
Well, that's good. That's good.
But I wasn't buying anything prepper-wise. I mean, they're looking at like the stacks of toilet paper and paper towels, and I'm like, yeah, I still have enough for my mother-in-law to last me until 2035, so I'm not buying any more of that. But they're just looking at me and watching me, and then eventually they went on their own way. I'm like, just teach somebody something. I don't care who you are.
Yeah, that's what I enjoy doing on my channel. It's like I've got bins full of dried little bits of firewood from my paint can stove. And I bought a couple of little tools off Amazon and taught people how to split it, make it into little parts that you can feed a fire to cook your dinner on top of in a paint can stove. And like I take all my gardening tools and I hang them up. And I started out some of my lives where I've got a shovel hanging up there, and I'm painting it a thick coat of boiled linseed oil so that shovel will last all winter. It won't warp. It won't rot. You just saved yourself the cost of another shovel because you didn't take care of your tools. Get it? That's the kind of stuff I enjoy doing. Do this yourself, preserve something, learn how to sharpen a pair of scissors, learn how to sharpen a knife, so that you don't have to buy anything else. You can take that cost savings and buy a half a dozen more cans of food or bandages or whatever.
Another can of beans.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Buy good equipment once, so you don't have to buy it over and over again. One criticism I sometimes get on my YouTube channel is why I don't do more reviews. I try to do a few kit reviews now and again. Every now and again, I'll get somebody saying, "Well, why don't you do a review about a decent water carrying? What water container are you using?" The truth is, I bought a water container, 10 years ago. I still have it.
Yeah.
I don't, I can't review 10 of them because I'm not prepared to buy 10 of them. Nobody sends me anything. So everything I have is, I make sure I buy a product that I know is going to last, and I maintain it and I look after it.
Yeah. Show how you maintain stuff like that. That's really important because there's a lot of people there who have been living in lives of luxury and they grew up without fathers in the home. That's a big thing right there. They grew up without a dad at home, and they got no one to teach them how to sharpen a pair of scissors. Get it? That's what I enjoy doing on mine. This is what I use. Here's where you buy it, and to sharpen a pair of scissors, etc., etc. Stuff like that. I got hundreds of videos loaded up. And
sharpening a saw. That's an art that many people have forgotten how to do. How do you sharpen a saw? Well, I mean, you can get very, very particular fine files and things to do that. And that's something that back in the day where a saw was a particularly prized item, a father would have a saw that he would use to process the wood that he needs to get him through the winter. And he would keep it so well maintained and sharpened, they would then pass it on to his son when he got a little bit older. It's a little bit like the old grandmothers back in the day that used to have the cast iron pots. Yeah. And they prized them so highly that they would pass them on generation after generation because they were so good. But you have to maintain a cast iron pot in order to keep it, functioning.
These are little Arkansas stones. Yeah, I recommend anybody who's into self-reliance and self-sufficiency, get a kit of these little Arkansas stones. You can sharpen all your own tools. You don't break something because it's dull or hurt yourself. Yeah, shit like that. Use YouTube. That's how I do it. I'm just recommending that use YouTube to teach somebody else. Don't just sit there on a microphone and talk about it. Talk is fucking cheap. Take it in front of a camera and show how you
Easy,
maintain something. Yeah, well, I'm sorry, but you know, do you understand what I mean? I hear so many channels out there that it's all talk.
Actions
That's it.
speak louder than words.
Bingo. Show me the tools you use to complete this task. How do you store it for the winter? How do you waterproof it and all that? Yeah, that's the stuff that people really need to know. Yeah.
It's like
How
that
do you
one
set
video
up
I
this
made.
tent?
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
I made that one video of opening just a soup can. Actually, it was a dog food can with a rip top on it. It's a can with a rip top. Yeah, people are that lazy, but I use it to my advantage. I open the top of that can up using one of those can openers that cuts through the side of it. So I opened it up. The lid is still in perfect shape. I used the dog food, gave it to my dog, washed the can out, dried it out, and then I put little metal balls in there, BBs. You can put whatever you want in there, but I put it in there, and then I took a little silicone, heavy duty engine silicone around the rim of it, put it back on, put something heavy on it, let it sit for the night. And now I have a camouflage can of dog food that has something completely different in it. And then I ripped the rip top open because now I can still open it really quick. I just ripped the rip top open and showed what was in it. That's all I did. It's not there to say you need to do this and you can put this in. No, you can use your imagination of what you want to put in there. I just happen to use a box of BBs that I've had in my possession since 1978. I mean, I'm like, okay, try this. I mean, it was just one of those random things. I'm like, I want to do this on a video. So I did one.
Yeah, Bob, I think you really highlighted something there that I find to be quite irritating when I look on YouTube. It's unbelievable how many times I've went onto a so-called wilderness survival YouTube channel and they have 100 videos on there. Not a single one of them they're in the wilderness. None of them.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about.
It's a guy in his kitchen talking about building a campfire, and I'm thinking, go out, go and do something. You know, let's see, you know, this put into practice. I think that's partly just because some people on YouTube are just there attempting to make money out of YouTube, which I've never been able to do in the 10 years or so I've been on YouTube. But for me, YouTube was always just a place of originally it was just to keep a bit of a diary of camping trips and things like that, and then from that
videos.
camp videos. And then eventually it became you know what, I'm going to try and teach some of these skills because I've got lots of knowledge in here, but no one is really interested in it because it's one of those niche things, you know. Nobody at my work wants to talk about survival or prepping because you know, they'd rather talk about football. Fine, that's fine, but the internet is a big place. And you know you can find your community on here, so that's the direction I'm going with now.
Yeah. Can I
these
just
little
add
Arkansas stones? Just go like that and swipe a pair of scissors. What I usually do is put ink on the edge, and as soon as you see a shiny spot on the edge of the scissors, you can get right down in there with the little Arkansas stone. Swipe it a few times. As soon as you see it's shiny right here along the edge, you're good. You just resharpened a pair of scissors. You know. But, sorry, CR, go ahead.
I was not saying, well, two things actually. First thing is that tool maintenance is one of those things when you start doing it, you're like, oh, I should do this. Oh, here's the s'more knife that I need to touch. Oh, here's the kitchen knife, right? Because like at times when I'm in other people's kitchens, at times I'm like, why is this knife so dull? Why is this scissor so dull? Because if you think about it, something that's dull doesn't cut as well. You have to apply more pressure, which means you have you have less control of what you're doing because you're applying so much more effort into it. Right? That's where
everybody's afraid of a sharp knife. A dull knife is your worst enemy.
Bingo.
Yeah, a sharp knife or sharp scissors will easily do the task with minimal effort. You like it just glides right through. You have so much control over it, right? But something dull like a knife, it slips, and the next thing you know, you're in your hand, and because you applied so much effort, it will cut you just because you pushed so hard, right?
Yep.
Almost like you're punching it.
Do you know what the other reason so many people have dull knives in their kitchen? Because they bought a pile of knives from Costco for $9.99. They don't care about them. You know,
No,
they're cheap.
They were
They're mass
sharp out of the
produced.
box, and that's it.
They were they were sharp out of the box, and the mentality is, I'll get a year out of these, and then I'll bin them, and then I'll buy some more when Lidl's got them on offer. And that's that kind of throwaway mentality that we've built up in the Western countries over the years.
I have bought more really good dull knives that were made of carbon steel at Goodwill. I go, they just throw them in a box, and I get dollar. And I'm looking through it. I'm like, this is a Sheffield. This is a Sheffield from the 50s. This thing, and I can tell by the marking on it, and it's steel and it's rusty, and nobody wants it. I'm like, yeah, I'll take it. Oh, that sucker cleaned up in about an hour. And
it's only $1.
It goes right in my drawer, and that thing will last me forever. It probably lasted the previous grandmother, 30 years before she passed away, and the daughter got it and said, I don't want this crap, and threw it because it's not stainless.
Yeah. We got my wife and I go budget shopping. We got a whole set of Japanese knives, a whole set in a senior citizen home had a rummage sale. And, an entire set of Japanese knives for $5, guys. Japanese steel. Oh, baby. Yeah, it's like that chromatium plating on it and all that shit, and oh man, we're still using them.
Because you've been able to maintain them, right? You've been able to bring them back to life again. Because like I said earlier, and you were already gone, Bob, but I've mentioned this before, is that if you can't buy or find it, you don't have to repair it or make it, right? I think society kind of forgets about that at times, right? Oh, I could just buy a new one, right? Well, let's just say survival situation, you're bugging in or something sheltering in place, right? That's the only thing you have. You can't go anywhere because it's storming outside. Then what? You don't have to touch it up, right? And now, hopefully, in preparedness, you would touch it before this happens, so it's ready to go, right? It's just like the batteries, right? It's just like, in a junk drawer with a flashlight that with corroded batteries or batteries that you haven't checked for like 10 years. Well, that's you're just asking for it in a power outage or a blackout. This is like you're fumbling trying to find a flashlight in the utensil drawer. The next thing you know, you think you found it and you cut yourself on a knife because you're trying to reach for it. That's that just makes things worse, right? You're making things worse, not better. Right.
Save a buck and buy more food.
Yeah, exactly. Well, now you're gonna use an extra bandage and band-aid. Now you're gonna use all these extra resources because now you've injured yourself. You're gonna apply ointment. Now you're less capable. Now it's like, can you help me out? I cut my finger. I gotta keep it straight because I cut the back of my finger. Right, because like I've done this before, right? I've cut the back of my finger before, and I had to hold it straight because it's the only way to keep the skin together. So that means I'm less capable now because I'm injured. Avoiding that is important.
I keep this right next to me at all times. Basic tracing. If I get a cut or a burn, I'm in my workshop. If I get a cut or a burn, I automatically put that on there, on the wound right away. Because if you don't tend to your wounds, especially like me, I'm over 60, my immune system is not as strong as it used to be. Yeah. I put
Hey, Bob, let me see that tube again. Show the tube again.
Basic tracing. Here it is.
I know what it is. I want to see the tube.
Okay. Yeah.
Look, that looks awfully empty. Like you've been injuring yourself a lot.
Oh, I have. I do. You bet. I do. Because I get a sliver or a metal sliver or a wood sliver or a cut or a burn from welding, whatever. Man, immediately, okay, stop the project. I got to take care of this right away.
Yeah.
Because I got an angry Filipino nurse for a wife. Mister, you need to take care of that, mister.
I mean,
you got a raccoon laughing at you because you hurt yourself all the time.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes when I'm working with tools or just doing something, sometimes you get those blood blisters or something pinches you.
Oh, yeah.
So you have that blister underneath, right? Then, you're going to tend to it. You're going to tend to it. Or else it's going to break open away. And then you have an open cut now, right?
Yeah. It all snowballs if you don't take care of it. you know.
Yeah, and then the next thing you know, it's like, why is there metal in my skin? Why is there dirt inside? Right. The next thing you know, it doesn't heal right. Yeah.
Yeah. I've also heard a lot. Oh, sorry, go on. I've heard a lot of preppers and things will talk about having stockpiles of antibiotics and things because antibiotics would be in short supply, and they say it only takes a scratch or a cut, and that could become infected. So I think like what you guys are saying about learning to treat small wounds and things like that immediately, having the knowledge to be able to do that straight away to prevent the infection taking place in the first place. That's forward thinking. That's looking a little bit further ahead. Luckily, I've managed to get 40 years of life, and I've never had antibiotics. I've never had an infection, but I don't live in a world where if I'm exposed to a dirty environment and a contagion of some sort, and I scratch myself and it gets infected, if I don't take care of that immediately, I know how to do it. That that could be the end of me, and so that's an important skill to have.
Let me tell you, Alan, I'm over 60, and right around your age, right now at 40, is when your body changes. Your immune system changes, and you can get sick faster. You can get an infection faster.
You don't
get
strains
and sprains. That's right. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
So think about
older,
all,
you just
all downhill from now. I've got the downhill trajectory to look forward to.
it was much like what the South African was mentioning about his grandmother falling during a power outage. And when you get older and you take a fall, like I did recently, you're hurt quick right now. And when you're 20 years old, you get right back up and you're ready to go. I fell on the stairs a few weeks ago and got a big bruise on my back. Oh, baby, I was out of it. For days I was out of it. And that's why I took and bought those little tea light lanterns and put them on my stairwell. There's 3 of them on my stairwell so that during the power failure, I can light those or use the solar power lights and turn them on, because my wife and I both are over the age of 60. One fall, especially if something goes sideways, we take a fall, we sprain a wrist, break our wrist, ankle, whatever. We're really down and out for a long time. Yeah. Prevention, forward thinking.
Yeah. Can I just add in something that reminds you someone specifically here?
Yeah, please do.
Oh, he actually talks. I haven't heard his voice for like the last 20, 30 minutes. But one of the things I tell, especially the older people here in Canada, like my own parents and, our people, is that during the winter time here, I've been suggesting to buy ice cleats or crampons, right, for the snow or ice, because when you fall, it can hurt. You can be down for weeks at times. Right? I mean, I accidentally sprained my right hand. It was so painful, right? I mean, I'll be able to recover from that because I'm still young enough. But someone older might take them even longer. I was lucky I didn't actually break it. It was just a bad sprain, but I was just it hurt. Right, for what it is. But imagine if that was your own parent or someone else that's older, right? Your grandparents. It might. I mean, I've heard this one story about my friend's mom. She broke her leg outside, and she's, let's say, 50s or whatever, right? And she broke her leg because of ice. Some of that could have been prevented, by the way. Remember, technically, that is preventable. If you wear ice cleats, all this other stuff, right? I mean, so it's just because when you're injured like that, the thing is, you're less capable. You're injured, even if it's normal day to day, like right now, society stuff. Now you're gonna go into work with sprained wrist or whatever. Now you're gonna do everything left-handed instead of right-handed, or have people help you out, right? So now you're inconveniencing everyone else. Yeah, people will understand, but it's just annoying. Then you gotta take unnecessary painkillers, right? You're gonna, if you want to take a shower, you're gonna be more careful because now you can't get your ass wet. You got to wrap it in a bag or whatever and stuff like that. Even Second Star probably could attest to this because he broke his leg before. He broke it. If you're in a cast, you're gonna be careful. You can't get it wet. You got to wrap it up. You can't have a shower. Or you got to wrap it in a bag. You got to do all this other stuff. preventive.
Yeah.
Being proactive and preventing it is probably better whenever possible.
It is. I agree. 100%. Yeah.
Hey, I'm gonna bail off here. I got a couple
same
things
here.
I got to get done
About to
still,
say
and
that.
wife's coming home. And Alan, it was great to meet you. And hopefully next week we can hop on again. And Bob, I'll see you Sunday. Jaron, thank you
Right
very
on.
much. CR,
Mhm.
I can't fire you, but Bob can.
Nice one, Chef.
Later, bacon guy.
Nice speaking
All
to you.
Have
I'm
a
staying
good
on
night.
just so he can fire me.
Yes,
Maybe.
you know.
Maybe. But yeah.
Yeah, me too. On that note, I'm going to be saying good night. Good night, Shadow. Thanks for having us on
Yeah,
the show.
good night.
Later, Daryl.
Good night, CR.
See ya.
Bye.
Later.
Nice
Peace.
speaking to you.
Everyone on the chat. God bless everyone. Take care. Stay safe. And God bless.
God
Yeah.
bless.
I already blamed all the world problems on Shadow, and I haven't fired CR for how long now? What the hell? I'm slipping. My mind is slipping. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm trying not to cause friction between me and you.
Oh, you. Strike
damn!
one.
Did I just say that? Damn! Did I just say
It's
that?
strike
that just
one right
slipped out. I just slipped out.
What happens with friction? You get fire. Let's strike one. Yeah.
We're causing too much heat between me and you. Sorry. But yeah, I think on a serious note, I like to diffuse the tension and stuff every so often with some humor, because sometimes you got your morale, your humor has to be up there too, right? Sometimes you gotta laugh a little, right?
It does.
Yeah, you can take things seriously, but then you gotta remember some humor, line up a little bit, right? It varies. Sometimes it's not the time for humor. Sometimes it's time to be serious, but then sometimes it's not always time to be serious when everyone's having fun and celebrating, right?
Well, how I am, if I respect you, I'll give you a hard time. That's how I am. Kind of an East Coast thing. Yeah, I like the guy, but I can't stand you. But you're still fired. If I respect you, I'll
Bob
give you a hard
must
time.
really respect me because he really wants to fire me.
Oh, how many times have I? It's been weeks since the last time I fired you, dude.
I mean, I can show up tomorrow. I'll show up tomorrow. You can fire me tomorrow night. 7 p.m.
Okay, I'll do that. Yep.
I'll just
7
come
p.m.
in. I'll be
Pacific.
like, yeah. I'll just say something. You'll just fire me on the spot, and I want to laugh. Virginia Roots will say something. Mark will be like, and
I sure like her, man. She's smart, and I really honestly feel that she's one of those people who will not leave you stranded. She will not. When she likes you and respects you, she'll pick you up and carry you if you need it. I respect that lady a great deal.
Yeah, Virginia, she is awesome.
She is.
I really like her. She has she's a tough lady. So
yeah, I've learned a little bit about her past, and she has not had an easy life. And she came out, fought her way through it, and come up, and in a better place. That's what I respect. Someone who's a fighter, And she's a sexy Japanese chick, so that adds,
yeah.
Oh, it's the latter, not the former, that you like more.
Alan, in case you don't know, my wife's Filipino, and I have a thing for them Asian ladies, man. I got a thing for them.
Yeah.
Yeah, you tell us all the time, Bob. Last week, the week before that, on your stream. I think you said it on my stream once.
Look at that channel right there. That was when I was overseas, and she was the cutest barmaid in the bar. Love them Asian ladies, man.
Like I say, Bob, I've been to Thailand a couple of times. I know what the thing is.
You know what it? Okay, you got it. Right on.
My lady's not Filipino or Japanese or anything like that, but there's not a lot of them in Scotland, unfortunately.
Oh, that's a shame. I sure like them. I live in Seattle, the West Coast, north the northwest corner of the states, and man, we're loaded with Asian people. I really like Asian people. They're good, solid people. CR's an Asian guy, but no CR. I'm not going to take you out on a date or anything. Just not going to happen.
Maybe I should just leave the room right now. Hey, guys! I see that exit. I'm gonna take it right now. Stage left.
Yeah.
I just hang up. It's like, he was serious. But
now, I like to have women on my panel. Women give you a different perspective on everything that happens. They see things and they react differently than men do, and it's good to hear from a lady's point of view. I like that, you know.
Yeah, and Virginia is a brilliant, smart
She is.
chick.
Mm-hmm. She's
Well,
well
that's a good-
traveled too. Yep.
You know, having a different point of view on things is, you know, the opposite of having tunnel vision, right? You see things from their point of view, and in their person's in someone else's shoes, right? And understanding that, you know, stuff like that. It's just like in preparedness is like these other ideas that are presented out there, like these different. Like it's just like you considering freeze dried stuff now, right? Or let's say gardening or something like that. Let's just say someone that's into fabrication considers gardening, or someone that into gardening considers fabrication, and realizing, oh, hey, if I get into fabrication, I can make my own tomato cage. Or someone that's in fabrication, oh, hey, I can make a steel bucket and put plants in it now, and actually start gardening or something like that. You know, just something like that. And it might, you know, and you're diversifying what you're doing, right? So like you have multiple options, right? Or multiple venues, or multiple. Yeah.
It's an interesting point, actually. The women perspective on, you know, community survivalism and prepping and things like that. I study history a lot in order to understand survivalism as best as I can. If you study Nordic, the Nordic countries, you know, Scotland and Scandinavia and these kind of places, everybody's always focused on the warrior men running around with their kilts on and all this kind of nonsense. But in reality, if you actually look at the communities of how these people survived, it was the women in those communities that actually held everything together. They were the ones who were actually organizing the food stores, the childcare, the management of the entire town in some cases. They were the ones that were actually pulling everything together, which would allow the men to go out and do the things like fight wars, hunt animals, put themselves in peril. And because of those kind of situations, if you look into these kind of cultures, a woman could expect to live considerably longer than a man, purely because, you know, he's going to go out and get himself killed by, you know, trying to hunt a deer or something. That woman then has to survive by herself and her 5 children because they didn't have contraception until she can find another mate. And that level of, you know, grit and resilience to survive has passed on from mother to daughter and so on. And so they have a real fundamental grasp of what actual survival is. And you see it in Aboriginal communities and things as well. You know, a lot of the time when I study Aboriginal type communities, as you know, from an outside point of view, I'm more interested in what the women are doing than what the men are doing. I know what the men are going to be doing, because I think like a man. It doesn't matter where they are in the world. I kind of know what they're going to be, what motivates them. You know, a woman on the other hand, different priorities, a little bit more logical thinking, I would say, in a lot of cases. And if you really want to get a grasp on real survival, long-term survival, that's who you should pay attention to.
Yeah, the Virginia roots, I told her straight out, because we live in the same state. If anything goes sideways, Virginia, she's the only person I've invited to my home ever. You know, I said, you have a place here in my home, bring your children and all that.
Did I just hear that? Bob never invites anyone inside, so she must be special.
Well,
she must be special. Dang,
and I told her, CR, God, okay. I told her straight out, if you have to come and seek shelter in my home, I'm going to put you in the kitchen and guard the children. And because she worked in a restaurant setting, she knows food safety. And I tell you, fellas, food, the logistics of food and food safety is the paramount. It's far above standing guard duty or the best rifle in the world or firewood splitting. You've got to have a good, clean kitchen, period. Because if you tainted food, you're all done. You're all down and you're out. That came from experience from drinking city water over in the Philippines.
Yeah, you were
That
down
makes
for
sense.
4 days.
That's correct. And Virginia didn't take it as a sexist comment. She said, I'd be happy to, because she brought up something to me working in restaurants. The most important person in a restaurant is the humble dishwasher. That was something I never thought of. And she said, if the dishwasher is down and you can't get clean dishes, the kitchen is done. And if you don't wash the dishes properly, everyone's sick. So I was like, damn,
That's
okay.
You know what, Bob? That's a really important thing if you think about it in a survival situation or a natural disaster or whatever. The hygiene, the
Attracts
sanitation.
vermin.
If it goes downhill, that means people can get sick. When people get sick, they're down, and when people are down, they ain't doing crap because they're just too, you know, you do it. Oh, my stomach hurts. I don't know about the food. Maybe it was the water, right? So hence, understanding how to make water safer to drink, or the food safe to consume, right? Like cooking it, boiling water, filtering water. And understanding plants, what's dangerous or what's poisonous or whatever is really important.
Yeah,
that kind of information, that skill, that knowledge is important. Because it might
I've known Virginia Roots in different chats for last 3 or 4 years now. She's a solid woman. And for example, if we have to clan up, I will be outside building a fire, boiling the water, and then bring it into the kitchen and hand it to her. Okay. And then I go back outside, and someone who knows what they're doing in the kitchen prepares the dishes and the food. That's because, my dad spent some time World War II over in Burma, and where they could not get clean water, and how difficult it was just to get a cup of water to drink. You screw up on your water supply, guys, you're done. Maybe you're done. That's it.
Yeah, exactly right.
I think a lot of people don't realize as well that urban water supplies require electricity to pump them.
Right.
So you're not turning on a tap if the power is down for an extended period of time.
Yeah.
And if you live in London, you're not gathering water from the Thames.
No, you don't want that.
You're relying on rain buckets and things.
Yeah, there is a grace period because usually these systems have some form of gravity assist initially, but once those empty out, it needs a pump to pump the water back, uphill, very much, right?
It's always
there's
a good
little
idea.
bit of grace period in the beginning, right?
It's always a good idea.
What they say after a day without power, right? Do consider on stocking up some more water if you're still able to flow with tap, right? Because it could run dry any minute because, people are using it and then it can't be fed through the system again by gravity until the pumps come back on.
Well, I was really happy because one of my lives, I request anyone who shows up for the live to give one example of your preps. And Virginia turned on her camera, and she's got a proper candle wick, a good one. I said, that's perfect. And she goes, where I learned it from? Was from your channel when you were making candles, Bob. I was like, damn, I just made an impact on somebody. Isn't it?
That's so wicked. Yeah.
I watched you make candles. It's okay, man. It's okay.
For once, Bob's not to fire me for saying something. For once.
I might just fire you.
I thought he was on fire me for sure for saying that, but it's true. It is wicked though that she's doing that though.
You're so lucky. I mean, you got strike 2 already, right? Strike 2? Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
It is.
It's worth it.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah.
No, but I was gonna say, Bob, one of those things since I've known you in terms of the fabrication and all that stuff, I've been trying to like get more into it and like find people that know that kind of stuff. I do know someone that kind of can do minor welding. I've been talking to them and just seeing. Yeah, I'm just trying to start. I don't mention prepping or anything specifically. I just, just like an exchange, friendly exchange, or I needed. Oh, can you weld me up a tomato cage? Just because, just something to relate into, right? It's still prepping, but I just don't say it like that, right? I just, I need a tool or something like that, for the winter, for gardening, right? Then they understand, right? That's all, right? That's how I always say it now. I always
that kind of goes into the knowing your neighbor type thing. Get to know your neighbors a little bit just in case. Well, I'm not very good mechanically, but my neighbor is a mechanic. So it's to be a little bit friendly with him now and again. Ask him if there's anything he needs. Maybe there might be a time in the future where I need some mechanical knowledge, and I'm sure and if I look in my street, there's probably a nurse or a doctor. Well, not a doctor, because the house values around here, they'd be living somewhere nicer, but somebody with some knowledge or expertise that I don't have. So that goes a long way. I think preppers like to call these mags. I think I've heard that
mutual assistant groups.
Yeah. I'm learning all the prepper lingo on these chats.
Well, one thing I've learned is that you don't even need to say the word. Just use our words that people are familiar with. Oh, I do gardening. Hey, I go camping. That's why I have this headlamp in the power outage. You just say, I bring out a headlamp. Oh, you got a headlamp? I go camping. I go biking at night, right? I need one, for safety, or whatever, right? And people didn't understand that and realize why I have it in the first place, right? You don't even need to mention specifically about prepping, and they just think, he's just ready or something like that. Or, I was helping someone with something the other day, and they're like, "Oh, your knife's so sharp." I'm like, "Oh yeah, I used it. I gotta cut open boxes, envelopes, and stuff like that. I just like to have it sharp so I don't have to, struggle with it or whatever." Then they understand. All right, I don't even need to say, I'm just preparing it. So, all this stuff. I don't even need to say that. I just say, it's because I'm opening packages and stuff like that. I gotta cut cord, a piece of rope or whatever, for my garden or whatever. Cut, trim some, prune some plants or whatever. So I have to make sure it's sharp, right?
Hey, Hendo, later, Mother Earth. Yeah, later.
Take care of Mother Earth. Hi, Hendo. And that's all I say.
Hey, Hendo.
Yeah, I'm real cautious about saying that I'm a prepper, but the coffee shop I go to, they're preppers. But when a customer comes in, we stop the conversation because you don't want everyone to know that you got some food put away. You got to kind of walk a fine line. You've got to really feel people out. But I will tell you this, so Alan, since you're new, but my wife grew up doing Civil War in the Philippines when she was a young lady. And I asked her a long time ago, who would we bring into our house if something goes sideways? And she said, absolutely no one other than blood relatives. And I said, why? She said, I've seen it go bad when people do that. Open up the house to the neighbors or somebody else. She said, there's going to be bloodshed because you don't, somebody gets in your house and he thinks your wife is pretty. Next thing you know, he's going for your wife or he's stealing your stuff. So that's a fact. She said, no one comes in this house, but I did invite Virginia Roots after knowing her for about 3 years, but I don't know her address or anything like that, but the offer's out there, don't let anybody in your house.
Yeah.
Don't do it.
People will do desperate things in desperate situations. So you could be the nicest, friendliest person in the world, but if your family's literally starving to death around about you, you're going to do absolutely everything possible in order to,
that's right,
feed your kids or whatever. If there's a prepper a couple of houses down,
coffee?
yeah.
next thing you'd be saying that, right? What happened to all this coffee I had? Why is the milk out?
Yeah, I don't tell
There's a
them
power
any.
outage. Why is the milk out?
I don't tell anybody in my neighborhood anything at all. Nothing.
Yeah.
That, you know.
Or if you do, it's very selectively little as need to know basis, right? Only if necessary kind of deal, right? You don't full say, oh, hey, I got this big bunker in the basement. I got 10 years of supply of food. No, I would never say it like that. I'd be like, I'd say something like, if they actually saw it, I'd be like, oh, this is just in case of tornado. You know, it happens around here. Or, the coffee. Oh, I love my coffee. I just want to make sure I have it. I'm cranky without it, right? Just something like that. And then people will start to understand that a little bit more versus like, you know, something else, right? It's just like when people, like, I go walking with a backpack at times, right? And people, why do you have a backpack? I go, you know, I'm planning to do this long ass walk or something like a marathon or something like that. I'm just doing some training, right? And people understand that, right? You know, I'm planning to like do this adventure and just trying it out, and people just understand that. But secretly, I'm, you know, wearing the go bag, like I'm wearing the backpack, right, with the gear right in it, right. But they don't see what's inside. I don't know, you know, unless I really know them, then I'll share it. But otherwise, I won't share. You know, they just think, oh, it's probably just like some snack or something like that. You know, something like that.
We've made a kind of a plan that, I mean, we've got several ways of cooking, all right, to where we don't have to go outside and build a fire. Building a fire and cooking in the paint can stove is the last resort. That's when everything else is empty. And our plan is either my wife or my daughter is going to do the cooking. And either myself or my son are going to be standing there with an M16 for the neighbors who smelling food. Yeah, but you got to get through this M16 before you can get any of that food.
Yeah.
That's it, you know.
Do you guys as preppers, here's a question for you guys, because you are more prepper orientated than me. Are you concerned about the possibility of other people coming and trying to take your resources? Seeing you as a type of target almost?
Yes.
Because I mean, for me, I've always had this concern.
That's always going to be possible.
Yeah, I mean,
people with have or have not. Anyone that has not will always want to have something that people have. It's just the way. I mean, it's always been like that.
For a lot of my life, you know, before I had kids and things, I was quite proud of the fact that I could live out of a hold all. You know, I could literally just grab a bag and just travel around. It didn't matter to me because I wasn't attached to things. Things weren't important to me. I didn't have many things. Therefore, I didn't, you know, I wasn't, you know, the things you have become kind of start to own you a little bit. And I remember watching that TV show years ago, Doomsday Preppers. You know, and these guys had huge stockpiles. Yeah, they had huge stockpiles of stuff. And I remember thinking, well, there was two things I thought about that program. The first one was thinking, you know, when that huge guy in the wheelchair was talking about World War III, I was thinking, mate, you should be more concerned about diabetes than World War III, and you know, focus on that. But the other thing I was thinking was, that is just screaming out, come and loot me, come and take everything I have, you know. And you know, some of those guys were saying, well, I've got, you know, all these guns because he lived in Texas or whatever. Well, so does everybody else in Texas. That's part of the problem. Right. I mean, American guys will often make fun of UK people and say, you guys don't have any guns to protect yourself. Well, yeah, but nobody else has any either.
Yeah, we're good. We're good. So, we're in the same playing field.
You know, so it's a knife fight. It's a knife fight then, you know. Well, it's not entirely true. I have guns. You know, I've got lots of guns because I'm a hunter.
We didn't hear that.
It's a hell of a lot harder to get things like firearms in the UK than it is anywhere else.
But it is possible. I know. I've been to the UK several times.
Yeah, it's certainly possible. I know it's, but I always wondered, are you not concerned that people will simply just see you as a food cache? All they have to do is get past you, and then they can get everything you have. Also, does it not? The idea of bugging out, the idea for me is bugging out as a survivalist is always quite high on the priority, like quite high on the scenario list. I imagine as a prepper, it's about bugging in more than it is about bugging out, because that's where all the stuff is. You know, you wouldn't want to leave it.
I can answer both those right quick here. I'm not going to bug out anywhere. I spent years as hunting in the Cascade Mountains, and if you go running off into the woods, you're going to die. You're going to starve to death, and you're going to die. Why would I leave this when it's got a good solid roof and everything I need right inside of it? That's my bugging out thing. The only way I'm leaving here is if there is a massive fire and we get burned out. And I've got a kit put together for my wife and I both. Throw it in the car and we're out. And as far as security, nobody in my area knows that I got food stored. Nobody. Period. Because the person who's going to hurt you the most is someone who lives within walking distance of your house. Somebody that lives right down the street, either a junkie, which we have millions of them here, or a hungry neighbor. They're within walking distance, within 10 miles.
I'm hungry.
You shut up. Shush. Just shush. No, that's serious. Seriously, the person who's going to break into your house and steal your stuff is somebody within walking distance of your house, within 10 miles. Period. You know, well, my neighbors don't know nothing. Nothing.
Yeah. Or that desperate person who's, happens to know that you've got something that they almost feel a right that, oh, you've got all this food, we're starving, you should give us some. But then you give it to one person, why not 2 people and 3 people? And before you know it, you've given everybody a cup of rice and you've got nothing for yourself.
Yes, yes, yeah. Mm-hmm. In fact, if anybody comes pounding on the door, I'm not opening the door. I'm not going to talk to them.
Yeah.
Bye. Now there is situational, like say if it's a kid that I know in the neighborhood and I know his folks are dying or dead and they come to the door, I'll pass them out a couple of cans, whatever, beat it, But I'd be very apprehensive about feeding people.
Yeah. I mean, that's one of those things that it's a judgment call, right? And until it really happens, you don't actually know for sure, right? You can say, yes, no, but did it actually happen? Then you have no idea because it actually hasn't happened. You haven't gone through that situation for real, right?
Right.
In theory, you'd be like, oh, yeah, I'll give it to him, or no, I won't. But what happens if the situation changes? It's different. It's a cousin, or it's different, or your niece, or something like that, or whatever, right? It might change your mind, and you have no idea until it happens. So plan for both, I say, right? Which is like what I've been considering more and more lately is not exclusively one or the other, bugging in or sheltering in place or bugging out or evacuating. Make plans for both, make a judgment call, and go with that, right? That way you have the options.
It would take a lot. I think it would take a lot for somebody to bug out of somewhere.
Right.
And it would have to be an extreme situation.
Yes,
of course.
Yeah,
but
because we've
having
all
the option on the table.
We've all had a situation like when the pandemic hit us.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, that one.
I didn't know anybody who bugged out. Nobody did. We had the riots in Seattle in 2020. Nobody bugged out.
It was illegal to bug out in the UK.
Yeah, everyone was sheltering in place pretty much, right?
You weren't allowed to go outside.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Well, I mean, it's not like, quote unquote, the grid's down or society has collapsed, right? I mean, there's no fire at my place. There's no flood at my place. It's safer at home at the moment, at that time, right? Because you still have stuff at home, right? I mean,
I think as well, there's a difference between bugging out and evacuating.
Of course.
Yeah.
An evacuation is a temporary thing. That's a flood,
relocating somewhere else temporarily, or something like that.
Yeah.
Bugging out is a more permanent sort of. Oh my God!
Or semi-permanent for a longer period of time, or an indefinite amount of time, right? I mean, like to me, I wouldn't necessarily consider that as the first option. There has to be criteria that to this threshold of, oh, there's fire. I'm getting flooded out. There's no food here. There's no water here.
Right.
There's no way that
Right.
I can keep maintaining. Oh, the structure is like, let's say an earthquake, right? The building's not safe, right? Oh, I'm bugging out, but
Right.
just right outside in the backyard.
Mhm. Yeah.
Right,
Yeah.
right, just something like that. Like if like San Francisco, somewhere along the Pacific Rim or whatever, right? I would consider that. I'd be like, okay, technically I'm bugging out, but just right outside because the building I'm in is not safe, structurally safe anymore because
Yep.
you know earthquake damage or whatever, right? I would consider that bugging out just right outside though,
Yeah.
literally right outside because it's actually safer in the yard than in the house right now, or in the
Because
apartment for
I
what it
suppose
is.
the other, I mean, the other thing when looking at prepping mentality, I always kind of viewed it as a little bit. Well, you've got a lot of you're putting all your eggs in one basket. Really, you know, you have everything in one place. Well, if your house goes on fire and you lose all these preps that you spent years stockpiling and building up and things like that. So, I mean, that has to be a worry as well.
Well, then hopefully you have some skill and some experience, some knowledge to rebuild with.
Yeah, yeah,
Right.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
or
man?
you've
Because
distributed out enough.
one of my subscribers actually shared something where his mother-in-law because he lost his camper because he was there at their place, but his mother-in-law lost her home to fire, right? And he said she lost everything, right? And you know what I said to them was like, hopefully you'll help them rebuild, right? So you know, because he's an awesome person like that, right? But you know, unfortunately, you know, it can happen. Even to the best of people, right? Who was it? There was that story. Who was it? Oh, Dave Canterbury had a home fire, right? He lost
Yeah, I
things. He
remember
didn't lose
that, yeah.
everything, but you know, he lost antiques and stuff like that. So it happens. It can happen to anyone, right? Look, you know, he's been on all these shows, right? And still something happened to him, right? Just because all it takes is that one little flame spark. No one notices at first. The smoke detector doesn't pick it up at first. The next thing is out of control.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it happens. Right? And yeah, we have smoke detectors, fire extinguishers, but someone actually has to physically say something. You know, people have to be up if it's in the middle of the night. You know, smoke detectors, yeah, but it's been going for 2-3 minutes already before it went off. It's already smoking. It's already burning, and it's already out of control. So, you know, you save what you can, and obviously you get out safely, right? You know. So, I remember when I heard that, I'm like, oh, dang. It just reminded me it doesn't matter who you are. Things can still happen. It doesn't matter, right?
Yeah. That's a
It
fact.
doesn't matter who you are.
Mhm.
Things can still happen, right? So, like, it don't matter if you're rich, poor, famous YouTuber, thousand, you know, whatever, right?
Well, look at these
Like,
California
look,
fires recently.
yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
people were having to bug out all over the
Yeah.
place.
Yeah, see,
Didn't
that's a
matter.
fire. Mhm.
Yeah, didn't matter how rich and famous they were. Their homes were being destroyed. And there was
Yes.
nothing you
Yeah,
could
it
do
didn't
about
matter. It didn't matter
Mhm.
if you're Paris Hilton or you're some homeless person. Well, maybe
Yeah.
not some homeless person, but you know, they still
Mhm.
lost something, right? You know, it doesn't matter if
Yeah.
it's a cardboard home or a $10 million mansion, right? It's still gone, right? You're still without a home. The only difference is someone richer, hopefully, they have our assets. Because technically they would have contingencies, right? They have other things they can dip into, right? You
Yeah.
know, but someone homeless or whatever would be like, or someone,
Yeah.
let's say middle class, without family in the state, living alone, that'd be hard. That'd be a hard time.
Those California fires, what inspired me and talking to other people on these panels, as I understand, if you hit somebody with a fire extinguisher, if they're on fire, you're going to really do them a lot of harm. It'll stop the fire, but it injects stuff into your skin. It's not good. So I got a 40 by 40 inch blanket, and I got 2 of them, one for each one of our cars, and a fire extinguisher for each one of our cars. But I got 2 of these smaller blankets like that. One's in our kitchen, one's in my workshop here. So disaster, you can extract what you need from a disaster, and by actually talking to people around here, you know. Yeah. But
yeah, learn from other people, right? Learn from the past events, right?
Yes.
I mean, like,
Yeah.
look at what people had to go through, right? You want to go for that? I mean, some of the stuff I'm like, I don't want to go for that. I'm gonna prepare a little bit more.
Yeah.
And trying to mitigate it as much as possible, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
small preps as well. I actually have a fireproof safe. It's quite a large fireproof safe, and I've got it in a downstairs cupboard. And it's unlocked. It's always unlocked because the only thing that's in there is paperwork like the house deeds, insurance documents, my passport's in there, stuff like that.
Yep.
That I know if this house burnt down and collapsed, that safe would survive enough that I'd be able to get those important documents. But also, I've scanned all those things as well, and I have most things.
Yeah.
in my
So
email.
yeah, you have a primary. Well, because
Primary and secondary type thing.
Yeah. Primary, alternative,
Good
and
thinking,
contingency.
good thinking.
Yeah. Right. You're diversifying it, right? You're not keeping all your eggs in one basket.
Yeah.
It's just like in the same way in the bushcrafting community, especially with Dave Canterbury, he always recommends having a source like a lighter, ferrocerium rod, and maybe something else like a magnifying glass. Yeah. Well, it's a different kind of contingency, right? They overlap each other in terms of being able to make fire, but they're different in terms of their pros and cons, right? So a lighter can break, be too cold. A ferrocerium rod, well, you can get it wet, it'll still be good, right? A magnifying glass, if it's sunny, you're good. It doesn't matter how windy it is or how cold it is. You probably can still get it, right? For example, right? It's just in the same way you have a hard copy or a paper copy or a physical copy and a digital copy. So whatever you can get your hands on. Hopefully you can get on your hands on both, but if you only get your hands on one or the other, you'd still have something, and they're different in terms of their vulnerability, right? Your digital copy's in the cloud, so if the safe burns or melts all the way down, well, you still got something. If the grid's down and you can get your hands on that paper copy, you're still good. So whatever works in that situation, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, there's a lot to consider. There's a lot to consider, but also part of it is prioritizing things that you, as far as being a prepper or prioritizing. And be patient. Make yourself a list of things that you need. Another thing I could recommend to you, Alan, say if you lost power right now and it was turned off for 3 days, have a notebook and a pen sitting next to you. Make notes about what you would do better for next time. Read off those notes, gather up resources that you might need, change your processes, whatever you might need, learn from the experience, and makes changes. That's one of the, like during the riots of 2020 here in Seattle, we lost power. First thing, I already had a lantern and light at nighttime, and I sat there with a notebook and I started making waxed fire starters while my daughter's upstairs. She's a teenage girl at the time, and I took notes. Get some more propane bottles. Kept me making waxed fire starters. Kept my mind and my hands busy. And
something you can do,
right,
in spite of everything going on.
Yeah, because like that fella who went through the recent hurricanes, he says, as far as board games and playing cards, you're not going to have enough time for that because you're going to be gathering water and heating water, and so just make a list of things when something goes wrong and make improvements. And
or try to or drill these things as well, rather than just waiting for something to go wrong. Switch the power in your house off for a few days and see what happens.
There you go.
Empty your fridge freezer first, maybe, and see what it's actually like to live in your house, without power. How easy is that to do?
I do.
Do you have enough candles, for example?
Yeah, I do have a story to supplement this thought. One thing I started to do now is because I brought a power bank while I was camping, right? And someone actually had to use it but that's another story about that. But I only had it at half, right? Because I didn't, I'm like, oh, it'll be good, blah, 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 nothing will probably happen. Nothing really happened. We got access to vehicles, right? But they needed it and they had to be in their tent, right? So I gave it to them to use because they were on hold for stuff like that, right? But one thing I realized is like I gotta make sure I got a power bank ready to go, right? So now what I'm starting to do is like, especially if you have more than one, right? It's hard if you only have one, but if you have more than one, I always make sure at least one of them is always fully charged. Maybe the other one, if I have a secondary one or a tertiary one, maybe it's a little bit less because I am actually using it. But I always make sure I at least have one fully charged. So if it's really an emergency, something really specifically happens, I can grab the full one and leave or go with it, right? And I make sure I got a full battery bank ready to go. It's just like having a full tank of gas or water in your bag or whatever, right? So it's ready to go.
It's actually
at half. You're not at half.
It's actually better to use those things as well rather than just keep them in a cupboard gathering dust. That's not good for electronics. To fully charge something and then power it down and power it up and power it down, that's actually good for something like a power bank because you'll get thousands and thousands of uses out of those anyway. So you may as well use it, as much as you can, rather than just sitting in the cupboard.
Yeah, that's why I always make sure. Oh, sorry,
I learned from CR about solar because I made dozens of my own candles, and he mentioned to me about solar lights, portable solar lights. So I learned from everybody I possibly can, but in short, try to gather up some resources so that it's less stressful.
Exactly.
So that
right,
because like when during the riots of 2020, my daughter would come downstairs and get a drink of water. We've got light. We've got a way of cook, and she saw that Dad's right there. I'm not going anywhere, and stay calm. It's like she'd come down. She's a teenage girl, dude. And she'd come down every 20 minutes. Just so happens to need a glass of water, and I could see it in her eyes. She's kind of tense, and and I'd just sit there making fire starters and go, "You're okay, honey. I'm right here, not going anywhere."
The reassurance.
I got this, honey.
Right.
And then she, a couple times after day 2 or 3, day 2 I think it was, she goes, "I need to charge my phone." So okay. So I took her outside and I had her plug the phone into the car, started the car, and I put a lawn chair in front of the car, standing guard over my daughter while she's recharging her phone. So just chill. Just take it easy, man. You're all right.
Yeah.
Now, it sounds sexist, but I'm telling you, fellas, the women are looking to you for security and stability. To the men, they are, and they will do it because it's in their nature. It's in their nature.
Yeah. I mean, because if you think about those type of situations, like you said, reinsure everything and everything, it's just a minor inconvenience. It's not a full-blown emergency or like SHTF or everyone stressing out or freaking out, right? Because when that starts happening, people start making mistakes because they're not thinking straight. They're not being proactive. They're doing things too fast, right? Or something like that. And the next thing you know, well, shit happens. And right, really early, and just things fall apart because there's no rhyme or reason or prior training or a thought or process that people involve into, right? So, it's just like if there's a power outage, right? What's the first thing? Don't open the fridge unless you're pulling something out to eat right now. And you better know what you're eating or grabbing right now before you even open the fridge. Don't just open the fridge, right? That kind of thing, right? That's what I would say first, right? If I was at a person's place or whatever, don't open the fridge unless you absolutely need to pull something out, right? What's in the fridge, right? Oh, I think I have some milk or something like that. Okay, well, if you need milk, then you pull it out. You do it fast. You'll be, like split second. You're faster than Superman, or whatever. You're doing it fast, right? To close the fridge right away, right? The food's there to consume, right? Obviously, it's probably better if you consume it, but remember, every time you open the fridge, you're letting the heat in or the cold out, right? So, like, it decreases the time if the power outage goes longer, for example, right?
Yeah, I did learn about this is something for you to put in your mind, Alan. Is I learned about solar lights from CR, and for a long time I told him there's not enough sun here and all that. So I bought a couple of little portable solar lights, just a couple of them, and tested them. And by God, they work here, even though it's like the UK here where it rains all the time. So I got that idea from this goofball over here in Canada, and I'll turn my camera around and there you go. Right up there next to the garage door opener, there's two of them. The
Just
solar
their
light,
option.
yeah, the panels are outside, and I ran a wire along the frames and ran the wire with the solar panel outside, and I got that idea from this screwball over here. This
Well, at least he's using a word that has CR in it, so good enough.
Yeah.
But seriously though, like, even if, like, let's say some of these solar garden lights at times where it is possible to put a regular alkaline battery in to light it. I mean, obviously it's not the recharge per se, but like, even like when you first said that, I was like, oh yeah, another option in there, another option there. If it works, it works. So like now you have contingencies or different kind of options, right? It's not just candles, it's not just solar, it's that kind of thing. So whatever works better, safer, more ideal, whatever you have available at that time, right? That's the time, right?
Yeah,
because then you have options.
I have options. I've been doing this a long time. So is Shadow and so is CR. I have options. I've got camping lanterns. I've got flashlights, either rechargeable ones or battery powered ones. And now I've got different types of solar powered lights so that when the power goes off, I'm chill because I keep the solar lights in the windowsill, in the family room and in the front. All I got to do is just chill my ass over there, click a button 3 times, and you're good to go. Just chill. It's so important to stay calm because I'll say it again, guys. Women do get upset. They get scared, especially the teenagers and all. And just
anyone can really.
Yeah,
even
no
guys,
worries.
even us, even I can, even you probably can get upset too, right? But
no
we
worries.
have some sort of control, or we have an option still. Then it's like, oh, I still have an option. I still have contingency. I still have an option. You're not up the creek without a paddle, right? You're not like fumbling in the dark, and next thing you know, you stub your toe. Next thing you know, you just fell. Next thing you know, you sprain your wrist, and you're still in the dark. Yeah, that's you're just gonna be cranking out the swear words left, right, and center.
I'll go back to the notebook I mentioned, and say my wife needed something done, and we can't get that done right now. We don't have any power, but I'll make a note of it and then go down there right in front of them and write down, this is something that we're going to need for next time. You'd be surprised how that little bit of a note will give them comfort. Okay, next time this happens, Dad's got a plan in place.
Yeah. Exactly. All right.
And if that don't work, I'll dress up like a geisha and spin in a circle and pee. So.
Oh, you can't see. I'm just shaking my head right now.
Shadow got that little smile on his face, like this freaking.
Are you trying to mark in your territory again, Bob?
Yes. See, this is why no one wants to visit and come into your place, because you've been marking your territory. They'd be like, I'll pass. I'll go somewhere else.
Don't go rob that. If any emergency happens, there's me, 6 foot, 200-pound geisha pissing in a big circle in my driveway, and if they want to rob somebody's house, they'll go, I ain't going there.
Let's go next door. Let's go across the street. They seem nicer and friendlier.
It's better to look like a crazy person than a prepper.
Look at that. Bubba, don't go near him. There's something wrong with that boy. Don't go near him.
I want to add in something that I was not mentioning it earlier when you guys were talking about doomsday preppers. There's only one, as far as I know, in my opinion. Okay, hear me out, everyone.
Yeah.
There was only one person that seemed to be kind of more realistic or more for a likely situation. I'm not saying those other situations couldn't happen, civil unrest, blah, 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 all this other stuff. There was this one person. He lived in Florida, and he actually has a YouTube channel. He doesn't do the preparedness on that channel. He does a bunch of solar stuff, but his situation was the hurricanes, because likely for him to happen in Florida, right? And he was just down to earth, right? And like I was just like, when I saw that, because I used to watch his channel before, right? And I saw him on the show. I'm like, what? Right? I mean, we never guessed, right? Because on his channel, it's like he just does solar stuff, burns things or whatever. He does it, but I'm like, dang, I didn't even know that. I didn't even know he was into the preparedness, but now I know. So I mean, like, it was just a wild surprise.
Alan and Shadow, you guys are Europeans, and I really don't watch television, but I caught a couple of episodes of the Doomsday Preppers on reruns or whatever. I just slapped my head. I went, no wonder why the rest of the world freaking hates us Americans. Like, they chose the biggest out. How can I describe them without swearing? The biggest idiots possible.
Yeah, I know, right?
Wildly out there. Episode of those guys. Oh, they're total nutcases.
They
are. That's the thing, though. The TV networks choose them because it's entertaining, not because those are the best preppers.
That's why I was so surprised.
They're the most entertaining preppers, You see,
that's why I was so
shows
surprised they showed this one person, right? I'm like, wow, he's really more down to earth. I'm like, even in the comment section in the video, people were saying, man, this guy's kind of more down to earth compared to the other people, right? He didn't have all the stuff. He didn't have a bunker, but he was still trying to get ready for what he expects in his own area, right? Something very likely to happen. Of course, for him, Florida, hurricanes, right? Storms and stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
Because he realizes that's the more. Yeah. But that's like me preparing for the winter. I mean, because eventually it does get snow here. I mean, it's an eventuality for me here. I can't avoid it unless I move down south, right? So
I didn't watch all of that show because it only aired in the UK, I think, for a brief period of time. But I do remember.
Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it.
I remember people saying they were preparing for very, very specific things. So there was one guy who said he was preparing entirely for an EMP and nothing else. That was the only thing he was focused on, and he just spent all of his time and money sort of preparing for this one unlikely scenario, or a tsunami. One person's saying, there's a volcano in the Canary Islands that if it ever goes off, it'll send a tidal wave that'll hit the eastern United States, and he was only preparing for that and nothing else. And I thought, that's a very, very oddly specific thing to prepare for. Why not just be prepared generally? And then you can adapt and move, and it makes more sense. You're not just wasting your life.
I think that's the way to go in terms of general preparedness, I guess, right? Yes, there is maybe a few specific things you might prepare for a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, some of
the general items.
I don't prepare for tornadoes or earthquakes, because we don't have earthquakes and we don't really have tornadoes here. So there's no point in me really preparing for that. But if something like that was to randomly happen, I could probably adapt my other prepared sort of,
you got food and water
to get around. I've got all of the other necessities.
Some of the items overlap, right?
But I'm not going to
80-20 thing.
Exactly. I'm not going to screw my wardrobe to the wall because I think I might have an earthquake, because I don't think you do get tremors in Scotland, but nobody can feel them. It's not active.
Well, yeah. I live inland, right? It's at a 3 or 4 at most, barely noticeable, right? Unless you go closer to the coast, right? And it's a little bit stronger. But,
yeah. For me, it's just basically inconvenience, like a few days of power failure. We got that covered. We can see, we can stay warm, we can still eat. Water. I've got some in storage, and if I don't have any in storage, it rains as much here in Seattle as it does in the United Kingdom. There's water everywhere, and I got it set up where I can just dip a bucket into a stream, cook it, and we're good. But I saw one guy on, I think it was on that Doomsday Prepper show. The guy was morbidly obese. He had to ride a golf
he had a
cart.
scooter. Yeah, he had that scooter. I remember that.
I was looking at that like, how dare you show the rest of the world this imbecilic American? God, we are not like that. We're not all huge. No, stop it. It's making us look bad.
That was the guy. That was the guy that he was talking a lot about World War III and how he would be prepared for any eventuality, and he would be the. He was quite arrogant about it, actually. And I genuinely remember thinking, "You're never going to see World War III because you're going to die of diabetes or heart failure or something." That's what you should be focusing your attention on preventing. That.
Oh, you're gonna make it to the battlefield
agree.
first.
Yeah, exactly.
You have to look after your own health.
Oh,
The truth is, the truth is, when it comes about like SHTF type situations, for me personally, at my age and my place, my location, the biggest thing I have to worry about is unemployment. I could suddenly become unemployed, which puts me into hardship, which, that's my biggest concern. And then probably economic collapse. I don't believe the UK is going to be invaded anytime soon because it hasn't been invaded in 1,000 years. It could, it's possible, but I'm not that worried about that. World War III, sure, I'm worried about it, but it's out of my control.
Yeah.
So,
those are the things that are in that 20% range. Not that 80%.
Not even that, really. So you have to prepare.
But something like a power outage is probably more likely because how it can come about, right?
We've just seen what happened in Portugal and Spain with power outages there and how that affected people.
Yeah.
So
it's just like
see more of it in Europe.
Yeah, it's just like in places, let's say Spain, Texas, in the U.S., right? A heat wave could knock out the power. And then what, right? And we were talking about the heat, how the heat can affect you, and and stuff like that. And I mean, like, what are your options then, right? And that is probably likely to happen because if you think about, eventually it becomes summer. For me here, it eventually becomes winter. It's just it's an eventuality, right?
Well,
maybe 1 year.
Given a long enough period of time, everything happens.
Yeah, it's an eventuality, right? It's more likely to happen. So that 80-20 thing, I've been thinking more and more. It's like, okay, winter here, it's possible. It's very, very likely that it can get very, very cold. Now, granted, it can get up to 98 here, 37 Celsius here too. So, like, I've been thinking about that, but that's kind of a little bit more rare. It did happen during 2021. During the heat zone that we had in Canada, it got to 37 Celsius, 98.6 Fahrenheit here on Canada Day. It was hot for what it is, right? I'm used to cold or, 20, 70 Fahrenheit, right? Not 37, 98 Fahrenheit. Right?
Well, I mean, the other thing as well.
I mean, it was hot. I mean, but
something I see, like every winter in the UK, when all of our media go crazy about, it's -10, it's an absolute disaster, and the trains aren't running and things like that.
20
You'll always get somebody from Canada or somewhere like that saying that's nothing. That's that's a summer's afternoon tale. But we don't have the infrastructure for that. That's the difference. So even in European countries where they have a very hot summer and a very cold winter, so they can prepare. They have snow plows and they have infrastructure designed around incredibly cold winters and incredibly hot summers because they can invest money because it's almost a guaranteed thing.
Well, it's just like.
Yeah, I mean, the government in the UK or the local councils aren't going to invest money in snowplows for something that happens every 20 years. Remember, it's just not going to happen.
The same year that I had the heat wave here is the same year that the Texas freeze happened on that February. Because I remember this because I documented this, right? The Texas freeze happened in February, and I had the heat wave here in July. But what I'm saying is, for them, they don't have insulated pipes or whatever. There's no snow plows or whatever. So it's way, this is a blue moon kind of thing, but it did happen. Now, will it happen again in their lifetime? Who knows? But technically, now it has happened at least once. Right. And
I want to answer a question, then I'll bounce out. Embleget over there in the side chat, did that guy have any plans on losing weight? I saw something about him later that, I recognize him. I mean, Jesus Christ, he went to go get some stomach stapling surgery, and they turned him down for this or that. And then, like a moron, he said, "Oh, now I'm going to off myself because I can't get this done." If you do that in front of a healthcare professional, they're going to call the law enforcement, and they came in and they confiscated all of his guns because he's now a danger to himself and to others. You get it? That's what I heard about that gigantic guy.
Wow.
Yeah. So he just screwed himself. You know, you'll get your guns back, but it takes a process to get them back. But it was just drama shit, you know. But
I find survivalism one of the first things is the willingness to go on.
It's supposed to be.
Well, I thought it was. I thought it was, right?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, we all go through stuff. Sometimes we have things, right?
Yeah.
Included at times, right? But we realize, you know, the first rule of survival is like the willingness to keep going, right? In spite of the challenges, in spite of the hardships, the challenges, not everything's going your way or whatever, right? Yeah. We all can get down, right? But we still want to keep going.
One thing that keeps me going, CR, is once a week I get to fire your ass, CR.
And that's why I keep going, because I'm fired up from it. You fire me up, Bob. You fire me up. I don't know. You're the only one that does it. I don't know why. I don't.
Later,
no
Alan,
one else
good to
does
meet.
the shadow guy. I don't know. He doesn't fire me up. But you. I always got to prove myself to him.
Alan, it's good to meet you today. Thanks for having me up, Shadow. I hope to see you tomorrow.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Take care, Bob.
Peace out, guys.
Good speaking to you,
Bye-bye.
Bob.
Good to. Bye-bye.
Yeah, Alan, it was great to see you again. I like I said earlier, I wasn't. I like I said, I was like, I swear I know this channel, and I will get like, I'm like, oh wait, I am subscribed already. I'm just like, because it's just been a while, right? So I just had to remember it. I am trying to remember it, right? So it's because I follow a lot of people. Sometimes I haven't seen people for a while. I'm just like,
I don't have the biggest YouTube presence. But I'm one of those people.
No, because I just saw. I'm like, he put this out like a month ago. I must have just missed it, or the timing of your upload from when I'm seeing it. I just didn't notice it in my feed. So, yeah, because I was just like, this is something I would have watched if I saw it. Right?
I don't know. Do you have a YouTube channel?
Yes, I just put out. Well, I put out a gardening type of video yesterday, but I do have some preparedness type of videos coming up. And Shadow knows because I share a few things with him. Right.
Yeah.
I'll look it up. I always whenever I see these kind of chats, everybody who has a YouTube channel, I subscribe to everybody.
I'll watch that Carcat video after the stream is done, or later today, or tonight, or whatever. Right. So you can go through that kind of like through my comment, kind of click on that kind of deal. Right?
I'll look out for it. Yeah, I'll look
out
for that.
Yeah, because I'll stop you. Yeah, because one of the things I've noticed lately this month, a lot this month, is that the preparedness talk, some of the bigger channels anyways, and some of the smaller channels too, we're kind of more emphasizing on like not just the gear part of it, but the knowledge and the skills and the experience and I guess the proactive planning aspects of it, right?
Yeah, I think that's the biggest difference between survivalism and prepping, in my opinion, is the skills versus gear.
That's why I was
both for skills, but one pays more attention to one subject than the other, really.
And not just talking about like making a campfire while you're in the kitchen.
Yeah,
that kind of deal, right? It's just
somebody asked me one time how they could easily tell the difference between a survivalist YouTube channel and a prepper YouTube channel, and I said, well, the survivalist one will probably be in the woods, and the prepper one will probably be in a basement or a garage or a workshop or something like that, and that's just a quick way of identifying the two, you know.
Yeah, I get that. I mean, you know, there's pros and cons. And like I said, when I did this hand merger thing, I didn't actually randomly do it in the middle of the woods, because technically I had never done that before, right? So I had no idea how I would react or think after the fact, right? If I'm an hour away, I'd be like, like I said, it took me an hour to warm back on my hands, even after the fact.
It's about doing a bit of both. That's the point of the overlap. Even that last video you were talking about, where I was talking about preparing some kit to carry in your car, I literally do that on my living room table. because I don't need to be in my car in a car park to talk about that. I can just do it on the table because it's
if you were showing
it's a prepery
example,
type, urban related type thing. So
yeah, I get that. But I guess if you like,
I'm never going to talk about building campfires in my living room. That's for sure. You know.
No, exactly. I think it's one of those things. I think my audience would actually want to see an example of me actually doing this, or not just saying it.
Yeah,
right. So
I do. I mean, I consume a lot of YouTube. You know, I enjoy watching all these kind of videos myself. But if I put a YouTube video on and somebody's talking to me about, you know, something in the outdoors and they're not outdoors, I switch off. You know, I move to the next thing because I don't know if what he's telling me has got any real practical utility, because I don't know if he's ever actually done it. I mean, we've all seen those kind of fake prepery or mostly survival videos on YouTube where it's a incredibly, you know, big-breasted woman wearing hardly any clothes pretending to light a fire in the woods, and it has like 1 million views, and you know, she's not showed you anything.
I've never seen any of those videos.
Well, you must have a different feed from me.
I'm being serious now. But yeah, it's because like I feel like when if keyword if I saw anything like that, I feel like I wouldn't learn anything about that, or like be motivated to do something like that. Because when I watch some of these videos, at times I'm just like, I want to be motivated to either do it or learn from it, right?
Yeah.
Or it's basically just entertainment then whatever, right?
Really, it's just a good way of actually having an excuse to do the thing as well. I find that if I'm going to go into the woods and make a video about making a fire with a bow drill, it's just a good excuse to go and practice doing bow drill fires.
What?
I say to myself, you know, I'm going to go and make a video about this, but it also means I'm out practicing and doing it, you know?
I guess you guys will be the first to know this. I recorded a video this month that I'm going to be airing. It's going to be public during September for National Preparedness Month. But Shadow already knows about this because I've already shared a sneak peek of it over, right? But I was just like, because when I kept seeing people talking about using the gear and all that stuff, I'm like, well, now I have an excuse to make a video, right? I'm like, oh, I need a video topic. I'm like, well, you know what? Why not make it for the real reason? To really do it. To really use something, right? So that's why I decided to eventually put that out later this year, right? Because I'm like, you know what? It's kind of, why not? Right? You know?
Yeah, it's
something I can easily
make. It's a good way of sharing the knowledge, and it's a good way of practicing, you know?
Yeah, because I was just, it makes good video too, because I think people get to see things actually done. It reminded me when I did the hand submerging thing in minus 22 Celsius, right? I'm like, yeah, because this is like, that's real, kind of real, right? Very minimal or no editing whatsoever. There's no cuts or anything like that. So it's like, I'm actually trying to show this legit, right? That I actually did this or whatever, right? I'm not, you know, I cut this out. All right. Secretly, it's in the summer now, right? No, it was during the winter when I did that. Whew. But because I realized a lot of things is just like gear. It's nice to have all this gear, whatever, ferritin rods, water filters, whatever. But you know what's also nice? Being able to tell stories of how you used it, when you used it, and all that stuff, and people will understand. It's like, oh, you actually did use it? It's like, yeah, right. Because I think there's sometimes this misunderstanding or misnomers or like misconceptions about certain things, where people, like, if you talk to someone else that's not really into preparedness so much or survivalism or bushcrafting or anything like that, they're like, oh, can you do this, do that with it, right? I mean, you already know you can't, but that kind of preconception of it or assumption of it that people have.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I get that.
I thought I froze there because no one said anything for like a couple of minutes. I was just like, did I just freeze? Shadow hasn't said anything for the last 20 minutes, but that's normal. But I mean, like,
well, it's 1:30, 1:22
I'm
a.m.
sorry.
in the morning.
You know when you bring me on. You know
you
when
guys
you bring
do
me.
long videos. You do very
No,
long.
you know when you bring me on, Shadow. You know, especially if I have something to say, I will say it.
Yeah,
'Cause it's
but
happening.
I think about to wrap things up because I
Okay.
have a lot of things to do tomorrow, and I need my rest.
Hey, Alan, if you want to chat after for a couple of minutes on the backstage for a little bit, we like to do it every so often. It's less formal. No, it's less
Yeah, and
formal.
that
It's less
takes 1 hour, and I
Oh,
get no
whatever.
sleep.
Okay. Sorry,
Yeah.
sorry. No, I promise it won't take 1 hour.
I'll definitely come back on though.
No.
If you guys are happy to have me on these kind
just
of,
again. Just
I'll,
again. He'll end the stream, but we can talk in the backstage after. That's what I meant.
Right.
Yeah. That way he can
Yeah.
finish his thing. So we'll let him do his thing right now. I'll just shut up.
Okay, guys. Thanks for coming in and join the stream. I appreciate it. And I will see you next time, next week, same day, same time, same channel.
Stay proactive.
Stay safe. Be part of the solution and not the problem. God bless.
Take care, everyone.
Take care.
Thanks, Shadow. Thanks, guys.
You're very welcome. It's a pleasure to have you, brother.
Anytime.